Hello everybody, welcome to the penultimate round of Norway Chess. That's it. My name is Gustafsson. I am being joined by the Swedish number one and the only person I've ever met that does not own a television, Nils Grandelius. Welcome.
Thank you.
Nils, do we expect any action today?
Yes, a lot, I guess.
A lot even.
Yeah.
Where do you expect this action to come? Not in the chat probably, but maybe in one of the games.
Hopefully one of the games. I mean, Nakamura normally, here he needs to win, right? As far as I understood. If he wants to win the tournament.
I'm not sure if it's a must-win situation.
Not a must-win, but I think it's he would like to win.
That's probably true, but you could probably make the same argument for most players.
Yeah, probably, but for most of them it doesn't matter so much, I guess. Yeah.
Fair enough, but he's also playing Wesley So, who's
that's the
very
problem.
solid.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Maybe if you want to win, you might not be able because Wesley is also very solid. But I'm hoping. I mean, it has some potential at least to be very interesting.
Fair enough.
With 3 results, should be said.
I don't know. My money's on a draw. Like, who are we kidding here?
I would rather take a white and a black win than a draw if I was offered.
Okay. I'm gonna do the math and I will reconsider
you will
your
come
offer.
back. Yes, sure.
Absolutely. Hang on, I'm getting smart instructions here about cam stuff. Bang! Done. Thank you for the hint. There is also the game Carlsen Kayakin. There's a bit of a subplot that Carlsen has his lowest rating in, I don't know, like 15 years. That's a lie, probably 7 years. At 2.818, and should he shed more rating in this tournament, somebody else could overtake his number 1 spot.
But it's really not in his style to begin to play more safe in order to save what's left of his rating.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it's a discussion for the first time ever.
Sure,
he has 2.818, Kramnik has 2.812. This is 2700chess.com giving us all the latest ratings, which is almost as interesting as the pairings these days. Wesley So 2.810, Levan Aronian 2.808. So you could easily picture something happening even today. Let's say Magnus loses, Kramnik wins. Kramnik's what, number 1?
Yes.
But, I have all these beautiful pictures. This is some cam view, I guess. I'm mainly too stupid to change all these windows. Anyway, I'm expecting a draw in this one as well, but I would not be shocked by any result.
Exactly. Again, I mean, any...
Steaming Magnus could happen. Crushing back into the tournament could also happen.
Could also happen, yeah. Not impossible.
What would you expect? Do you
I think draw. He will try a bit, and Sergei will defend very accurately. I think draw is the most likely, but it has potential to go also. Both sides.
Monsieur MVL against Kramnik. MVL pointed out it's normally a good situation to be tied with Magnus in a tournament, but not in this one because they're sharing last place with 2.5 out of 7.
Yeah, but with MVL white against Kramnik, I think yesterday's try to be very how do you say? I mean, to fight very hard and be very ambitious was backfiring quite badly. So I think he will stick to a more solid approach.
I'm also expecting a draw, but I would guess he just plays 1e4. That's his normal stuff.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He will not go for one of the more double-edged lines. Let's say if Kramnik plays the Petrov, he will play maybe Rookie. Something solid, I think.
Kramnik has not played the Petrov in 15
years.
No,
I mean the Berlin. The Berlin.
I know you don't have a TV, but you must have realized that Kramnik switched to the Berlin.
This this I actually know. No, but I think he will not be tilting. That's I guess he will not. So it has actually some risk of being quite dull, I think.
Fair enough. Levan Aronian Anand.
I think Aronian will just crush.
Oof. He has been impressive with white pieces.
He has been very impressive, and also Anand has... Now he won this very nice game against Caruana, but apart from that, he's generally quite shaky with black these days, I thought.
He's been a little vulnerable, we discussed it with Fiddler, especially against 1c4 it felt like. But this game against Caruana changed the narrative a bit.
Yeah, still, I mean, feeling is that he's somewhat shaky. So, I mean, if we have to predict one win, it most likely is Aronian against Anand, I guess.
Okay. I'm predicting a draw everywhere. I've learned my lesson. 5 draws.
Yeah, that's excellent. Especially yesterday.
Exactly. Anish Giri against Fabian Caruana. Little hint, they drew each other 16 times in a row, then Giri lost one.
But I think they will draw again.
I was expecting a 1-0 prediction from you.
No, no. He's too solid, especially now. This Queen's Gambit accepted and so on.
Queen's Gambit accepted and Petrov, that's a new Fabi.
Exactly. This new Fabi he will hold. I think even quite easily. 2 draws and 3 very exciting games, I'm predicting.
But you're strongly hedging, yeah? You're saying I wouldn't be surprised by any result all the time.
No, I wouldn't be surprised with an interesting game, let's say, in 3 of them.
Fair enough.
And I wouldn't be surprised with a boring game in the other 2, let's say.
There we have a handshake. The arbiter is shaking Wesley So's hand.
Mm-hmm. Is there some famous people starting the round?
Maybe it wasn't the arbiter. There's some people standing. Looks like Magnus's father is standing next to him, watching over the board very closely. Maybe they decided enough is enough. This guy Magnus is too irresponsible. We'll put Henrik next to him, checking the situation.
Exactly.
But that's not Henrik, I'm guessing.
That's probably not, yeah.
What else is there?
But normally they have 5 different people making the 5 different first moves, right?
I don't think we've ever paid enough attention to this. So
the start is
it,
but we don't know the Norwegian celebrities, unfortunately.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
Vladimir Kramnik is arriving.
Now they're all there, yeah?
Yep.
All in
Bunch
time.
of handshakes, but not so many moves, it felt like.
Not yet. They are still contemplating. Nowadays it's very rare that people are spending time on their first moves, right?
It happens to me a lot. Like you prepare for the wrong guy in Bundesliga and then you're sitting there.
Yeah, but let's say when
guy...
you know your opponent and you know, more or less who it is.
But what's the point? You lose time and you look like an insecure dude who didn't prepare, right? There's not so much.
Yeah, but also this insecurity, maybe you can hide something. Like, I actually always thought it made sense to spend some 5-10 minutes in the opening phase, despite knowing.
No, in the opening phase I agree, but on the first move.
No, first move probably not. But in general, my feeling is that they are playing faster and faster, like the first couple of moves.
Yeah, feels like
I'm not quite sure. I quite like to get into the game a bit, think a bit, couple of minutes. I mean, nothing much, but some 10 minutes maybe. But it's very, I guess, just a matter of taste.
Maybe. It has the advantage if you're likely to be the first one to be out of book, then you can mask it more if you already spent a little time.
That's right.
Let's see if the players are still in book. And what book that is.
Yes.
Which game do you want to go to first?
Should we go to Aronian, presumably the most?
That's a weird choice. No world champion / former bossman privilege here.
Uh-huh.
Levon Aronian.
He's the leader of the tournament. He deserves some respect, I think.
I think he deserves lots of respect. Levon Aronian against Vishy Anand. They're discussing the Catalan.
Yes.
I like...
Slightly surprising version of it, right?
Is it?
Let's see.
It's the main line of main lines.
No, here Bishop E7, I mean...
But Bishop B4 nowadays is pretty much as popular as Bishop E7.
Maybe almost as popular, yeah, probably you're right. And now it's a mess, yeah, after 7 moves.
Well, the thing is, first of all, they go Bishop B4 check just.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I should stop this.
Yes.
And I will eventually. But it's so instructive that he played A4. Can't hurt to see it twice. So they go Bishop B4 check. But because if you go, let's say, for the main line, castle, the other main line, he after C6, White is quite happy having his bishop on C1 because it can later go to B2, like here. Knight C3 is a move. Or this setup, Queen C2, B3, Bishop B2.
Even though lately, even this maybe is not that clear, but...
No, this is another playable line, but in theory...
In theory, that's why you give the check,
This bishop is misplaced here a little bit for these positions where the center stays closed. After DC4, it's fine here. But after C6,
because you want to have your knight on D2 and your bishop on B2.
Exactly. So knight B7, they've tried everything under the sun here. Knight C3, bishop F4, Queen C2 is the main line. I've played Queen B3. Levon has done all these things. Levon has recently come up with the novelty Knight A3 in this position, I believe. against Anish Giri.
It was here and not against c6, right? Or
I'm not.
I'm always
100%
mixing up
sure.
c6 and knight bd7.
It's all the same.
With black, I always play c6, but knight bd7 has some advantages, I guess.
In this game he played a4, another very cryptic move, which I think he's employed before. Maybe his point is that after the very logical a5, clamping down on the b4 square and avoiding future expansions, now he can play knight a3.
And it's protected, yeah.
Still a horrible square, and yeah, he hasn't done it, he's played queen c2, c6,
No, but I think also
rook c1.
I mean, after b6, which, I mean, black has to develop the light squared bishop, but after b6 you always have the possibility to take on d5.
Sure.
And then you have a nice square on b5.
Sure.
Nicer than the knight on b4, because the knight is already on d7.
I could be wrong, but I have a feeling I've seen this position, at least in a game, maybe Carlsen Ilyanov?
Possibly, Vaikanze, yeah? No, also Norway Chess last year.
Norway Chess, I believe.
Last year, that's right.
There's some 94 f5 was.
But this recent game between Gelfand and Ding Liren, where Ding Liren was won very convincingly with black, it was also something similar, right?
There was similar position, but I think different line was bishop on d6. I could be wrong.
This in the FIDE Grand Prix.
No, you're probably right. I didn't see that.
Some very good win it looked like from
94 already played by Vichy, and Levon blitzes out his new idea, knight to e1. Ugh, way too deep for me. Bishop e1 I would understand, keeping the bishop, or bishop f4. But knight e1? He's saying, if you go f5, I'll put my knight here.
Yeah, and the bishop on f4, it makes sense.
And if you take...
Take with the knight, I guess, no?
No, knight takes probably, sorry.
I mean, now you want to play e4, I guess.
Yeah.
Not even that, I mean... Black has to develop his stupid bishop on c8, that's the thing, right?
Let's try. Knight f6.
Knight d3.
b6.
You want to play like this.
No, you told me I have to develop the bishop.
Yeah. Okay, but here, even if I play, let's say now knight e5, bishop b7, I take on d5, you take with the c, I hope, and then queen c7. Could I have some initiative?
No. You don't deserve any.
You mean rook b8 or...
No, bishop a6.
I think it's...
I think I'm slightly better with black.
Slightly better with black.
That's
Actually, I doubt, but it does look very solid, yeah.
Yeah, bishop goes to d6 or b4.
Yeah. No, it looks like nothing. That's probably not the idea.
We'll find out, but we have so much action on other boards.
Let's see other boards.
For example, in MVL Kramnik, they blitzed into this position. What's going on?
Very complex.
I used to be good at theory. Nowadays I blitz out all these moves I've never seen before.
Yeah.
We've talked about this in the past. This is the latest fashion in this anti-Berlin, where black used to play castles at d6, knight e7 for centuries. But now they discovered they can start with d5. Knight e5 castles is too dangerous for white. So you go e d5, queen d5, and this has been a recent tabia. Peter Svedler had some games, and most of the top guys have chimed in by now.
Yes.
It's also a Carlsen Aronian game. And it looks like MVL goes for this very direct b4 a4 approach, which I've seen this position. I think it's
e4 looks like a move, yeah.
What the computer is asking us all to do.
And all of this is kind of king c2 immediately.
This pawn was hanging. Looks like white is losing material, but it's probably not as simple.
Well, a5 is...
Here we give a check, and then a5.
Yes. So he blitzed out bishop f5.
And knight h4, no?
Knight h4.
Played.
Yes.
The players are literally comparing notes.
Yes.
Bishop d7, rook e1, f5.
It really looks like some kind of...
It's probably some forced line, or it's obviously some forced line, where the computer gives 0-10 in the end.
Yes.
On both sides. Maxime not having a great tournament. He's happy to play something very forcing, where he knows he's not running any trouble.
Definitely.
And normally testing Vladdy's opening knowledge is a futile exercise.
Yeah, he's very solid. I mean, sometimes he forgets, yeah. like against Levon in the tournament earlier? You seem to have forgotten.
I forgot what he forgot. Oh yeah, but I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't check it.
Maybe even he didn't check. Yeah, it
was
was a bit.
Well, on such very direct lines, I think it's hard to surprise him.
Sure.
This has happened. F3, and we have some more moves. Their mutual theory is not over. 95, keeping the extra piece almost alive, but after Fe, I take C4 runs into EF5 check.
Yes.
So bishop G4, white is currently a pawn up, but if you play some passive moves, let's say here, I'm guessing you could end up in some trouble even. Yeah, castles maybe.
Short castle, rook F2 maybe.
Short castle is not a legal move, I just realized.
It's not legal. Then even rook F8 maybe. Also long castle possibly, yeah.
It's nice that this bishop has this square.
It's not such a nice square, but
It's good
I mean,
to have any
probably you can even play A5 with black, right? Because your pieces are so great.
There's no time for such
shenanigans. No time for A5, but
I like black's position.
I mean, you have a very nice knight. Yeah, it's
I'll draw some more arrows.
I guess this is the kind of position that before computers you would not consider entering it at all with white.
Even after computers.
Even after, I mean, as long as it's not a big advantage, I guess. So, but H3 is something else because the bishop is kind of vulnerable. Yeah. I mean, if you play bishop H5, then maybe bishop E6 is possible, right?
Yeah, I like it. It avoids both castles.
Yes, and I mean, if you're in time for bishop F4, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Or bishop G5.
Yeah, bishop G5 as well. Bishop F4. I mean, so probably it's forced to take on C4. That's what they were.
It seems like they blitzed into this position, and now Maxime, who's only blitzed out the first 19 moves after a novelty on move 8, is already taking time. And Vladi is saying, "What are you doing, Maxime? We used to work together when I was living in Paris. I thought I taught you how to work on openings properly. Yeah. Now we're sitting here on move 19 in a position no one's ever seen before. You're thinking already.
Yes.
You are an embarrassment to all of us."
So what do we think?
I don't think anything. I think this is a 0-10 position. And
should be.
The fact that Kramnik was able to blitz out one more move is normally very pleasant psychologically in such things.
Yeah.
Okay, I've done my homework.
But still. This I think is about evaluation. Do you think it could be unpleasant for black or not?
I don't really have chess opinions. It's more like I have
but I mean, no, I didn't ask you. The players
Okay,
are asking each other.
Okay.
Like, I mean, it's not so important one more move here because it will not change. Like,
it's still so nice. It shows.
Nice, but you gain some 10-15 minutes and that's it.
That's nice, no? So nice. What do you do? King B3?
Maybe King B. But okay, he will play knight E5, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't help so much. It's nice that this bishop is F2 square.
It's very nice actually. Can you stop bishop? No, I can never stop it. What's the safe way for white?
I don't know. Is there a safe way?
I mean, what will happen? You have to play
rook E2?
Yeah, some disgusting. Let's say rook E2. Disgusting way.
But now maybe black can play.
Yeah, okay. Let's say even safer. A5 first, but then you give check maybe. No, you cannot.
Not gonna be able to do it.
Rook E2.
Ah, yeah, that looks more sensible.
If knight E5, I will play G5.
I don't know. Let's just say complex position and move on to the world champions.
Yeah, but complex, but most likely
probably equal.
Probably equal. Probably draw, judging by the speed.
The good thing about Magnus's game is that we always have all these different angles to consider, and I mean that literally.
Yeah, that's nice.
Here we are playing the Nimzo. That's one thing we like to brag about it because it's the most useful thing we've ever done in this life. We both worked for Magnus during the match against Sergei Karyakin, and he never went for the Nimzo mainline or any D4 mainline with white. Yeah, he went for some E4 mainlines, some D4 goofy lines like D4 knight F3 E3, but he never tested what Karyakin had up his sleeve in the Nimzo.
That's right.
This time around he does.
Yeah. Can you explain to me after bishop D3 why black is playing D5 rather than C5?
Yes, I can.
It will be excellent.
So both moves here have pros and cons. d5 has the drawback that it allows c takes d5, and you have to be happy to play this structure, which is not considered to be dangerous, but it's a structure not everybody enjoys. It has the plus that, first of all, stops d5, which is not supposed to be a critical move after b5. I think black is supposed to be fine. But there is also the move a3, which you have to be ready to play this position. Not overly worrying either, but still something that you need to know. And I believe there is also the move order knight to e2. This is the important point. Let's say if you go d5 here.
Yes.
Then, for example, there's a3, and there's also the line with c takes d5 here. Well, all of this is theory.
This line, yeah. I mean, you mean this is what they are trying to avoid?
No, my point is, if you start with d5, not c5,
you can avoid
then
everything.
after knight e2, for example, you can play this line, which is supposed to be fine.
Very solid.
Where you force this bishop here, which you don't have at your disposal if you start with c5. In my video series, I still recommend it, starting with c5, other things being equal, because d5, c takes d5 was bothering me more than these small things after c5.
Yes, because if d5, c takes d5 is kind of a real line, yeah.
Yes.
And the other lines are kind of...
Yeah, it's some
sidelines, yeah.
Yes. So I agree with that, but many people also think this is just fine for black.
I mean, I also agreed always that c5 should be the better move, or the most precise move. And then again, in my last 5 games, I played d5, so...
There's also one more reason, which doesn't apply to my repertoire. But after d5,
after
knight
f3, you have b6.
You can play this line.
That's actually maybe important for some people. Kari can actually play b6, right?
I don't know. I think he did.
He did play. Didn't he have a very bad position against Mamajarov in some...
I don't know. Were we supposed to look at kayaking games? Working for the World Championship match? I don't think that was part of the job description.
Probably not, yeah. Then again, if you want to play b6, yeah, why don't you start with it? It's another messy subject. So rook e8 here.
He has many plans here, but rook e8 I think is the main move. Keeping this square for the...
The main idea, I guess, is you wait for f3 and then you attack with c5 in the center.
Pretty much, yeah. Normally black has to decide if he wants to play with c6 or with b6, but the main line is normally something like c6. Let's say. I don't know what the main line is.
I am also not quite sure.
Because normally they make all kinds of random waiting moves, and then after...
Yeah, but also white is making waiting moves, right? Like this bishop d2 that he played in the game.
Yeah, this is already a bit of a...
Slightly...
finesse. Because sometimes after castles...
Black plays it anyway.
Don't quote me on move orders. Let's say bishop d6, bishop d2, you have to think about this idea.
Yes.
There were some games with stuff like that.
Yeah, it could be possible sometimes.
And if you go f3, then normally c5 is supposed to be alright.
Yes. So bishop d2 is kind of... You can even wait a bit more with rook c1 next. And
yeah, he's waiting to see how black wants to play.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's a complex position.
It's a board full of pieces. I think it's a decent approach for Magnus. He does not go for anything too crazy, steaming. But he says, you know what, I just want a game with a board full of pieces where I'm not worse.
But it's definitely... yeah, definitely a way to play, like quite ambitious, you have to say. Like keeping all the pieces and very complex.
I could agree more, but I could also agree less. So
Yes.
yeah, I think it's a decent choice for him. Even though, yeah, during the match, as we mentioned, everybody thought Kayakin would play the Nimzo, and Magnus, yeah, did not enter this once.
Yes.
So maybe it feels like now's the time to find out. In Nakamura, Wesley, so we have a solid line, I believe. It's not an exaggeration. The classical Queen's Gambit. Nakamura does not play the nowadays main move bishop f4, but he goes for the old main line bishop g5.
Yes.
And this has fallen a bit out of favor, mainly because this, what's called the Lasker?
Lasker variation, yeah. Also knight bd7 nowadays is considered very solid. This is
Almost supposed to be fine. b6 has never been refuted,
Yeah.
knight bd7. But this is the most forcing what pieces leave the board.
Yeah. I had this with white against Nakamura just half a year ago.
What do you
got
do?
nothing. I went rook c1 and I went bishop e2 after c6. So
Yeah, there's different schools of thought on bishop d3 or bishop e2 here.
The most recent game I saw in this position actually featured the move g4.
Yes, this is a plan. I think the Armenians, I'm not sure if Aronian or Pashikian or Sargsyan, but they came up with this, no? G4, H4, Rook G1.
Yeah, and then g5, yeah. It was actually the decisive game of the European individual. I think Matlakov beat Howell after Howell having won 6 games in a row.
Ah, he went for this G4.
He went G4, H4 and won.
Oh, yeah.
So, it still exists most likely, yeah?
I used to analyze that when I was dreaming of becoming a very boring Queen's Gambit player, but then I changed my mind.
Yes.
And I stopped analyzing this, but I thought black was okay. Anyway.
But it's more interesting probably. I mean, arguably more interesting to play g4.
Very arguable, because I find this position fascinating. To take with the bishop or the rook. Does black want to play for b6, c5 or for knight b7, e5? Do you make a draw or do you pretend a little with white?
And why do you take with the rook? Yeah,
there was some point to this.
Used to be the main line, right?
Well, we can see in the game after knight d7, the logical move, if you castle, probably e5 would be fine. But Hikaru's idea is to play bishop c2 here.
Yes.
Going for checkmate.
But also to have rook e4, I guess.
Also.
Possibly.
But mainly going for checkmate.
Mainly going for checkmate. After e5 you play queen d3, yeah?
I don't know. f5? I'm not sure. How happy am I supposed to be here?
Because this weakness is not so big, right? Not even a weakness, maybe.
Looks playable for black, no?
Looks like, normally if you can get bishop e6, it doesn't matter so much if you have a pawn on f5, right? So what's the idea then after e5?
I would still guess it's queen d3.
But I thought also, this rook e4 you can maybe try to make use of at some point.
Well, how do you do it?
Because it's hanging with check, yeah? And it's a bit much to try to take with the g-pawn and play for attack, rook e4.
That is madness.
It's madness, yeah. No, I thought
Just
so.
in my world.
Just wanted to make sure. Rook g1, but it's, yeah. At least you should have provoked something before, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not saying I would not be very scared, but I don't believe
You would be scared, but it would also not be for good reason, I guess.
No, that's true.
Queen takes b2.
I think after being very scared, I would
take the pawn and win
Still
the game.
take the pawn.
And win the game.
I'm not sure about that. So we'll see. Bishop c2. Well, the one plus that black has by taking with the rook here, which also applies to castles, is that you more or less stop this other developing plan that black often uses after bishop takes c4.
Yes.
So black is committed to making e5.
Which is the most solid. b6, e5 is slightly more solid than e5, which is also very solid.
It's 50 shades of solid in this position. But the good news for Hikaru is he got his idea in first, and Wesley has to think.
No. But it's not his idea, I guess. I saw this bishop c2 before.
Yeah, I've also seen it before.
But we don't quite remember why anyone played it.
I could probably check.
Uh-huh.
Or could I? Let's click on this database thing on the page. Yeah, some games like Marcelo Panuelo Munoz played it, for example, against Eduardo Ibanez Taradas.
Stolberg played it.
Halke has also played it.
Our Swedish musketeer.
Stolberg played it in 1952.
Yes.
And Larry Christiansen played it in 1995. So it's not exactly a novelty.
Some good players, yeah. Yusupov and Pilnik with black.
But it hasn't been around much since the early 50s.
Since the early 50s. Stolberg, though, was a great expert in the Queen's Gambit decline. Have you heard about his exchange maneuver?
No.
It's very nice.
I'm sure.
Should we discuss his exchange maneuver?
Please show me Stolberg's exchange maneuver.
Yes, how do you do? Let's say.
No.
But okay, put bishop g5. It's in the Karlsbad structure actually.
Okay.
Bishop g5. Let's say you take d5, ed, e3, c6, bishop d3, knight bd7, queen c2, rook e8, castle, knight f8. Some move and g6. And
this is the Stolberg maneuver?
Yes, the knight to g7 and bishop f5.
I've won many games against fools going for this. Boom!
Going for g4, yeah. It doesn't quite work, maybe.
No, it's not. But
it's he was the first to play this maneuver with the knight to g7. I think it's called Stolberg's exchange maneuver.
Shout out to Gideon
Stolberg. Yeah.
Let's see how his game went. After bishop c2, rook d8 was played, queen d3, and knight to f8. This is the game. Stolberg against
Pilnik. Yeah.
Pilnik, the Argentinian.
Yeah, also. Probably in Argentina they played.
But maybe in the old days they were less concerned with breaking in the
yes,
center.
they were.
Nowadays,
That's the problem. Nowadays you will not voluntarily give up those
that.
ideas.
No.
Yeah, he had some. Okay, so...
So e5 we have not yet refuted. There's also the move c5.
Yeah, but then after queen d3, what do you play?
Then f5.
Now I was thinking maybe I move like queen a3 or...
Move pinning, but I can go back to b6.
Yeah, but you can also go 2 squares, which frightens me more, I think.
can also win your material.
You can win my rook, which...
That's even nicer.
Yeah, it's not great for white. So it's a bit... But generally f5 without e5 is a bit strange, I thought.
Yeah, but bishop c2, queen d3 is also a bit strange. But I agree. Maybe here we just castle and then f5. Even though still b5.
Yeah, but maybe I take on c5, play queen c3 before.
When?
Here, let's say.
All right.
Because I have now the e5 square. I'm not sure, but...
I don't know.
Looks like it could be playable for white, I thought.
And yes, c5 played by West.
c5 played. Why is he not going for e5?
We will probably never know.
We will never know. Such a pity. But now, okay, queen d3 looks
normal.
But you think
you
it's
can
f5?
also go g6, but
G6
I like it less than f5. Feels very weakening.
But c5 is strange, I thought.
I don't know. You mean f5?
No, c5, I mean.
I like it.
You like it? If it works, it works. But
Yeah.
most likely f5. Yeah?
Feels normal. Knight f6, rook c5 doesn't seem to give anything. Black.
f5?
Yeah.
I think you should probably take, right?
I'm not sure.
Knight, I mean, it's sharp. Queen c3, let's say b6. I want to play b4, not to allow bishop a6. But here, I mean, even knight e4 maybe to sacrifice. Could be.
Yeah.
Let's say you take twice, bishop a6, something like this.
But here, the dynamic attacking player I am, I will consider this and then not play it because of
bishop, yeah, or even bishop b7. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
It looks like nonsense. But here, maybe. Actually, bishop b7 is also a move.
This looks very dangerous for white.
It doesn't look very nice, yeah, at all.
What have we done to poor Hikaru's position?
Maybe it's possible.
And Hikaru, is he thinking after c5?
He's thinking.
He's probably trying to recall what his point was. Or maybe he only has points against e5.
Maybe.
We'll find out, but Wesley once again is wearing his green checkered jacket, which I've never seen him lose a game in that jacket.
Have you seen him lose games in many other jackets?
No, I don't know which jacket he wore the day he lost the game against Nordjaro.
The game he lost, yeah, this year. Okay, so let's see now.
I'm sure we're missing one game, and normally it's the Queen's Gambit accepted by Fabi.
Yes, easy to miss.
Fabi, we need you back on Team Benoni or Team Grunfeld at least, or Team Slav. I would even take Team Slav.
Yes.
I understand that you are trying to put some respect on your name by bringing some openings back that have been almost forgotten, like the Queen's Gambit accepted, like the Petrov. But you're not doing yourself any favors by defending a slightly worse position every day with no hopes for a full point. You're a good tactician, Fabi. You're still a young man. You're almost as young as Nils Grandelius here.
Exactly.
24 years old. You can still calculate. Play something sharper. Come on. Because this every day, people will play d takes c5 or b3, and you will have to defend a slightly worse position.
That's right.
Today, dc5 makes another appearance. I can't remember anything. Is this the same that Wesley did?
Yes, king e7 and now knight bd2 he played.
Wesley played knight e5, no?
Or he played knight e5.
I think Wesley went for this line.
This line it was.
And also got a little something.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Here knight b3.
But Anish, who I think is the most prepared player in the business, goes his own way here, plays b3. And in case you have your draw queen's exchange jokes ready already, this is arguably the most principled way to fight for an advantage nowadays against the queen's gambit decoy. Except they're not doing this because they're big chickens trying to get rid of the queens.
No, they are fighting for the advantage, definitely.
b3, I always thought this b3 setup looked like so little, but if you analyze it a little with black, it's still slightly unpleasant. The bishop goes here, this knight wants to go here, this wants to go here. If you go b5, there's always a4.
Yeah.
It's, of course, black should equalize.
But
with
would you say
precise
95
play.
is more ambitious than b3? B3 is
95 is the main line, but yeah, this b3 setup, I can't remember stuff, but I do think at some point with white I looked at something like this and I thought it was interesting, which I could probably transpose, but I can't remember subtleties. The bishop e2 we discussed the other day. It looks like a strange move, but the bishop does nothing on c4. Well, on e2 it vacates the c4 square for the knights. It could go to this diagonal, and after knight e5, knight d3, it's not clumsily standing here.
Yes.
It also makes it hard for black to ever win a tempo by going b5. So it's a useful move.
It's a good move, yeah.
And here after b3, yeah, I'm not quite sure. It's always awkward for black how to mate this knight e5, knight d3. Bishop d6, knight can come to c4.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. He decides to go for b6 setup today.
Yeah, not giving this weakness with b5 when you run into a4.
Yes.
He's played b6 directly, or how did he do it?
I think he played b6.
b6, knight bd2, knight bd7, and now that knight e5, knight d3 is no longer possible, Anish goes for this route.
Yes.
Would you say route or route?
Route, I think, but I'm not sure. I really.
No, they're both legal.
They are both.
But yeah, it's
I would probably say route.
because there's a song, Route 66. It's the same with router or router. I'm always very confused.
Yeah, I'm probably saying router, which doesn't make too much sense then, I guess.
No, but
I'm quite inconsistent.
I don't think so. But do you have a router?
Yes, I do. I have Wi-Fi.
So you can, in theory, watch like programs on your computer.
I can, yes. Otherwise, maybe I would even have a TV. It's not impossible.
So you're part of the cord cutter generation. You are exposed to modern media. You just choose not to watch it on the television.
Exactly.
On the small screen.
It's a very, very small statement, let's say.
What are you stating for already?
No, I mean just that I'm watching slightly less probably than someone who has a TV.
Okay, gotcha.
But this b6 a5 doesn't it look much more stable?
He's done this before. He's gone for this setup in a game against Hikaru Nakamura, this b6 and a5.
It looks very stable, right?
It seemed quite stable at the time, yeah. I'm curious to see what Anish has in mind. Bishop b2. I'm guessing one point of a5 is that knight d3 you can meet with the immediate bishop a6.
Yes, yeah. Seems to make sense.
Seems to work.
Seems to win.
So bishop b2, rook d8.
Bishop a6 you take, right? And play knight d3, I guess.
a6, I guess I take. Once again, I'm not sure if we're really winning, but you always have a little something to work with.
The kind of thing that, okay, with white you think you have nothing, but with black it's quite unpleasant, right?
Right. But I feel that way about every opening.
Every opening.
Yes.
Okay, maybe you should play different openings.
No.
I mean, no, you're happy with it.
No.
You're not happy.
There's a bit of a route discussion. Karl Nering is saying roto-router or roto-router. No tongue twisters.
Yeah, not
please.
clear.
Mm-hmm.
Some... Yeah. He avoided this, right?
I don't know. Now I'm
thinking more
about tongue twisters. The flesh of freshly fried flying fish.
I will not even try.
The flesh of freshly fried flying fish. Oof, it's
impressive. But should we actually have a look what happened in the game?
No, I'm just gonna keep saying the flesh of freshly fried flying fish.
It's impressive. But I'm sure people recorded already the first time.
I don't know.
I mean, because
What happened?
they played other moves.
Okay, fair enough. Rook c1 looks natural.
So it's a battle of tempos.
It's a game of chicken. They're both waiting for knight d3, bishop a6.
Exactly.
And you know that Anish is almost unbeatable in a game of chicken.
Yes, that's true. So knight c4. Finally, he lost the game of chickens. Yeah.
No, knight c4. I'm not sure it qualifies. But yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. Exactly.
Fabi tried to make useful moves. King f8 might look strange to withdraw the king from the center. But black has the same thing that we talked about earlier with white, where bishop e2 was a good move.
Yes.
Bishop on c5 is a bit of a target.
But if you move it back to e7, b6 might get vulnerable, right?
It's a no-win situation.
No one can win this. Yeah?
Well, maybe white.
But also maybe some tricks. He took immediate.
Okay, so knight c4, and it's black to move. Fabi contemplating putting his bishop on a6.
Could there be some tricks maybe also?
What tricks?
No, I mean with king on e7 there are some knight to c6, some jumps, not clear exactly how.
But the king is gone.
The king is now gone, yeah, so it's very...
So I was thinking here, this looks logical, and here, and then you need some smart move maybe.
Can I play bishop? Well, rook bishop f3 is...
What's next?
Now I play bishop d4. Hoping not to lose any material.
Can I take?
B takes?
Also hoping not
knight
to lose
c5,
any material.
knight e5. I thought I
and
some kind of
created some weakness.
No, I'm not. My point is rather that b6 should be more weak than c4.
Maybe.
But it's a very debatable point, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on what happens next year. Knight e4 maybe.
Knight e4, for example, I can take possibly, and take on b6. Not.
That seems legit.
I mean, at least I will push.
Prove your point that b6 is weaker.
Yeah, at least I proved my point. Yeah.
No, I just missed that.
Yeah, no, but already here then it's quite unpleasant, most likely. Yeah. I can just play rook b1 then next.
Yeah, c6 weakness is that.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't take on c4. But then what should I do? Panic. Go knight d5.
Yeah, but knight d5 maybe some tactical. Now I mean probably someone needs to calculate bishop takes and knight takes b6, right?
Oof.
Because it's hanging.
But I was hoping c8. Something would be hanging here.
Yeah, but we have to.
Way too complicated.
No, but take on c1, right?
What is this?
Bishop takes.
Take
on d8. I mean, I was hoping that this would be kind of playable for white, but maybe not.
I think
rook
it's
f d1.
Not. Bishops.
You have the bishops. I need to have immediately.
You need
some
to win one of the bishops.
Yeah. No, or one of the pawns. Like, could I play rook c5, for example? But I cannot. So, yeah, it doesn't work.
I don't know. Anish has played knight c2, opting for the d4 square.
But it's kind of not. It's not quite a maximalistic approach, right?
No. Yeah, looks like draw is a favorite here. Fabi is going to have to make some precise moves.
But then again, knight c2 is nice in the way that, I mean, you're not creating any threats, so black doesn't know what to defend against. Whereas knight d3 is more direct.
That is true. But it's also a dumb square.
Yeah, it's also a dumb square, so I mean, that's the disadvantage of playing a bad move. That it sucks.
H3 you can also do not.
Yeah. No, but okay, yeah, there is some kind of...
No.
But I mean, we have to try to find some explanation for knight c2. So let's have a look at Levon.
Let's do a quick tour now after our opening round of discussions. Let's do a quick tour. Levon, yes. He got the square, which you were angling for, but the d6 knight defends it.
Queen b3, yeah.
Levon's playing very quickly, maybe. Either still in book or pretending to still be in book. Sometimes he blitzes out all the moves pretending everything is preparation.
Which, yeah, is a bit risky.
It can be risky, but it can also put a lot of pressure on you.
Yes, absolutely.
Bishop f4. I guess here he's happy, yeah? And then he's saying The bishop
saying
is
that the bishop is bad. Well, you're also probably saying that you will enter on c7. I don't know if you want to do...
Bad.
Can you do it immediately even, maybe?
Also.
The rook is quite strong on c7. Rook c7, rook d8, knight d3, and how do you free yourself?
I don't know. I don't like it. My pieces are all dumb.
Yes.
Dumb. So probably black should not take on b5.
Yeah, but you have to address the threat.
Yes. Can I go here?
But let's see. Because knight a7 is a move also that.
Oof.
Because you don't have rook c7, so you have to allow.
Oof.
But I'd be happy to give one of the bishops to get stability, right? Like let's say here rook e8, knight c. I'm not sure on knight a7, but if I play it, queen e8. Let's say you take, probably you shouldn't, but let's say you do. This should be quite okay, I guess.
I would guess so. Yeah.
I mean,
Even though.
because the knight. Yeah. Okay, it depends also on concrete factors, but the knight on c4 looks quite good here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, white should probably try to get more than just the bishop.
What should black do? There's also bishop takes b5.
Yeah.
Guessing ab.
Then, if
Make a case.
if the knight ends up on c6, you can resign, but it's quite far. Eh?
Yeah, still always looming. We'll go to d3. e4 is on the agenda.
Yeah, and maybe you can try to push b4 also. I mean, if you have your knight on d3 ready to jump.
Say here.
Yeah.
e4 is because even if the bishop lands on c6, it's not played.
Even the bishop is quite strong on c6, right? And also, what moves? He took.
We should play bishop b5. ab blitzed out. Rook c4 could also be moved, maybe.
Yeah, but I might. No, take on d6 is too little, I guess.
I would think so. You have to recapture. Takes.
Yeah. It's not enough. Actually, it's maybe not.
Feels like it. Like.
Yeah. Okay, so rook c4. Knight.
Not sure it has any threat. Knight d3 if I really want to take here. But maybe I do.
Maybe you do, yeah. Okay, but if I take on c4, probably you anyway have to take with the knight, right?
Yes. DC is just too ugly. Knight d3. But it feels good to exchange one rook.
You want to play some queen a8 or something here, right? Or
Normally I want to play for cheapos, like bishop f6,
And
e3, g5. This is more
that's not your style.
my style.
Yeah, but bishop f6 then is quite unpleasant.
That's also my style.
That's also your style.
Unpleasant cheapos.
Unpleasant. Queen c3?
More cheapos.
More cheapos. Now it's kind of getting really cheap, yeah? b3?
Take.
Now I have to take back, I guess, with the queen.
Yeah, I ran out of cheapos. Still slightly worse.
Yeah, or now maybe a bit more.
Maybe seriously worse. But no.
Because now the rook will be...
I'll try the same cheapo again.
Bishop c7
It doesn't work.
Now should win.
Yeah, that's bad news. So, how did I mess this one up? Maybe not.
Normally going for cheapos is a good way to mess up a slightly...
slightly worse position.
Yeah, strategically worse. You have to address it.
Okay, so how do we address it?
Not postpone it. But okay, if you take with the pawn, it should be really bad, right? It should just it should be dropping off queen a4. Yeah.
Or even if there's nothing direct, like, it's just bad, no?
But bishop d6 instead. Let's see in our line. Takes on c4. Knight takes. Queen. No, knight d3 we played.
No cheapos.
What about bishop d6 trying to get rid of?
And should e4 worry us at any point?
Probably, yeah. But now I will take on f4 and have knight d2. Then I should be moderately happy at least.
Yeah, this looks fine.
Looks equal, yeah? Yeah, I mean bishop c1 is too much, I guess. Just
Oof.
principally. Then again, not clear because knight on c4 is stuck.
Still. So slow. What do you want? Like queen c2, b3?
Yeah, queen c3, b3. Because anyway, I want to have b4 later, and.
Yeah.
He played knight f5.
Knight f5 played.
Coming from a slightly different.
But same cheapo. I'll take
Same
credit for the cheapo.
Yeah, same cheapo. That's right.
You know, yeah.
So how do we defend that? Because the knight really doesn't want to go back to f3, right?
Might have to, but of course that's an accomplishment for black.
Yes.
Because queen d3 I also don't want to play since it's blocking the square.
No. The knight should go to d3. Yeah? And sacrifices are kind of never working, I guess.
I'm not sure what sacrifice.
Yeah, but it's too much. But I mean, to take on d5 at some point.
It's too much.
Yes, I know, but anyway. I mean, just to have a lot of activity.
Even for Levon.
Well, if someone would do it, no, e4 is possible, but I also take on c8 and rook c1 is an option, right?
Mm-hmm.
That, yeah, the counter blows or
Chipos.
counter blow. Yeah, but here it looks okay, yeah. So maybe your e4 first was. I mean, it's not insane to.
No.
Like, let's say you have to play knight g7, then already it's beginning to look quite decent, right?
No, but this is Stolbeck's maneuver.
Yeah, it is. The bishop is already gone.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, still, it's great.
All right. Let's see what Nakamura is up to against Wesley. So,
Cheapo. Do you see the cheapo? Probably doesn't work. After b6, you can take on c5. No, but after b6, probably you play b4, right? It's more serious.
you got it, no?
Huh? But it looks quite good, right?
Are you picking up my rook?
I hope so. Yeah. Queen e4.
That would be bad news. No
Yeah,
trapping this queen.
Yeah, winning.
What else is there? Has Wesley blundered a rook? That's sort of unlikely.
There is bishop a6, but shouldn't be enough, right?
I was wondering about this in our other line where we had the pawn f5. Takes.
Here, probably rook c8 needs to be played.
No, I won't gamble.
Because if you have to get an isolated pawn, you're probably very bad off, right? So rook c8, but
This just looks lost, no?
looks very bad, yeah.
Even.
No, but you have to be able to trade the queens with black to be fine.
Yeah, if you could get rid of the endgames and get rid of the queens and take, you're probably okay.
What do you play after b4, rook d8? Immediately.
What?
B4?
Sorry. Ah, here.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Did not even see. This looks like a better move.
Yes, queen, because knight d3 is coming also. But it's
So
not, yeah?
Here.
Yeah, or to f4. I mean, knight d3 again, I will I will trap you. Or you have
You
rook d5.
keep doing that to me. This time.
This time,
It's different.
yeah, not enough.
Yeah, this is fine.
Better for black.
So here I would guess, but now you no longer have queen e4, so maybe I can just go back.
Yeah.
It looks quite solid.
Looks solid, yeah. You cannot even castle.
Ah, so rook d8 is the point.
Rook d8.
Then maybe the question is, can white do better? Castles, bishop a6 is probably bad news.
Looks very bad.
cheapos.
What's the cheapo?
This is the cheapo.
Ah, this is nice. But bishop b7, I guess.
Yeah, that's the problem with cheapos. Normally there's an antidote.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not such a tough move.
But okay, now b4.
It's still rook d8, no?
Queen c3. Knight e7, rook c7 is not quite the same. Might still be okay, but... Queen d3.
Oh!
Cheapos.
Oh.
But I'm not sure.
I like it.
At all. You can take on b4 with check and then take my rook, maybe. It's a bit...
It's the problem with cheapos.
Yeah, it's the problem with cheapos. Ladies and gentlemen, never go for cheapos.
Unless they work, but then we don't call them cheapos anymore.
Well, then it's nice tactics.
Yeah, it's cunning tactics.
Yeah, it looks
but
like...
black is threatening knight takes e5 or something we're threatening, right?
Doesn't seem to work at all for white, right? But if it doesn't work, then... I mean, if you can't castle...
How do you equalize?
Yeah, that's my question. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's odd, isn't it? Like, if there's nothing direct.
Well, b4 should equalize, right? Rook d8, queen c3, you have to go back.
Okay, but I still want to go here.
Yeah.
You can go knight d4 maybe.
No, but even then, knight d5. Rook c7. c7.
Yeah.
Queen g5. Maybe you can castle now. Bishop. Yeah, no squares. Why is white not clearly better?
He is.
He is, yeah?
Well, we've done something wrong to his...
Knight d4, you have
Lovely
more solid
position.
moves. Bishop b7, most likely, yeah.
Say castles. Oh, maybe this.
Now you have queen g5.
Or rook c8 if we want to play it safe.
Knight c6 is a move for white, but... Yeah, but this it looks okay for both.
This looks, yeah.
Take on b4 or rook d1.
Take maybe.
Rook d1. Ah, knight
Tactics.
Take this. Excellent tactics. Let's see.
High level stuff. Let us go to the...
Looks like Wesley tricked Naka, yeah?
Feels like Wesley should be fine, yeah.
Yes.
Or Naka played a one-trick pony variation and c5 is the correct answer.
Yes.
That Wesley, after some thought or after some remembering, came up with.
Yes.
Maybe it's not a surprise no one's followed Stolberg.
No, maybe not. He wasn't ahead of his time. It was actually...
He was a little behind his time.
Yeah, probably. During his time.
Maybe it was during his time. No disrespect to the legend of Swedish chess. Let's go to the MC2 cam. There we see Magnus and all his hair carefully writing down his last move. Queen to f3.
Going for the attack.
Does he want to go here?
Yes.
So how did we get here? Bishop d2, Kayakin played the most solid. Bishop back to f8.
Yes.
I once lost this position to our mutual friend, Laurent Fressinet.
With a5.
Yes.
No, you were white or black?
I was white.
Ah.
It was very traumatic. But bishop f8 was played.
Yes.
Castles b6.
But it's the main line nowadays, I guess.
All of this feels like it's been seen before.
Yes.
There's a bit of a discussion in the chat. What's the difference between cheapo and nice tactic? Cheapo normally involves an element that your tactic doesn't really work and your opponent has to cooperate, while nice tactics normally work.
Yes.
So queen f3 on the board. Some cheapos here.
Knight e5. Not here, maybe. How was it?
Because if
I
you go
take
knight
a
d5 and knight d4 at the very least looks fine.
Yeah, or even knight e5, I think. I think this is some line.
Why can't I go?
Maybe knight f6. Queen takes b7.
Okay.
You're not impressed, or?
No, I am. Genuinely asking.
Because I seem to remember this knight e5 d-takes and knight take with the queen on d5. You have to take bishop, and now a2 and e5 is hanging, so it will just be equal.
So it peters out?
Yes, I think so.
Uh-huh.
I think knight c6 is a move here.
Looks like the first move you would think about at least.
Yeah.
dc5.
No, but I think it was played. Yeah, knight e5 is supposed to be the point.
Let me check La Base de Datos if this has been seen before.
Some game of Musachuk maybe, if I recall correctly.
Which Musachuk, Anna or Maria?
Yeah, I don't know. And which color I also don't remember.
Let's find out. Queen f3. I've never seen this.
I'm pretty sure I
My whole life.
remember this tactic with knight c6, but let's suppose. Who is it's Alexandrov is the guy who plays it with white all the time. Yeah.
There's some game Jobava Sege Kayakin that reached the position after rook c1 c5.
But knight f4, bishop b7, queen f3. I'm pretty sure it was played, right?
I don't know. The base might not have all the games I've played, but it doesn't have them.
Doesn't have it, yeah.
Nope.
Knight c6.
No, but this is earlier. After c5, knight f4, bishop b7, 2 games. Oh, queen f3, 3 games. You were right. Oops, now I confused. I clicked on something.
Queen f3.
3 games.
Because really, if you cannot take on d5, then what?
Yeah, Jubava went for this classical plan with f3.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't get anything. So queen f3, knight to c6.
Yes.
And then what happens is the question of the day.
I think it's just supposed to be equalizing quite.
So you believe Magnus is relying on Kayakin not remembering this, or they're both out of book? Because Magnus has taken some time. He hasn't blitzed out.
I think he might be just out of book. Because the thing is that you have so many setups for black when you play this that it's impossible to be prepared against everything.
Yeah, so well, this line seems to be important. The one you mentioned, takes.
I think
not
it's
knight d4 because of knight f6, but knight e5.
I think it's supposed to be the point, yeah.
Now the point is knight f6 doesn't work because of gf.
Yes.
Queen b7, knight d3.
Right.
So here, and queen d5.
And here, okay, you can protect e5 maybe. To play f4, bishop takes a2, but
Double-edged, no?
looks a bit double-edged and doesn't look better for white at least.
No, I'd be happy with black.
Probably, yeah. Then again, the alternative is just an immediate draw, I guess. I mean, to give e5. So we will see. What can you do something else instead of taking on d5 is another question.
Yeah, but what? d4 is under attack?
Yeah,
dc5, knight e5 doesn't seem to work.
What do you play after queen h3? The idea is to take on d5 with c knight.
Let's try this.
This g6.
This could at least be messy.
Could be messy, yeah. Take on f6. Queen d7.
Oh, even queen d7.
Another tactic. Rook e7, knight d5 is the point.
Ooh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's quite
Would
nice.
work against me.
But after queen d7, it's not clear what, because
That's very awkward, yeah. Queen e7.
I cannot. Even so, maybe I.
You still want this?
No, I think it's too much. But I might take on d7 simply. All right.
Yeah.
And some bishop e4 or knight d5. This looks like
Still
it could
putting
be.
some pressure.
Yeah, it could even be just better for white, right? Rook c8, just take on d4.
Tricks.
I mean, even if you win back, I will be kind of active. Yeah?
No, that's true.
So queen h3, but queen h3, I would think of g6.
G6 immediately, just stop all the nonsense.
But maybe you can just play now. I don't know. take on c5, rook ft1 or something. It doesn't look
It's
impressive.
very risky.
Doesn't look
Even
impressive.
D4,
But I mean, if you want to keep the game going.
yeah. That still feels.
Sometimes
like
you can also
black keeps the game going.
Sometimes you can give the pawn on d4, but I never quite understood why. Like after g6, just play rook ft1 to get. Hard to believe, but sometimes it's possible. And if you take twice, I play something like bishop e3.
Really?
You move the knight, I play bishop b5. I have some. I mean, it probably shouldn't work, but.
It's hard to believe at least that white can be better in, maybe.
No, not better, but okay, let's say equal position, but possibly not worse. But here not clear why I'm not worse. Yeah?
The question is though, will Kayakin play this knight to c6? He's deeply in thought.
Yeah, but it's kind of the most principled move, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's calculating.
Yes. But then what can you miss? What can scare you after knight c6?
Well, you could miss this knight e5, or you could
you
evaluate this endgame differently. I don't know.
Maybe he's scared in the... But likely to this knight takes d4, knight f6, you see, and maybe you get a bit scared.
Right. Does he look scared?
He looks like he always does, yeah. Concentrated, focused.
I don't know, yeah, he's hard to read.
Quite hard to read. But normally his position is also the same, so...
Yeah. Svidler kept telling us that there's lots of billboards with Kayakin's face all over them in Russia now. So he's a serious celebrity, you can see.
Ah, yeah, that's
the number
right.
of sponsors on his jacket now matches Magnus's.
Yes. It's good. Good for chess, I guess.
Good for him, for sure.
Good for him as well.
Position should be fine for him, but he does not look excited.
No, but... You know, quite rare that you're excited with black after 12 moves.
I don't know.
I mean... What else can you do? Sometimes I've seen people play this very strange a6, rook a7 in such positions.
Really?
Just to protect the bishop.
Who are these people?
Well, the game I'm thinking of is probably in Navarra in Kiev from last year's European. It was a very good game for black. He completely crushed Navarra. And there he definitely played a6, rook a7, but...
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it was not in this precise position.
But at the risk of sounding very dumb, can I go for this?
Yeah, no, that's the problem. I think in that game, white had already taken on c5. So that the bishop on d2 was hanging.
Ah, yeah, then, yeah, I could...
Like, let's say...
Picture it a bit more.
But yeah, because a6 here, bishop d c4 seems like...
Even if I went here, let's say... But okay, queen a3 is really not such a big threat.
Yeah, but...
g6 does not kill black.
The black position has a great degree of solidity. Yeah? I mean, I think the point is that you go bishop a8 and rook d7 and kind of strengthen your center in such way.
I don't like it. a6, rook a7, rook d7.
It's
too slow.
It's after taking on c5, let's say.
Fair.
Then it makes a lot of sense, because with rook on d7 you can push d4 and you have some... Here, yeah, you're probably right.
But Kayakin, yeah. He will play knight c6.
I think he will play knight c6, and then it will be interesting to see Magnus' reaction.
Right.
Because if he doesn't take on d5, it's really quite risky positionally.
Let's go to
Yes.
the MVL versus Vladimir Kramnik game, which at least it's optically stunning. Stunning is maybe a bit much. So they both blitzed out the first 20 moves of their homework. And here, rook e2, as you mentioned, was
Yes.
played.
No, actually a5 followed by rook e2 was mentioned. We wanted to avoid a5.
A5, knight d2. Check. Winning the pawn back, but he doesn't want it.
Yeah.
He chooses activity over material gains. Have you ever done that?
Yes, that's what I usually do.
Oh, really?
It's in my style, yeah, very much. So you want to play rook d3, bishop d4?
I don't know. He played bishop b2, and I was wondering what happens after the check. Bishop c3 looks forced, because this is not ideal.
Yes, it looks very bad. Bishop c3.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d4, rook c1, yeah. Now knight d1, or... I mean, you have many options here with black.
I have never in my life chosen activity over material gains. So my first thought would be to try to equalize here. But it feels like selling yourself a bit too.
Probably you should hold here with black, yeah, but you're definitely the one.
You're not better, at least.
You're not. You cannot be here. So, what was this? Bishop d4.
c1.
Yeah. And knight d1 is a move, but it's not clear if it's.
Knight g4 is also a move. There's no reason to exchange everything here, actually.
I mean, knight d4. You cannot play king c4, and you also cannot play king c2. Yeah. So so what do you play?
If you move, then I'll take everything. So you probably have to make some clumsy move. Or knight f3.
White is just fighting for a draw.
White is fighting for a draw, it seems like.
Very good preparation from black, I guess, and also.
So let's look at knight d1. We have to take. That'd be very unpleasant.
No, knight b1 is a move also. The problem now is king c4 is a threat, I guess. Takes. And again, king c4.
Of course, once again, black can take his pawn back with probably equality, but not more.
Yeah. Will be a draw.
And if we...
Can you play something like bishop e5?
Yeah.
Rook a8 maybe?
White still has to be careful.
It looks quite dangerous.
Very much so.
The bishop is a monster.
Yep. Maxime tested Big Vladdy in the opening. Won't be happy with
No, he's suffering.
the test results.
Yeah, I mean, looks like he's clearly suffering with black.
White.
No, with white, sorry.
Yeah.
With black you will enjoy.
Very much so. And Kramnik, he's not allergic to slightly better endgames where he can put some pressure.
No, and not with black either. Like, no one is allergic with white, but some are with black.
Not him.
Not him. Here, meanwhile, it looks like knight f5 was maybe a good move, right?
To my Patsurmai, it looks like black is perfectly comfortable here.
Yes.
If we can stop this, there's nothing to hope for.
Yes. So let's go back a few moves, maybe.
c7, intending queen c8. I quite like it. We've seen this, and yeah, we said we really would like not to play knight f3.
But we were not sure what. We were discussing bishop takes d5, and then we kind of said
Yeah.
So, the other option was, I guess, to take on c8 and play rook c1, but not clear also. Not clear even if you can take on d4.
Probably not, but
Why not?
be nice to do one, bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Yeah. Rook d8. Knight d3.
Still not clear at all, yeah? Queen b7.
Yeah, it might be just better for black.
Which is good. Uh-huh.
So what did he just went for a more solid?
Yeah, also with the tournament situation, of course, Levon in the lead, half a point ahead of Hikaru Nakamura. He probably does not feel the need to go too crazy, but looks like Vichy Anand playing it safe here. In good shape.
Very solid.
And the thing is, black can sometimes be better here if he solves all his problems.
You mean because b5 is weak?
Bishop is passive, b5 weak. If I get the c file, that could be better, no?
Could be, but do you get the c file?
Maybe not.
Bishop f1.
Back here?
Also that, but also bishop f1 looks safe. Queen d1. Maybe you should play queen b8 instead.
Yeah.
Rook fc8.
Sorry. It's the excitement. Sometimes yawning is a way to express excitement.
Yes, definitely. Not from this game, probably.
No, not today, but sometimes.
Sometimes. Rook c6? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh. Yeah. I don't like this.
I really don't think that white is in a lot of risk at the moment.
That is fair enough.
Even he's contemplating rook c6 already here, right? But then you have to be very careful if white black takes. But what else?
I don't know, man. Let's see. 4 feels wrong.
Let's see. Yeah, but takes also feels wrong, yeah?
Yes.
Knight b8, knight e5. Or rook c1 first, let's say. f6 now, yeah?
But you don't even threaten stuff, no?
Soon our sacrifice on d5 will make sense again.
Yes. It's coming.
And after knight c4, I guess Aronia wouldn't hesitate to just chop it off, yeah?
Oh, unless e4 wins.
Unless e4 is even stronger, then knight d2 again is a move, I guess. But here not as good as before. Queen a2, yeah. It looks risky to take on c6, but what else then? If you cannot take, then rook c6 should be a good move, right?
Okay, let me try this. Then you go bishop f1. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Knight b8, you can take here.
I was hoping so, yeah. Although my rook is trapped. Rook a7 or rook c8? Rook c4?
This could work, yeah, unless there's some miracle rook a6, but it doesn't look so great.
So back one, knight b8? Knight b8 then is the point.
Well, you can take and claim you provoke knight b8, but
you kind of
have the c-file now, that's worth it.
c-file is the most important thing.
Okay, equal.
It's simply equal, yeah? He's looking for last chance to fight for something, but...
This one's also equal. Kudos to Fabi. Another well-defended Queen's Gambit accepted where you will make another draw.
It just started.
No, I'm summing up already.
You're summing up this game.
Yeah, equal. Nicely done, Fabiano.
But that's the problem with this Queen's Gambit accepted. You never quite know when you equalized. Has he equalized?
Yeah, now he has. Even though,
You're always about to equalize, but never clear when you did it.
That's true. I have a feeling he's gonna get there.
Let's say Vichy, when he trades all the rooks on the c-file, we know for sure.
No, he could be better.
He could even be better, yeah, but he has equalized for sure. Here we
Queen's
don't know.
Indian has a higher ceiling. Or the Catalan was not the Queen's Indian.
Yeah. No, this one here... So he put his knight on c2, provoking black to try to trade it off, right? Because it's so strong.
If I went for this knight d5, knight b4 maneuver.
It's just a maneuver.
Probably a good maneuver.
Uh-huh.
Equal. I'm not willing to discuss this any further until Anish.
So you can't even tell me with which piece you will take on b4?
No.
Okay.
But probably pawn.
Probably the pawn, yeah. To put pressure on the a2's pawn.
It's nice checkers construction.
Checkers construction. Bishop f3? Let's now see.
But you're ignoring my wish to not discuss this any further.
Uh-huh. I certainly do, because it's quite sharp, no?
No. It's equal.
It's equal? It's equal and sharp. Rook a7, knight e5.
Okay, I'll go here.
Yes. Can I play now a knight d6?
No.
Okay.
Take it.
Rook takes?
Yeah, it's no longer equal.
No longer equal. I mean, okay, it's not...
If rook c7?
It goes on and on, yeah? Rook c7. Now you want to take. No, you still don't want to take.
I probably want to move my...
I wanted to play now something like knight e4 to put pressure on. If I'm allowed...
putting pressure? Maybe you're putting some pressure.
I was hoping so, but...
Did you think your hopes were justified?
I'm not sure.
Maybe
I will.
not just
I mean,
take.
I will take. Okay, you will probably take with the pawn, right? And push
because
c4.
knight takes this.
Yes. Well, just in
This-
general, also the b4 pawn is.
Sure. This, at least, we have bishops. Might not
Yeah,
be
but
enough to win the
but
game,
c4,
but it's...
yeah. c4 will come.
So what? a3.
Yeah. Even. Yeah, you mean even immediately, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not yet fully equal.
Oh, I still think it's equal.
Yeah, but I
just
think
I bungled it.
Yeah, exactly. Because bishop takes, I mean, rook takes d7 doesn't work, right? It's too much. Everything is hanging later. Knight takes b6, rook d2.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, just take any bishop. Take bishop on e2
How?
with the bishop maybe. Looks like
Yeah, black is active.
like it's better. Yeah. So bishop takes. Other moves are bishop f3 followed by bishop d4. Kind of the main
Bishop f3 is still the main
idea. Yeah?
theme, yeah? All the replies are a bit clumsy.
Yes.
b8, we run into some trouble on e5 maybe. Okay, 7, nah.
Rook
This
c8.
is also a bit clumsy.
Is it? Yeah.
It's the least clumsy of the options, but yeah.
How do you put some? Can you play bishops? When is bishop d4? I mean, putting pressure on. When is it? Just bishop c5 and draw.
Bishop c5 here?
Am I overloading myself? Or
I don't know, I can't count. Takes?
rook takes.
I don't have tripos.
I wanted to take on c1, but
I wanted to Zwischenschach you.
Zwischenschach. Yeah, it's a decent Zwischenschach. Yeah?
Maybe it's a draw, but at least we got a pawn.
Yeah, rook d2, even rook a1 is enough to claim
Claim a pawn.
a pawn. Yeah.
a4.
Maybe a4 also, but rook a1 is good enough, I guess. This is a draw, but here white is better, I guess.
It's a good draw.
It's a good draw.
Speaking of good draws, Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So has... It's just a draw, it's not even a good or bad draw. It's just
No.
equal.
They found some moves and that's it. Not exciting.
This will be over very soon.
Yes.
Wesley keeps being his unbreakable self, but he has not won any games in this tournament yet.
He
You know,
played very solid.
his past super tournaments, he normally managed to pick up a win or two. There.
Yeah, but there is no hammer in this tournament, right?
No, but there's no hammer. And hammer could be anybody. Any slightly lower rated player. I'm done with this hammer bashing. But yeah, there was no low rated players in Sinquefield Cup or in London
there was, yeah,
either,
there were no.
where he went on to win both of them. So Wesley's been on a tear today. This game will end peacefully.
Yes,
Not a
it's
better
really
result.
not exciting.
We got our first draw of the day. I'm feeling good about my 5 draws prediction.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen probably would not enjoy that outcome greatly. And Kayakin still taking his time here to...
But he's making sure and then
Calculate.
making even more sure.
But sometimes you can make too sure and then
Yes,
there's
that's the
something that
problem.
bothers you after 10 moves and then you just blitz out whatever. G6 is the first move that comes to your
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, exactly. That's the big problem. But really, let's see again. Knight c6, what can scare him? Of course, ghosts are very difficult for others to
This is where you
understand.
start.
But is it?
Takes.
Just takes.
Is
Okay,
there
queen
any-
takes. I take on d4, I think.
With the pawn, yeah?
Yes. I think.
I was wondering if we can just pretend to be big structural maestro and play e4. Say, slightly better.
Interesting try. Let's see. I see now that he chickened out.
Something has been played. He's played knight a6. Strange move.
Yes, when we were about to find out what was wrong with knight c6. Pity.
A6 just...
Normally with the pawn on c6, it's great to have the knight on a6, right?
Well, but normally with the pawn on c6, you also can't put your knight on c6.
That's also
there's
true.
a pawn.
And also, if c5 is hanging pawn structure, white's knight is on f3.
Yeah.
So the knight will be eventually appearing on e6.
Yeah, well, it's a bit passive. Like you might...
If you go knight yeah, but it's very passive. This.
Feels a bit slow.
And knight e6 I will take, and I think I will be happy to trade.
Mm-hmm. Not sure what white is supposed to do, but okay, you can do all kinds of things.
I mean, even... yeah, right. I was thinking take a knight a4 maybe. All kind of annoying. Like c4, maybe I even play bishop a5, I don't know. Or I take it. Now I take it, sorry. Because b7 is hanging, but also knight, I mean... Bishop a5 and everything, yeah?
This looks very unpleasant. Very good version of this, whatever we call it, hanging pawn structure.
Yeah.
Because especially the c5 pawn really is hanging.
The thing is, normally the black is very, very sound here because the bishop on d2 is bad. And it's kind of... You have
fantastic, yeah.
Now it's fantastic, but with a knight on c6, let's say...
Exactly.
Coming to e5. Queen on f3. I mean, many things are wrong for white.
Yeah, but here it all makes sense.
Here it all makes sense, that's the thing, yeah?
So probably knight c7 was not the smartest of moves. Knight b4 just feels like an empty move. Bishop anywhere.
I mean, you will have to go to c6, but
exactly.
Could have done it immediately.
So what can you do? You can play the waiting game, play rook c8. You can take here, but I thought this is what white wants in general.
And then really,
structure.
It's really very strange to play knight a6 and then take on d4.
Structure looks symmetrical or asymmetrical, but white just has better pieces. Because
we also shouldn't forget that the white might just take on a6 and d5, right? Like after moving the rook.
You just want to grab.
Not impossible.
True.
I mean, rook fd1, we have to see what his idea is.
Even though I feel like even if you lose this pawn, if you have to give the bishops, you should.
Yeah, but you can do it. Position. You can do it the other way around. Maybe take first on d5 also.
That's a different discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, not too different because of the knight takes. You might have to take anyway on a6, but yeah. Still, not yet a dead draw, I guess.
I think it's. If white is not losing material, it should be a dead draw somehow.
You think after bishop takes a6, it's a dead draw?
Both bishop a6 or knight f4. I'm trying to calculate, of course.
At knight f4, I mean, I can avoid it by I will take on with the queen on b7 also.
Okay, then let's start with this. Say takes.
Say knight takes maybe. No, but it's not. No. Okay, and queen takes just takes, yeah.
Probablement.
But goes on a bit at least, right?
Yeah, it's not game over. But I just have a hard time believing.
No, sure. He's a big favorite to hold here, of course, but
how do we do it? Move by move. Rook e8. Let me try this.
Knight c7. Rook e1.
Still can't take your pawn. Yeah, no, I would like it. Yeah, the game continues.
This is the kind of stuff also that Magnus normally plays quite well, right?
Yeah.
But
do you have anything here? Like
if I don't have anything at all, then doesn't matter so much how well I play. Bishop e3, knight d5, f6 probably.
Yeah, I'm trying to win my pawn back, but I can't yet.
Yeah, but also f6. Yeah.
Maybe I should start with f6. No, knight e6.
Even so, even with opposite colored bishops, it's
very hard to win.
Okay, rook fd1. Of course, you should.
Also,
another option.
Very strong option. Winning exchange.
He played rook fd1. Let's see now.
Yep.
Because rook c8 is.
Yeah.
I mean, knight b5, knight b5 exists, bishop f5 exists.
Maybe rook b8. But I don't like it. Maybe you have to go all passive, like play this. Because after rook c8, I don't think Magnus wants to take on a6. I think he just wants to strengthen his position.
You have the strange move to go back with the knight. Let's say fe2. And bishop, to just put the bishop somewhere, f4, g5, and then go back. Or go to g3. That's also relevant from time to time.
Could make sense sometimes to exchange this guy to pronounce.
But then the next one will appear on c7, e6, right?
Yeah, it's probably a bit slow.
Your knight on f4 is kind of nice.
Yeah.
We will see, but...
We can make all kinds of half-waiting moves that slightly improve the position. a3, h3.
Yeah.
White is slightly better. But
White is definitely better. After knight a6, we can conclude that opening battle was won by white.
Yeah, because really knight c6 was the way to fight for.
Yes, it's the
Immediate
principle.
liquidation, creating more tension here.
Most likely getting it, yeah.
Not too late. So Magnus got what he wanted, board full of pieces, but he should not make the same calculation errors he made against Vladimir Kramnik the other day.
That's true.
CD4 played by Kayaki.
Yes.
Also very much in his style, simplifying the position a little bit, accepting to be slightly worse.
Yes.
But we've seen how good he is in these.
They are both quite happy now, most likely, yeah? E takes D, maybe you can even play knight c7 immediately.
You can. Pace yourself for a long game.
Yes. Very long. Kramnik decided to stick to our idea.
Yeah, they got this position, yeah? Which can only be bad for black. White is fighting for a draw here.
Should achieve it, but it's not that easy, right?
I don't know, feels highly unpleasant to me actually. Not saying it's lost, but it's not
How
fun
do you
to play.
unpin?
That's what I'm saying, king c4, rook a8. We put on the board and we couldn't really see how
So
to
we have
proceed.
to ask the question in a different way. How do you increase the pressure?
Okay, rook d8,
And then
4,
and then
all kinds of useful moves.
c6.
Okay, I'm not sure if c6 does anything, but
Okay, it's nice to
just,
have.
you know, take
I mean,
it.
I'm guessing white will play something like a5 now and then have a think on the next move.
He's just so tied up.
Yeah, but rook ec2 followed by moving the king to a4 or something like that. Yeah? Better. Even moving the king is not that easy. Yeah?
Going here maybe. King a4.
King a4, let's say, then you play bishop d6.
I was hoping.
Rook b, but it's disgusting. Yeah, it's complete rook c4.
All kinds of tricks. Huh?
Maybe lost already. It's unpleasant. He will have to do some unpleasant fighting.
Very dangerous position.
Very dangerous. Yeah.
So, brief tour before we check in with the chat and then go on our very long first break.
Yes.
This is gonna be a draw.
Yes. Not even possible to discuss.
This white is slightly better.
Slightly better.
Black slightly better.
Yes. Equal.
Equal.
With play left.
Some play left. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Close to equal, I would say. Or
Very
you want
close.
to, or you want to go
I want to call it very close to equal.
very close, somewhere between close and very close to equal. Yeah, that's fair.
That's all there is. Let's see what we see. Nate Young is talking about all the Worrell games he won. Congratulations to Nate Young. Rowan the Fox is saying Spassky or Fischer could have theoretically beat Petrosian, Bordvinic and Tal in one tournament. Fair enough. I'm confused.
Yes.
Breaker 90 is asking, anybody here going to the tournament in Las Vegas this weekend? Are you going?
No.
No.
I'm not going.
We're too far away. It's probably more for the United States inhabitants. Have you been to Vegas?
I've never been to the US actually.
Oh, okay.
Not so many chess tournaments.
That's true.
I mainly play in Europe.
I've never been to either Africa or Latin America.
Me neither. I've been to Asia and Europe.
You think that chess could make you travel?
Yes.
No such thing. We will...
To many German suburbs I've been traveling. Bundesliga and...
Also very nice.
Yes, also very nice. Not quite like Vegas, but also not far away.
I didn't like Vegas. I once spent 4 weeks there. I didn't like it. After 3 days.
I think you should spend 4 days.
I think so too, yeah. 4 or 5 days, excellent. 4 weeks too long.
Yes.
I'm sure you guys would love this chat to
Yes.
continue, but we will go on a brief breather and then be back with more of the action. Not a lot of action today. Don't tell anybody, or they might switch channels. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of Norway Chess round number 8. So far, a slower round, has to be said. And one game is already over. Nils Grandelius. No fireworks in the Nakamura-Wesley So game, were there?
No, none at all, I guess.
Nakamura tried a bit of a new opening idea, or at least a forgotten opening idea, in this position. Instead of castles, we played the move bishop to c2. That seems like Wesley reacted very well. And after c5. If Black gets the pieces out here, why should it be worse?
Yeah, we shouldn't. So it's very concrete.
They chopped off everything. And of course, there are no draw offers allowed in the Norway Chess tournament. That's why the players had to find a move repetition. But they expertly constructed one.
Very quickly.
No such...
He should have tried g4, I think. What do you say?
I could not disagree more.
Not here, before. Here.
Yeah. And I believe at this level, guys will be extremely well prepared.
They will know how to handle it, and then it might backfire badly. But for us, I think, it would be more interesting.
Speak for yourself. I have never played g4 in my chess career. I'm not planning to start.
No.
I did once, but it was like in the end game 4 versus 3.
I had to push.
To grab some space.
Yes. Makes sense. It's an interesting way. But okay. We will see now. It's a critical moment here, right? You really have to decide how to play with white.
It's a critical moment for me because I had some walnuts in the break, which seemed like a good idea, but one's a little stuck here. So it's like
it's very tough.
Any moment I can start coughing or choking uncontrollably.
I might save your life if you're about to.
I would not want to find out if you're willing to save my life or not. It's like probably you would, but then again, there's all kinds of valuables in the studio, like these headphones that I paid like 8-9 euros for. Like, I don't know.
I guess. Let's see. How
but I think, just to defend your honor, that you would not let anybody, me included, die just for materialistic gain. Depends on the number, but not for headphones. Let's
not for headphones. No.
You know, it's good headphones.
Okay, so how are you increasing the pressure now?
As white.
Yes.
I don't know. I left the engine on, which I used to cheat in the break. The engine gives the move bishop to c2 very deep. Maybe just increasing options, queen d3 or bishop a4. But it doesn't feel like the most pushy move. Maybe he also wants to transfer the bishop to b3, which
to
makes
pressure.
sense.
But the thing is that Black will at some moment play knight e4, I guess.
Some moment being now, yeah?
I don't know. I mean, that's if we go one move back. I was thinking we were discussing this queen h3, for example. If it could make sense. Now I was hoping to have some tricks. Do I?
As white or as black?
No, as white. I mean, to take somewhere, but probably not. If I take on e4, you take back. Yeah, maybe just bishop c4. Knight d5, queen b3 was kind of something I was looking for.
There you go.
Yeah.
Could stop that by throwing in some b5.
Yeah, but maybe I can take even some, or I cannot. I mean, even take on f7 and take on h7 looks interesting, right?
I'd be very scared. And Magnus has played bishop c2. There you go.
He played bishop c2. Ah, shit.
This is a very Magnus-y structure. Like all pieces on the board, not very sharp,
but it's also a very Kayakin structure, very much a Kayakin structure, right?
Slightly worse, but solid.
And yes, and passive, and you can defend
solidly. Yeah.
We will see, but
both sides happy. That's always a bad outcome.
Well, I'm not sure. It's
a good compromise is if both sides are unhappy. Both sides happy, well, someone's being played.
Yeah, we will see. But now,
which game would you like to see next?
What about Vachier against Kramnik? They made some moves.
We've seen this.
We saw this, yeah. We concluded that it's very unpleasant for white.
Rook g3, rook to f2.
He wants.
What happens if we take?
I guess you can at least move the knight, right?
But where?
95.
c6, 97.
I was thinking I can maybe play 97, king h8, and then a6. Try to undermine a bit.
So sneaky.
Takes his mate, and if you take with a pawn, at least I can pretend to take on c6.
You can probably take. Even though, I don't know.
Yeah, but I cannot. Maybe I can even take with the rook. I don't know. This should be drawn as well.
Sorry.
But now if you take, I might pin you. Or I might take on a6.
Ooh, tactics.
Simple chess.
Now
Yeah,
you
but
can pin.
yeah, but here, I mean, you're not. Here, white is better even probably.
Yeah, white might be winning. Knight g6
Mm-hmm.
is a threat.
That's true.
We've bungled poor Vladdy's position. But
I mean, you
instead of
shouldn't.
taking,
Yeah, you shouldn't let him out very easily. But the problem is that rook f3 will come, right?
well, rook f2 played and just c6,
Yeah.
indicating he does not mind rook f3 that much.
But I will play rook f3.
He will do it anyway.
Yeah.
And if I take your pawn,
Yeah, now I would like to play knight a4 to go to
Ooh.
c5.
counterplay. Interesting.
The thing is that this king that was weak, it might be quite active.
That's sometimes the problem. Your opponent stupidly puts his king in the center
Yes.
and it's weak, but then you reach some endgame, you won maybe a pawn, trying to checkmate it, and all of a sudden the king is active while your own king, which you've safely positioned where
Yes,
it
that's
should
the
be,
problem.
is far away. Happened to me many times. It's very unfair.
Yeah, it's because white might turn out to be better at some point even. Yeah, here for example, I'm not sure.
Yeah, this, who knows? Probably.
Should be a draw, but
Really
okay.
bad, yeah.
White is now playing, I guess.
This pawn.
A
This
pawn is
was-
much stronger than h pawn.
Must keep this, but then knight d7.
Or even or even rook d1, rook d7.
I don't know. What have we done to Kramnik's position?
Here rook f3 must be played. That's clear.
Maybe we must take here.
If you take there, then knight a4 is not as. But still, it can be
Possible.
played maybe. Still.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, white is now also playing. Let's say both are playing.
I am in great shape with my 5 draws prediction. Like, slightly, well, worried would be a bit strong. But I think Magnus has decent chances to win his game, even though I agree it's a kayaking position.
We will see.
But it's also a Carlsen position. And he is normally mentally tough, even with being on -2.
That's true. That's true.
You would expect him to somehow find a way to win one game at least.
True. True.
Then there's also this Aronian-Vichy game, where Aronian,
He managed to get his rook.
pressure.
How did he get his rook to c6?
Mhm.
No, wait, back.
Probably cheap tricks.
Let's go back. We saw rook c7.
Okay.
Some move 20 or something.
Mm,
Bishop
Bishop
f1. And
f1.
we said that queen b8 is probably better than queen c8. Yeah?
I'm not sure. Well, I recall that discussion. Even this queen d1 was pointed out.
Exactly. So that's why queen b8, and then you can play rook c8 immediately. Here it
Well,
looks a
yeah.
bit clumsy. Yeah? Like it looks like white is about to win the file.
h6. I'm never sure on general grounds in such a position. Let's bring up the left cam. I would think that g6 is a better move than h6.
Me too,
just
me too.
everything else being equal. But it's such a tough decision. 'Cause g6, you allow some h4.
Yeah, but still, h4, h5, you just stay put. Yeah.
Hmm.
I would also play g6 definitely.
Now remember, I once lost the game to Vichy, and in a similar position, I think I played h6, and
Uh-huh.
he told me after the game that I should play g6.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I wasn't sure about that. And
Yeah.
he plays h6. Maybe he lied to me.
Maybe. No, but I would also play g6, I guess. Yeah. But that's probably not very important compared to who wins the
No,
c5.
it's a small factor, but I was just curious about it, because
Yeah,
generally,
sure. I would also play g6.
you don't
yeah,
get a
sure.
luft by playing h6. g6 looks more natural to me. Takes, rook c1, and he did gain control of that square.
Why did white allow it? Black allow it, yeah, sorry.
Maybe there was nothing he could do about it. Then we would have to look for either mistakes or maybe just praise Levon's very deep concept more.
No, but the way you said that Queen C8, he should have played Queen B8 instead.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if Queen B8 was so great. Well,
who knows? Yeah.
we'll probably never find out.
Here, at least it's clear that White now made some progress. Yeah?
Knight E8.
Not clear how you make progress, but
you could. If you go here, you just hold the file. Yeah?
You hold the file.
Even
this.
I was gonna say even this position looks nice for White. Is that true though?
But how do you make progress?
I don't know.
Maybe, but you should not play, I think, Knight E5 so quickly, should you?
I don't know. I kind of,
You kind of like it,
was tempted, but probably it's too
it's
early.
not impossible. But let's go. What else is there? One more move back, because Queen 8, Queen C2 are not clear if you benefit anything.
Queen C2 wasn't played, it's true. I got Knight Rook C7.
But okay, is Knight B8 a threat even?
Let's say where H4, King G2.
King G2 I like more. Knight B8, okay, I can take and play B4, but not clear if I want to.
You want to give me the exchange?
Not take and play B4. I did Queen C3, then I have B takes A5, I thought.
I didn't even see Queen C3, but I will take your word for it.
Takes A6, I think I'm queening. Yeah?
Knights are traditionally not very good against A-pawns.
That's right.
So,
but in such a position,
takes, Queen takes, and you're arguing these knights have nowhere to go. Eh?
Well, it can go to D7, but
Yeah, I mean, they don't have outposts.
They don't. No, sure. I mean, I'm still not sure at all how I increase the but I need to push at some point, I guess.
It feels like Black should survive somehow.
Black should survive, but he should.
He should not have fun.
He should suffer a bit first, right? Shouldn't he?
I don't know. Let me check in with the chat. Bram van Einaten says, "Hey guys, missed anything? You did miss a nerve-wracking draw between Nakamura and Wesley. So, no, that's pretty much it." Bram van Einaten says, well, I ate a huge sausage. All right.
Yes.
It's important to clarify that it's a quote before reading out such things.
Sure.
And Giri Karana game.
Karana gave up his bishop, yeah?
Giri got bishops. But Karana activated his rook.
Still, I play...
So we've seen this, knight f6 here.
Here we took a break.
And he just took.
He decided to just take.
He couldn't take it anymore.
He couldn't take it, so he took. Rook d2. But if we remove all the rooks from the board, the position is quite unpleasant, right?
Yes. So probably he wants to keep
Stay
some
active.
grip.
Okay, king f1, let's say. King e1 next. Takes, knight e4. Even knight e4 immediately, maybe. Probably doesn't matter, yeah?
No, maybe nice.
I don't know, yes, because you cannot take anywhere. Isn't white slightly...
I'm pro bishops.
Me too.
I do believe in the church of two bishops, so I would take white, but I'm not sure maybe black is active enough. He doesn't have bad pieces. This blocks the c file.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I just manage to trade the rooks, yeah, it's unpleasant. Bishop c1 next. Why am I not just pleasantly better?
Bishop c1. So passive.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, yeah? I mean...
Yeah, I understand your point. If we simplify, the bishop pair only has to stay on the board.
Yes, they will be happy on c1 and d1, let's say.
No, white is better. No argument. Maybe we have to... But then we vacate the c file.
Yeah, sure. Then rook c6 and everything.
Yep. Not a pleasant defensive job for Fabi.
But maybe that's...
Feels more like a kayaking type of situation.
Maybe that's his aim, right?
Well, that's why he plays the Queen's Gambit, accepted all the time, yeah?
To be slightly worse and practice his defensive skills.
Also, everybody plays e3 against him. Anish says, I don't care. I'll go knight f3. You can go a6. And Fabi says, no, thank you. I'll play this.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are we discussing in the chat. And there is a discussion where I took my BLU studies. At BLU. BLU is short for Body Language University. So I attended the Body Language University. And let's put my studies to good use.
Yes.
Now I need a closer view to give an expert diagnosis. Like this one.
There's.
This is a man who's thinking. He is not very happy, but also not very concerned. Just a cool, calm, and collected professional.
Slightly bored. Or?
Doing his job, taking pawns. He's been in this situation
But are you
before.
sure that he's right, not being...
No, I'm not sure he's right. I'm just reading.
You're just reading.
Yes. And Maxime comes back, blitzes out knight a4. He's happy that he dodged a bullet.
I think so, yeah. Now he has counterplay for the first time
Now
in
he
the game.
can do something active, and that's much more in his style.
Yeah. And objectively, he's most likely not worse, I guess.
Probablement égalité.
Yes, but still, yeah.
Money Moy is saying BLU must be located in Yanistan. That is correct. There's two topics you can study in Yanistan. One is body language, and then you can also attend the Pirate University, where you learn how to become a pirate and conquer other islands to increase the power of mighty nation of Yanistan. It's a slight side topic, where we'll discuss about the government position in Yanistan off air.
Yes, sure.
Just so you know, there's no defense minister. We only have attack ministers.
Attack minister, yeah, I understand. Sounds great.
Yeah, it's small but very ambitious.
I have bishop d6. I would have strongly considered knight e4 instead to ease up on the pressure, but...
Maybe he wants to do it next.
Maybe, saying that white can't improve.
Yeah, it looks quite solid.
Bishop b3, knight, you play knight e4 or what?
I'm still struggling to count how often this pawn is under attack.
Now
but once I'm done with this counting operation, maybe I should allow people to study counting, or accounting in Yanistan as well.
Takes?
This
No,
or this?
no, on e4.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't seem to work.
Actually, maybe he's right, that you should never play knight... Yeah, this doesn't work at all. That you should never kind of play knight e4 and allow this change of structure. Because the b3 bishop will be very strong. Even to h5, yeah, but yeah.
Or queen h5.
Yeah, also to g4. I mean, with the idea after g6 to take, of course. Yeah.
Boom! And now... it's
Bishop
checkmate in 3 moves, probably. Maybe 4 moves.
Rook c3 looks winning. Check queen h6. Huh?
Oof.
Aye.
Checkmate.
Excellent.
Okay, so...
But probably he's right then. This concept of never playing knight e4 makes a lot of sense. Now if bishop a4?
Bishop e4.
I mean, I thought it was kind of... Now you have rook e7, very harmonious. But with bishop on f8 it would be very awkward to face.
That's why he played bishop d6.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm just trying to understand what they are doing. So how do you increase the pressure without bishop c2, bishop a4?
Just bishop b3, what were we doing?
Yeah, we never really said anything. Yeah. But let's say I play some queen d7.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want anything in particular.
h3, yeah.
Well, you're just gonna stand there and say,
Yes.
You know what? I have all my pieces in central locations, prime real estate. Why should I be worse? Fair enough.
Looks very difficult to increase. But then why were we so happy about white's position if it's just knight c7 and you cannot be touched at all?
I, for one, always have the excuse that I'm a putzer and I did not understand what's going on. And secondly, white is still slightly better, right? If anybody's slightly better, it's white.
But no one is.
We're attacking this and you're defending it with all your dumb pieces.
Okay.
It's like Nimzovich was black and he forgot that his only way to play is to take here and then try to blockade the c4 pawn 8,000 times. So he stumbled into this position. He decided, I must overprotect d5 with
exactly.
all I got.
That's true.
And now I must unleash the looming energy of all these pieces stuck defending the pawn.
By knight e4, or how do you unleash?
I don't know.
Probably it's unleashable.
Maybe knight e4 is a good unleash. But you're not threatening any leashes.
Can I play instead of h3? But h3 I quite like. But anyway, I mean knight e2 and bishop f4. Just trade the bishop off.
You keep suggesting this knight e2 move.
Well, it's or knight e3 or.
But yeah, I like the idea.
I mean, you want to exchange and then go back, claiming you have time.
The problem is now I have time to do this.
Yeah, but bishop a4 here, or it doesn't work.
I missed it, of course. But if I go here,
maybe you can play bishop c6.
Takes.
Lucky, very lucky.
Yeah, knight e4 d. Very lucky.
It seems lucky, or it seems like
well deserved.
Well deserved.
It's the power of overprotection. It's the latent energy of the pieces that is about to be unleashed.
Can you play, but knight d3 I don't want, because the knight e6 is strong.
Sorry?
I mean, you cannot go with the knight to d3 instead of to e2, because then d4 will always hang,
No, this is even more
Yeah, sure.
annoying.
But okay, here you can maybe jump to e5 at some point. Not here, because knight takes d4. But let's say bishop e3 and then you jump.
True that. So, long story short, it's equal, but white has slightly more potential.
How do you then play after knight e3? Yeah, it's not clear.
You keep asking these move-by-move questions. Well, I'm just giving general, non-committal statements. What do I know? Knight e4.
Bishop f4?
Knight takes e3.
Rook takes?
Some move. Knight e6. Let's say knight e6.
Now I cannot take, right? Because you take on d4.
I was just gonna recapture, to be perfectly frank, but if this works...
Okay, let me take.
Okay, I'll recapture.
I don't think it works. Let's see. Now I'm not in time to protect in a good way, right? It seems the knight on e6 is strong. Yeah, queen g4, you can even consider h5.
This looks fine for black.
Looks fine. I need to somehow play against the bishop on b7, but I'm not sure how to do it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a teeny tiny advantage for white.
He played.
Both sides happy. Bishop e3.
Played, yeah, in the game.
Protecting the d4 pawn. Decent move. Karyakin will conclude his development. And then have a look around.
Yes. And
let's go to... Where do you want to go? Levon or Fabi?
Let's say... Kramnik. There it developed.
Okay.
So now, king a4, rook a2 looks like repetition.
Draw!
Very important to avoid rook a3 with white.
King a3.
No, rook
a3.
Because then b5 is quite strong. And king d3, rook b2, checkmate.
That's a nice checkmate though.
It's a nice checkmate, yeah, and also not...
It's
not a ridiculous
not a common construction.
Very strange mating pattern.
Because with white you would feel that you're still better after AB.
Yeah,
rook a4, rook a4.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to allow this, but it is mate. So, king c4 maybe.
Yeah, if you want to play... King a4, rook a2, king b3, of course, is repetition.
Have they done this already? No.
No. King c4. I mean, if you're not getting mated, then you keep your advantages, I guess. So let's say now rook d8 in order to deliver mate, then I can take on b7, right? And just continue to run with the king.
So aggressive. I thought rook d3.
Just rook d3, maybe.
Because you can't take.
You cannot take. Then I'm just giving you a tempo. Knight, okay, now this.
Tricks?
Yeah, some tricks still. Maybe knight c5?
I was curious, but yeah, this probably doesn't work.
Because
rook b5.
Rook b5 would be solid, yeah?
Yep.
But knight c5, yeah, it's more or less the same, but without the pair of rooks. Making the pawn dangerous, yeah. How do you play after king c4?
King c4 on the board.
On the board, he really wants to fight.
He must be thrilled that he
Has a threat.
got this position from, let's say, this position earlier, where it looks like he was fighting for survival.
Sure,
and
sure.
Kramnik, of course, could have simplified to an equal position.
He could have made a draw at any time, if he wanted to.
Yeah, like here, takes. Rook
Yeah.
a4. You don't do that, but you could have.
Could have, definitely, yeah.
So
we
now
will see. Now it's kind of slightly dangerous, no?
should d6 plate, stopping at b7.
Rook d1, I guess.
Take it.
King takes.
But no threats, no? Rook e8 or what?
But rook d7 should be a threat,
There's
right?
a bit of a threat. So if I go here.
Rook d7. Thing is, you will be mated on the back rank if you give check.
That would be a great shame. Check.
King d6, rook d2 check, yeah? So I have to go back to c4.
Gimme.
King c3.
Are you giving me all your pawns? You have some checkmates. Huh?
I have checkmate.
Rook G8.
But rook b2, and I take on b7.
I want to take, but then this made me change my mind. Rook b2, and
no,
you
I
take
take.
here.
And I claim the a6 pawn is dangerous.
It's
Dangerous
quite
fella.
dangerous. Maybe it's a draw, but
I would assume
probably
it's...
black fighting for a draw.
Isn't it very, very, very dangerous?
That's also possible.
In such a race? Rook c7 or king... What's faster?
I don't know, king c5, h5 maybe.
I mean king b6, you can play h4.
I just want to run.
a6, h3, yeah. Even this, I'm not sure. I mean, I think could quite possibly be winning for white. Yes, rook d7, rook e7. Don't you think it's very dangerous?
I'm very scared of that a-pawn, but gotta make some choices
but
here.
here, what else?
What else?
Also, we should know that Kramnik is a bit pressed on the time. Also, he spent a lot.
A little bit, but I would say 25 minutes for 5 moves is not
only
horrible
5
time
moves.
pressure.
Only 5 moves.
Because they blitzed out the first.
Yeah. It's easy to forget.
He blitzed out until here.
That's right. But what else? Bishop
Okay,
f8.
you can keep this.
Yeah, but then rook
same
b7.
problem.
I will take with the rook on b7. Looks unpleasant.
Highly unpleasant.
Yeah, highly unpleasant. Especially after such preparation and so on.
Yeah, maybe Kramnik got a bit,
Carried away.
too comfortable with his position and thought that he could have reversed and cross his mind, which is sort of understandable since he's picking up all these a-pawns.
Yeah.
Well, white, sort of accidentally, he had to play a5 to keep his pawn, but he got very strong counterplay out of this structure.
I agree. Let's move on.
But where to?
Let's see Giri.
Let's see Anish.
Yes.
Does that sound pretentious if I say Anish? Like I'm on a first name basis. Mr. Giri?
No,
Maybe it's favoritism. Let's say Anish versus Caruana.
okay, so what is he actually doing?
And my best guess would be he's studying the position intently. How do you feel about Anish's wardrobe?
It's very decent, no?
I agree.
I think he likes to spend time on this.
No, I think it's his wife, maybe.
His wife, maybe, yeah. He will just wear what she says.
I think so, yeah.
Makes sense as well. No, but it's quite impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
But what is he's thinking now how to get rid of all the rooks. If he could miraculously just get them off the board, then he would be seriously better, I guess.
We've looked at the position he currently has, no? We wanted king f1, king e1.
King f1, king e1, and then see. So why is he then thinking?
Maybe he doesn't know that we already looked at it. And we
He doesn't
king
know.
f1, king e1. No. Sometimes there's a delay in the feet that goes into the player's ears.
But maybe you have some tricks also instead of king f1. Something very good, like bishop d4, some very concrete move.
Ugh, ugly move, no?
I mean, takes. I wanted to just take on c5 and take back on c2.
Ah, you just want this.
But doesn't feel right. But maybe. But yeah.
Becomes move by move.
Yeah.
Chess.
That's why.
Bishop c4, and I have to sort of.
Yeah, but must be okay for black. Yeah.
Looks like knight d6 will exchange enough
everything,
stuff.
Everything. But I mean, probably you should consider it with white.
Yeah, maybe he's considering it.
But king f1, he will find out all of this is nonsense. Ah, he played king f1, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do I have coffee left in this deep mug? I have some coffee. King f1, we were looking at knight e4 either directly or after rook c2 seem to come down to similar situations. Something along those lines.
Bishop c1.
Bishop c1 takes. And black might survive, but bishops are forever.
Actually, you could maybe risk playing f3 at some moment as well, if
you got a little carried away.
You can also
f3, bishop d2.
Now, I mean, here you want bishop b. But how do you want to trade a lot per? You have to play f3 most likely, yeah?
Why?
And how do you make progress if I wait?
I will go bishop b2, f3, and rook d2.
Exactly. One of those were f3. Yeah. I mean, you have to play f3, so you agree, yeah?
I can't dispute that claim.
Yeah. So then I was thinking then you might as well do it without this bishop c1, right?
Interesting train of thought. Yep. Looks like another long suffering session for Fabi. He has two of those back-to-back against Wesley, some nice Queen's Gambit accepted suffering. Today against Anish, some nice Queen's Gambit.
Do you think it's intentional that he gets some suffering?
I had that theory that he's maybe trying to toughen himself up for the candidates tournament.
I mean, it looks very likely, no? Why else would you go for it game after game?
Mm-hmm. And there is the treasurer of the Anish Giri fan club, Ambitious Pawn. I'm the president, and we're still looking for members to have 3 members in the club. He's saying Anish is a winner, top 10 world-class chess player, author, married, young child, cool dresser, and only 22. 22, probably. I read 20T, but I meant 22. I agree. I'm a big Anish.
Yeah, sure.
Anish fan. Even though. No, even though.
Even though.
Unconditional Anish fan.
Exactly. And today he will enjoy himself. Pressing some 2-3 more hours and then make a draw.
That's the definition of fun.
Yes. No, but I think he's seriously better.
I can never tell. Like, I would agree, but I have a feeling at this level, guys are a big favorite to make a draw in all these.
Doesn't mean you're not seriously better.
That's fair enough, but like.
Yeah, it's still closer to a draw, yeah. Sure,
probably still an 80% favorite to draw, I would say.
Sure. What is happening in Aronian game? In the Aronian game?
Nothing.
Are you sure? Queen c2?
Oh, he played him a nice move, which I'm sure we should share because it's a nice
check. Yeah, very nice.
Point being, you can't take because of this.
Yes.
He's an expert on bishop h7s. Defeated Magnus Carlsen with bishop h7. Today he's just
but here it's
teasing.
Even trickier, yeah, because there is no pawn.
Yeah, it's a cute little move. King h8, bishop b1.
Also less powerful.
Also cute. Threatening queen c2 with a double attack.
Yes. So why
Vichy goes out of it.
Why can't you give queen c2 now?
Probably he's thinking there's no threat. He just runs.
Run all the way. Yeah, it might be true. And then the queen is offside rather than strong on h8.
Mm-hmm.
So how else do you increase the pressure? Because they repeated a couple of times already, right?
Yeah, but I don't think Levin wants to draw here. But he has, done this once. Let's count. First time.
Yes.
Second time.
Yes.
Still second time.
Still second time.
So he could repeat here. for the
he
third
will
time
not.
with bishop
He
h7,
will
but I
not,
don't think he will.
Yeah.
He's
What else? Queen c2 makes a lot of sense. Rook c7 and now still no threat. Yeah, here our again king g2, right? And push. When can you push? g4, h4, g5. Never or here or? Well, knight b8 is the problem.
I have no idea. What's this g4, h4 obsession of yours?
You will not say another game. Well, I will need to create second front. I only have the c file, it's not enough. I need to have the second weakness. Yeah. Well, king g2 you play, you just... and then you see.
Yeah, why not?
But knight b8?
Hard to see.
Yeah, knight b8.
White being ever worse.
What?
Check.
Queen takes. What's the threat?
Threat is check.
Knight d7? Ah, knight d7, knight c6.
Shutting the door.
Shutting.
Or maybe even...
Actually, check first.
brutaler.
Yeah.
Take the knight.
Yes, winning. So you cannot quite... cannot play knight b8. But then king g2 is a great move, yeah? How do you play?
How do we get here?
We played king g2 and then blunder with knight b8, it seems.
Yeah, maybe not blunder with knight b8.
Actually, we played queen c2 first, rook c7.
Maybe this is even sneakier.
But now knight b8, I mean queen c2 I will take.
Queen c2 you take.
Yeah. Now I will play this, rook c7, now I will play king g2.
I need some other move. Can I go away?
Okay, I will. Now I need to put, but I don't want to, I get nothing from pushing, that's the problem.
Just weaknesses.
Yeah,
lifelong scars.
And what about this b4 ID? Not quite possible, right? Or
I don't know.
takes queen a4.
Have you out-triangulated me or yourself?
Yeah, but what do I do if you just move? Yeah. If I have to take on c7, I'm not so happy. Am I?
Right, it's still never worse, but yeah, we've discussed something very similar.
No,
earlier.
but we didn't, because in the other position our queen could enter on e7, and I mean it was all a bit.
But we've had almost this, and we said, okay, should be a draw, no?
But
and
bishop was.
Speaking of should be a draw, Levon Aronian decides to repeat for the third time.
Yeah, because you have no plan, maybe.
First of all, you have no plan, and you also know that your main rival, Hikaru Nakamura, already made a draw, so he does not feel like risking his lead, and by repeating the position, he secures a half-point lead going into the last round.
Still, somewhere, he was maybe slightly better or not.
Yeah, even this position, like...
But I actually, this was cute, but...
Oh, sorry, probably not king f8 here.
Bishop h7 was cute, but maybe the bishop is actually better on d3.
Well, you could still do it and then go back.
Yeah, but now you... yeah, sure.
Maybe. Yeah, hard to break through, like we were wondering about this, which I also think, who knows? At least we have
here
plans.
It's easier to push. Now you can...
e4, f4, f5, who knows?
You can push f4, g4, f5, a bit more. Maybe knight e5, but still, like is solid. But
yeah, it's bit of an anti-climactic ending.
I guess, yeah, because really... It felt very comfortable, right?
It did feel comfortable, but yeah, tournament strategy comes into it. Guys are tired, and
yeah, but how? I mean, you can finish the tournament. I mean, if you win the tournament, right? And it's very safe.
Yeah, but you're a glass half full sort of person,
Sure.
Probably so is Levon, but it's hard to completely ban these demons if you're in the lead in such a tournament. Your main rival makes a draw, and you're sitting there with the decision. Do I push or do I make a draw?
Yes, at some point your main rival becomes yourself, I guess.
Oh, that's very deep.
Yes. So let's see.
let's see what. 2 draws, Nakamura, So, and Aronian versus Anna, the 2 tournament leaders, with draws. MVL versus Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah, but here they followed our lines, right?
Boom. Surprisingly, even though black is a pawn up, only white can be better here.
Only white can be better.
Activity and especially Anton the A-pawn.
Activity is the most valuable thing in rook endings.
I thought it's rooks.
Yes, but otherwise it's no rook ending. But seriously, rook d7 is really very, very dangerous. Do you think it could be lost objectively? Or is it impossible?
I believe in drawing margins normally. Yes. But over the board, even if there is some study-like draws, it's normally much more likely that you win somehow. Like attack or initiative seems to be worth more.
King b6, rook c4, yeah? So
I'm just trying to repeat moves somehow. Rook c4, rook b2.
Rook b2 is probably strong.
Rook c4, maybe rook b3.
So can you... But here also rook d4 and then take with the king, yeah? But you're not threatening because a5 is hanging, yeah? Some h4.
Just to illustrate.
Yes. He played rook e8.
He played rook e8. This is our line, no?
It's our line. Now we played rook d7.
We had this. And we went back.
Okay, we were not completely sure about the final position, but we agreed it was very promising, right? Takes, king c3, rook b2, take on b7.
Here the pawn was rook d8.
Yes.
So rook b2. Take this, and Anton once again. Danger.
My guess is that it's winning, actually. I think.
This position or the position I have on the board right now?
But how can you avoid with black?
I don't know.
Most likely it's the same. Rook d7? Especially after already having gone for... having gone for rook e8, you have to continue actively, yeah?
Yeah, probably true. And I'm sure this is his point. King d6, rook d2.
Yes.
King b6, rook b4.
Yes. So king c4 is smart.
Well, you're losing all your pawns, but once again, the initiative.
King d3 is also a move, maybe? Or, if you want to keep... But I want to trade, actually, one pair of rooks with white.
I didn't see that same trick. So you have to go back, huh?
Now you have to go... Why? Not rook.
You can do the same as well. Stop this.
The difference is we get an extra pair of rooks. But with white, I would trade one pair and then run. The less of the pieces, the stronger the passed pawns, right?
Let me think about that statement. Yeah, I believe that is accurate.
So then white should play king c3. Ignoring concrete factors for now. But...
Yes.
Yeah.
So, MVL, all of a sudden, after losing the opening battle and then suffering through a slightly worse position in the driver's seat, and Nils Grandelius, the Swedish #1, is saying that MVL might be winning here.
I think it's very close, at least. Should we have a look, Magnus?
Yeah, let's maybe have a quick look at Mr. Magnus. Nothing has happened.
Not so much. But he played knight e4. We praised this concept of not playing knight e4 at all. And then he did it in the next move. Because we thought you could take, right? Even here, I guess.
Yeah, let's see what happened on him.
Okay, let's see. But also...
Okay. Maybe you could take...
But it's maybe similar. Yeah? Queen h5, bishop b3. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. It was probably similar.
Second. Getting instructions. Go 0 duck 30.
Okay, it's similar maybe. So let's say bishop a4 and bishop b3.
So he's just trying to make black's position look a little clumsier. Saying, this is not a threat, I don't care. You just help me double my rooks. The same logic. The structure is symmetrical. But white is saying, my pieces attack your d5 pawn, yours just defend it, so
Yes.
I'm slightly more active. Queen d7, Kayakin willing to stay put. Now Magnus once again has to come up with a plan. I'm always tempted to blunder this, but I should overcome this. Blunderitis.
Yeah, just take an h2 and take black, right?
And all of a sudden black's probably slightly better if anything.
Yes.
That's an excellent arrow.
Yeah. But how else with white? Well, you have to now increase the pressure.
I don't know, I still want to make dumb waiting moves, but black also has plenty of dumb waiting moves. Yeah, rook e8 or rook d8.
Previously we had this idea of moving the knight and play bishop f4. But can you even go to h5? But 96 will always come, I guess.
And if here,
Yeah.
well, all of a sudden this position is very compact.
Yeah, now it looks nice. Yeah, 96 again, and the pawn is just too weak. And okay, of course, you have to consider taking always, but... Immediately, let's say. Similar. Knight takes e4, d takes, move the queen, play that position.
Sure, that is always a legal option. But then why provoke all this rook e7 business? Feels like a useful move here, no?
Maybe, but you also got bishop b3.
Yeah.
But what's next? Rook a8? Can you play d5 at some moment and try to go for some cheapos like 96 and so on? Looks a bit naive.
Strange position, but black also lacks active plans, no? What do you want? Do you want to take here? Like,
No, I want to
the
stay.
dumbest possible move? Dumbest.
Unpleasant.
Not so easy to improve the position, no?
You can double on the c file, but it probably doesn't help, right?
No, I meant as black.
No, as black.
For white,
For sure.
yeah, you can maybe double here. And then one day you can dream of switching the rook over. Who knows?
To h3 maybe.
To
would make sense. Maybe immediately rook c3 and go to h3, but okay.
Maybe. Of course, you always gotta keep an eye out on for those things, but it feels like
Knight, it feels like rook h3,
a
right?
suicide commando.
H6
there you
takes.
go.
I mean, very nice. Ay.
Problems.
Yeah.
All right, h3 played.
h3 played.
That's my boy.
Oh la la.
I like it.
You simply threatened to take on d5 or what? That's ridiculous.
That is point. Let's see here.
Why not?
Maybe, yeah. No more bishop takes h2 check.
Maybe you anyway have to play bishop h2, but then kind of better, yeah? Pawn up.
Get this, yeah?
I mean, compensation, but...
Okay, you don't go for this deliberately.
With
Might
black, yeah?
hold, but yeah. I don't think he wants
With the
to.
bishop instead of a knight, you would go for it.
Yeah,
With the bishop on e4, let's say.
yeah, but then you wouldn't play queen d5, but
No,
bishop takes f3.
yes, but... I mean, that was not quite... not quite what I meant, but... but okay, I get what you mean. If the
I
queen is
also
on pre,
get your
you should take it. That's your point.
No, my point is I'm a troll. But yeah, this position may be defendable.
I mean, h3, what? It looks innocent, but in fact it's very cunning. Very cunning.
And if I take...
Yeah, then... Rook... But okay, there is also beat takes. But...
Yeah,
Why-
some sort
why?
of Petrov structure all of a
Some
sudden.
rook a8?
Rook c8.
Rook
Why couldn't I
a8,
do
let's see. You have somehow stability on the d4 square, but I thought it was quite stable already.
Yeah. it didn't-
Only this knight e6 is pointless now, so if you play knight d3, bishop f4... I mean, I doubt it, but... But it kind of exists, yeah?
Yeah. Still, slow maneuvering battle. But Magnus manages
Also,
at least to ask
I mean,
some small
also
questions.
kind of physically slow. I mean, the kayaking is down to 20 minutes for more than 20 moves without increment.
Let's
in a
go
position
to
with
kayaking
all the
camp.
pieces. This might be like in the old days. It's huge.
Bit of a time scramble.
Yeah,
Because
big
as
time scramble.
I say every day, no increment in Norway Chess until move 60. So the players have 1 hour 40 minutes, I believe, or
Yes.
100 minutes maybe to make it to move 40.
Probably 100, but could also be 140.
Mm-hmm. Which are probably similar.
Should be, yeah. Not too different.
Oh yeah. Something in that neighborhood. To make it to move 40, then they get some extra time. I don't know how much to make it to move 60, but no increment. And then they
maybe
get
40 minutes.
30 seconds per move.
But here, I mean, it's very easy to spend a lot of time with both colors, yeah, because it's very messy.
Yeah, it's hard to make moves.
And then then with 5 minutes each, they will trade a lot of pieces, and someone will emerge on top. Rook d7, as we predicted.
Nicely done.
Okay, you can try to kill the other pawn, right? Rook c2 check, maybe.
Poor Kramnik. All looked like smooth sailing for him. He was thinking, I'm gonna overtake Magnus as world number 1 today. And now he's sitting there facing maybe a loss in a rook endgame pawn up. Strange things happening.
I mean, okay, you're saying this 10 minutes for 2 or 3 moves, it's not that bad time trouble. But you would like to calculate 45 minutes here, right? With black.
I would not like to calculate 45 minutes here at all. I would blitz out rook e5 check.
No, but let's see, because rook c2, rook b2 kind of also creates some mess, right?
Alright, rook c2. King b6.
Rook b2.
Rook b2. Gotcha.
Takes, I guess.
Takes.
Now move the king.
Maybe not takes.
Maybe not, yeah.
Because here it feels like... I was gonna say this.
Feels very dangerous again, yeah.
Isn't this a draw?
Is it?
I don't know.
Rook a3?
Yeah, let's get some counter play.
Should be draw, yeah, should be.
Not sure at all, but feels like this pawn is enough of a distraction. No?
Yeah. Okay, so king, you have to go to a7.
You could try that. Yeah, I'm scared of this dude. And the a-pawn. J10 Reborn, International Master of Chess. That's probably Justin 10 from Australia. Or maybe somebody else. Says he fell asleep with the sound on and dreamt Nils was playing PlayStation beside me. I asked him something. He replied me in chess moves. Does that happen to you a lot? People fall asleep beside you?
No.
First of all, Justin seems to talk in his sleep.
Yes. We don't know if
then he asked you something.
We don't know if that's true.
You think he made up the story?
No, probably. I mean, we don't know if he talks in his sleep normally.
Ah, okay. Or only if he's listening to you.
Well, PlayStation, I think, is the least likely of it.
Probably he meant PlayStation 4. He just didn't want to add the 4.
It's anyway quite unlikely. For that, I think you need to have TV, right? Or...
Yeah, you need some device you can connect the PlayStation to. You can probably connect it to a computer screen as well.
Maybe.
So you're not a big video gamer?
No, but I could have replied in chess moves. Not impossible.
Do you ever meet with your stoner friends and you all get together and play Mario Kart, or does that not happen?
It does not happen, no. I don't think I played PlayStation, really.
Mm-hmm. What do you do then? No movies, no PlayStation?
No movies from time. We analyze.
I don't believe you.
No, I don't know. There are many things to do in life.
You weigh the bigger questions of how to be a productive member of society?
Also rarely, very rarely.
I'm still...
I
don't get the whole picture.
You're skeptical.
Because you're living together with some normal people, no?
Yeah.
So you can't only play chess with them?
I can't play chess with them, no. And I don't want to. But still, there are many things to do.
We will never find out.
There is Avalon.
Ah, you do play Avalon?
I do play Avalon, yeah. It's a quite interesting game.
I'm arguably, and I would say it's not arguable, the best Avalon player on the planet. And if not on the planet, then at least among chess.
I remember when we played, yeah, you... Did you win ever once?
I think I got very unlucky.
Extremely
unlucky.
You were probably just very unlucky.
But I think we also play with 5 people, and I specialize in the 7 people Avalon.
In the 7 people, yeah. Then probably I will get crushed.
Yeah. That's 7 people. I'm unstoppable.
Yes, but with 5 you're kind of weak, yeah?
Yeah, 5, like I haven't studied as much.
It's a bit like this 90-30, you're quite strong, but this 1 hour 40 minutes, you...
It's a bit like chess. If I know theory, I'm quite good, and if I don't know theory, I'm pretty useless.
Like this. I see.
It's a very similar thing.
You studied it a lot with 7 people.
No, because at some point, Peter Heine and I, we had the secret manual, 100-page manual on how to play 7 people Avalon. We didn't share it with anybody.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's very good stuff.
So F6, what F6? Is it a mouse slip?
No, I think it's not a mouse slip.
Normally you would expect such a move to be a mouse slip, yeah?
Yeah, but he's trying to restrict the bishop and he's using cunning tactics like rook e4, rook c2 to his advantage.
Okay, but still.
I quite like f6. Like, it doesn't change the nature of the position.
Okay. Yeah.
f5 left the bishop so long. I didn't see it. Anyway, let's see what happened. Rook d2, and now you gotta go knight takes, I guess.
Yeah, rook d2, bishop c1 looks like.
Now you would much rather have your pawn here.
That's what I meant.
Ah.
Okay, so let's see. You have to take with the knight. Rook c2. Is there a case to be made for rook c3?
I think there's a case to be made because it defends the pawn.
But I meant also to go rook d3, let's say. Knight e4, rook d3.
Yes, of
because the pawn you cannot, I thought, take. But
white is better.
Here white is definitely better. You allowed all of this. I mean, you allowed to untangle with white. But rook c2 of course also makes sense.
Okay, hang on, I have to block some people from the chat. Like Blunderman1 is saying, I never could get on the Rick and Morty train. Tried first 2 seasons, meh. I'm sorry, Blunderman, there is no salvation for you if you don't... I don't think it's a matter of taste. If you don't recognize the brilliance of Rick and Morty, there's nothing more we can do for you here. Very sorry to hear that. What else is happening in the chat? Fargo, anyone? I think you would enjoy Fargo. It's a good show.
So...
Carnering had to refresh. What's happening? Site lagging? What's going on here?
Rook c2 or rook c3, difficult choice. I would go rook c3, but on the other hand, if you go rook c3, knight e4, rook d3, maybe I move to c8, right?
Yes.
Avoiding trade of rooks at all costs.
But let's start with basics. If I go here, why can't I take the pawn?
I want the bishop c4 and take on e6.
a4, take. And generally this change of structure should favor white, no?
a4 is a big weakness, I guess.
And also, yeah, the structure became more unbalanced.
Yes.
Perhaps the bishops, possibly.
Normally, yeah.
So we would have to go back, and now you're arguing there's no rook d3.
Yes.
I
mean, I have to play at some point f3, I guess. Right? But also there's a sharp. Now, bishop f3. Let's see now.
Sorry?
Bishop f3? f5? I guess.
Do I have to go f5? I could go back, no?
Yeah, but then I thought I was kind of happy. King e2, so on.
Yeah, stable.
I guess you want to play f5, right?
I don't know.
But yeah, f5, I was wondering if we would play concrete now. Takes rook c4.
I like concrete stuff.
You have to play rook d3. Now I wanted b4.
You wanted it now, but not before.
I wanted it now, but yeah. B
takes.
Not the knight.
Takes.
Okay, there is rook b3.
Yeah, but bishop g7, no?
Yeah, bishop e6 and everything, yeah.
Boom.
No, I mean, you go back first and take an e4 and then rook b3.
Ah, sorry, I misunderstood. But there's too many pawns hanging.
Too many, yeah. Takes, rook b3, just move the bishop and take on g7, right?
It's very good, no?
Pawn up. Many.
Some good arrows. Feels unpleasant.
Unpleasant for sure. So okay, you don't want to play f5, right? Then.
I don't know what I want, but both are unpleasant.
Well, kind of 96 you can play, I guess, but knight d6, king e2. Is it too slow to play knight b5 to provoke a4?
Stop I thought about this, yeah, but I wasn't sure how much we're really gaining. Like, it's nice long term to not have to worry.
I guess, yeah, if you have the time. Knight d6.
White will push. You know?
But there is also bishop c3 at some moment, right? And threatening maybe to take and... But g4 is, yeah, it's unpleasant.
Or h4, I don't know how to start, but you grab some space and see what happens. Huh?
Yeah, h4 and g5 would be excellent.
Anish should be quite happy here.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, bishop on c5 has some stability, but that's also the only thing. Only thing there is.
That's all there is.
Then again, do you think it's worse for black than it was yesterday?
What was yesterday? Now, yesterday I always thought it was more or less a clear-cut draw. You had to make some accurate moves, but I never felt like it could be bad. Well, today it can get bad. I still think, of course, the machine should draw this. But this feels like it could go wrong. Well, yesterday...
Here it could definitely go
blunders.
wrong. Quite.
Wouldn't go loose.
I think I prefer rook c2, bishop f3 for... rather than rook c3.
I have absolutely no opinion on that topic.
No. Yeah, these kind of things doesn't really...
doesn't really...
Yeah, you don't really care about...
me. Oh man. Luckily I blocked Blunderman 1 already, else I would have to read him telling me the Misfits is better than Rick and Party, which would get me very upset. I didn't have to say that.
But let's see Kramnik, because he should be getting low on time, right?
Alright. He played rook e5 check.
I mean, he has less than 2 minutes. And quite a decision to take, right?
1 second. Apologies for getting rid of the gear.
Do you take or make a decision?
I like to take decisions. No, I don't really like it, but I like it even less if others take decisions for me. So yeah, it's a hard knock life. h5 has been played. Interesting move.
He played h5. Okay, quickly collect, grab on b7.
A wise man once told me a long time ago that in rook games, activity is the most important thing. So maybe h5 counts as activity, running.
Yes.
Take.
But how far are you running?
Take.
King c5?
h4?
a6. a6, rook a2. Maybe I should... Okay, yeah.
It's too fast, yeah? Rook e8, rook b8?
Yeah. King h7?
I won't be happy.
King h7, but...
Just blunder. This.
Yes. Yeah, but okay, it should be lost.
Too fast. Too furious. Only move. But good enough. Yes. So instead of h4, I should probably have tried to stop your pawn.
I guess. And I guess I should... Yeah, rook a7 is a bit slow. Can I take? Okay, well, if I take, let's say on c6.
Yeah, let's run. It's a bit annoying that your king is doing active stuff while mine is just chilling.
That's what I was hoping.
But such is life.
But it's slow, yeah. Somehow, no, but maybe this c6
feels like a draw. This rook is doing a good job of stopping both pawns.
But I don't need this pawn, maybe. What do you think? I was thinking this c6 pawn, it has some value of blocking checks.
Which pawn?
The pawn on c6. I mean, now you can check from the side. If I leave, yeah. If I
you want to leave it alive?
I'm not sure, but how? This for you is
blasphemy.
Yeah, but rook a7 is really ugly.
I'm wondering if this is a good look for me. The chin cup.
Chin cup.
So rook a2, good move. I think you gotta take Because
We can also go rook g3, try to go to some rook, but then rook g4,
rook g4
you're in time, yeah?
It's very fast.
Yeah, but I have 2. You have only 1.
But 1 runs faster than 2.
Okay, but rook this. Let's see how fast you run. Rook d3. Rook g3. Takes.
I'm losing, yeah? That's very sad.
I mean, I would assume so, yeah?
I would assume so too.
King b...
Peter lied to me. Peter taught me that 1 runs faster than 2.
No, but I will take. I mean, I will take.
I understand the
Two will run, I mean, incredibly.
Faster than 1, because the 1 gets stopped.
Have you heard the story about, what is it? The rabbit against the turtle?
Yeah, but I was missing the last page, so I'm guessing the rabbit wins. Yeah?
No, like... You have not to run fast, but to run in a very stable fashion. Never to stop. My pawns will continue to run after I have taken yours.
It doesn't really depend on your discipline. Like if Usain Bolt had grown up with this rabbit turtle story, like I don't think he would have had the career he's having.
Maybe not. No, I think the point is you should not stop. We will see, but...
That's the point.
Uh-huh. Is there a point?
Maybe I had other fairy tales as a kid. I had
You didn't have the
rabbit and the hedgehog.
It was maybe hedgehog.
I think so.
But the hedgehog won finally because the
hedgehog outsmarted the rabbit somehow, but I don't think it was because of a steady pace. I think he tricked him. Like he had some
no. This is another story. King d6 is the main story, I think.
Long story short. Yeah, it feels extremely unpleasant. This pawn is just much stronger than
I think that white is winning objectively. But...
And we're being informed it's a tortoise. Tortoise hare? I don't really speak animal English.
I really don't know.
But...
Tortoise hare, what is...
I do know the Norm Macdonald joke about a youthful tortoise. Story of tortoise and hare.
Turtle and the rabbit, no? Or what?
German, it's der Hase und der Igel. But this is a Schildkröte. Yeah, this is a different story. No one told me about this story.
Yeah.
But we're lucky. There's a Disney animated movie from 1934.
Let's not.
Will explain the topic.
No, but the topic. We should actually watch Magnus because things are happening. But
is Magnus more?
We can always return to the turtle. I think it will not disappear.
Tortoise or more of a hare? When I was watching Entourage, I always wanted to be a turtle. Just saying. Tortoise.
Let's see now. So, because Kayakin, wouldn't you be worried with 18 moves to play and 11 minutes on the clock?
Kayakin never worries.
He never worries. He doesn't have time.
He is not built to worry. He has too many obligations.
Yeah, that's right.
And he played a nice move. Bishop a4 is trying to exchange the good bishop.
Okay, but... Queen... I wanted to play Queen g4 and Bishop f5, but you will take my rook and then I will have nothing.
I will take your rook and laugh in your face.
Then I will have Bishop h, but it's nonsense. Yeah, now you will play g6 and you're quite happy.
Very happy.
Yeah, let's see. So takes? Oh, but you cannot take.
Takes.
No, take. No. Queen g4 98 takes maybe, but makes sense.
There's also this option to say, if you want to take, at least repair my pawns, sir.
Yeah, but does it improve?
Mister.
Does it improve the structure greatly?
Yes, because then I can go c4.
And then?
Then c5.
Maybe, yeah.
Or cd5.
So what do you play? Yeah, maybe bishop b3 makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure. With or without queen g4 98.
Because also to take an a4 and play...
I don't like it. It's too committal.
No, not immediately. Because here I want to throw in queen g4, but now rook g6. I want to play first.
Okay, so queen g4, 98.
Yes.
Play, baby, play.
Can I play, let's say, bishop f? But I mean,
You
if
don't
you
threaten so much, no? Like bishop f8 even?
yeah, but bishop e5, knight f4 is my idea.
That's your plan.
My cunning plan. I was hoping you cannot take an a2. I didn't bother to calculate. But here, let's say I play now rook e1. It's a bit slow, but I mean the queen is very, very far away.
But it took a pawn.
I did take a pawn, that's right.
Rook g6. Do you have tricks? Queen d7? Maybe you have queen d7 tricks.
Not even tricks,
Just finishing.
Yeah, finishing.
Yeah.
No, but okay, queen takes a2 is, I mean, completely ridiculous.
It's a bit greedy.
It's
Has to be said.
You should activate your rook on a8, I guess.
Oof.
That's what makes sense. Not easy,
I want to go here.
You really want to play bishop f8. It's of course the move man wants to play. No, but here d5 is seriously weak, right?
Yeah, it's getting a bit clumsy.
But you have your pawn.
I have my pawn, but I'm not sure how happy I am.
No, I'm pretty sure how happy you are.
I'm not that happy.
Queen d7.
But f6. Glorious comeback.
Glorious comeback. Let's see. No, this
is too ugly even for me to look at.
It's just lost. But how? Actually,
But how?
I mean, check and queen f7 is one way.
One way or another. 96. I'm still worse.
Takes rook e1.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
getting difficult.
I'm done defending the pawn grabbery here. Might be a little too much. Come on, Magnus, play something solid like bishop b3.
No, but come on. What kind of errors? Look, but I mean, queen g4 makes a lot of sense. If you want to play it, you have to do it now.
Okay.
Because then later rook.
The threat is not so much queen takes g7, but mainly knight f6 check.
Well,
say bishop c2, you give this check.
Yes, and then you press in the ending. No, but okay, let's see. Knight e8, I quite like actually to take on. But critical should be to go back with the queen, right? Takes on a4, queen takes, bishop f4, and then some queen d7 or queen c6, I guess.
Oof. That makes me very sad.
Queen d7.
Self-pinning?
Stopping rook e1, I thought.
Auto-pinning. Okay.
Because now there is no rook e1. On queen c6, rook e1, I think I'm happy.
Can do this maybe?
You can, yeah. I have to take.
You have to take.
No,
Then I have to
actually,
recapture.
Sure, you have to take, actually.
But you're in trouble.
Looks a bit better for white, right?
Looks winning.
Winning is strong.
Okay, might be a bit of an overstatement, but it looks very bad for white.
Looks bad, yeah. But how do you defend then? This bishop f4 maybe.
I
You
not know.
You still want bishop f8, but it's incredibly passive. No? I mean,
that's how I do it. Rook e4 is pointless. f3.
no queen f5.
Yeah, queen f5. Better.
But somehow this structure c3 d4 it's very very solid.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Also, by the way, if we go back one move in the game.
Can I activate my rook?
You want to rook e1? Then you play queen d7 maybe.
c4 played by Magnus.
Ay.
Ay caramba.
Ay.
He's going for broke.
Oops,
And this is always the point where Sage Kayakin will grab your pawn and not give it back. That's what can happen.
That's what will happen.
It's very possible. What's his point?
Yeah, let's see.
Take it.
But okay, let's say I play. But what do I play? Queen g4, let's say. Now I have some d5 option. I'm not
That's
sure.
his idea, yeah?
Let's see when.
But not yet, because...
But I would like to take always.
You'd like to go, yeah?
I wouldn't like to go. I take first on a4. Always take first.
Okay, well, it's the same position. Well, you get your pawn back, maybe.
Yeah, or bishop d4.
This looks very dangerous for black.
Queen d7.
Hang on,
Let's
can I do better than rook takes c4?
You probably bishop d4, but still queen d7.
Ah, you have this. Very unpleasant.
Now
Such
I need
guy.
such a guy, yeah. But you don't have the g3 square.
That is true. I have the g5 square, but then you play h6.
Yeah, and then you have the...
I have the h4 square. But yeah, this seems to hold. So, queen c4 we don't want.
Rook...
This looks logical.
Queen
d7.
at least here you can
some-
move, yeah? Queen f3.
The drama continues.
But it's a decent change for white also. Like now you will play rook c6, you will be active. I do think it was a decent try.
Yeah.
Also things are heating up.
Let's check the chat. What does the chat have to say? Passion says, oh no, I would definitely play on here. Even if a draw won me first place for sure. Alright. Nate Young
Me too,
is saying,
I have
is
to say.
Magnus doing that thing he's been doing? Which position are we talking about? Like the 11 position?
Yeah.
Where he lashes out, ends up worse, then loses. I don't know. So far I think Magnus is in control. He's just
I think he's
problems.
playing well.
Blunderman1 is saying, but that's the same guy who doesn't like Rick and Morty, so I'm slightly suspicious of whatever he's going to say. This is always the day when Kramnik becomes #1 in the world. Topalov, where are you? Not following.
Not quite following, yeah.
Ambitious Pawn is saying, did you see Sergei's body language? He pushed the table back. Okay, we have to zoom in closely. And then... what's the closest Sergei can we have? Here we go. He is like grabbing some space, saying, it is not very fair, Mr. Magnus, that you have like the luxury suite here on your side of the board. We have like, I don't know, 30 centimeters to put your pen, your bottle of water, your pieces. While I'm sitting here stuck behind this tiny piece of
that's right.
table. It's a very unpleasant thing, because you want to push it back, but then, yeah.
But when you get
How much
down
can
to
you move
really
the
low on
board?
time, it's nice to have the board close to you.
Is it?
It's faster to
You
make
think?
moves.
Ah, that's his point. But I like space.
You like space, but you have longer arms.
That's true.
Sergei.
And he does take on c4.
He
More
took on
surprises
C4.
there. Wow, he's stuck there.
Queen g4.
Queen g4.
d5 first.
Tony Rowe is saying, my dog's name is Morty, and 14 times a day people ask me, oh, are you Rick? That's the wrong question though, right? Shouldn't it be, are you a Rick?
Rook g6. That was what I was thinking, yeah?
I'm sorry, we have to get
We have to see
action
some
for
chess.
you.
No, but he played in another move order. Yeah.
Hang on, we can take the rook.
Yeah, but it's hanging
It's
on
not a
d1.
good idea.
Take back.
Probably you just take back. And
No,
then
but
this thing-
what is this actually?
Okay.
Because we wanted queen g4.
Did Magnus mess it up? He didn't start with queen g4, but he allowed rook g6. Maybe he missed rook g6. Maybe Nate Young is right for once.
The point with
that
queen
Magnus
g4
is bungling it.
I mean, queen g4, rook g6. But maybe actually queen g4. Let's see, queen g4 here.
It's too late. He's played d5.
He
rook
played
g6.
today. Sorry.
Let's stick with what we got.
Yes, sure.
Um,
But my whole point was never to allow this rook g6, right?
I never even dreamt about that move.
You never even dreamt. I mean, because it gives a lot of stability.
It does somehow, doesn't it? Covers all the stuff.
Bishop f5, I can. Yeah.
You can still take on d1
Oh,
if you
yeah.
are so
Yeah,
inclined.
exactly. No, but really, how do you have to take on a4, I guess, and play rook d4 or something, bishop d4.
We must win on Magnus to see if he missed rook g6. MC1 can. He's still has a poker face, but Oh, he's grabbing a knight.
Isn't it somewhat weird to give this pawn and then start to think?
Yeah, and someone's playing set gives -0-1, so that's rough egality. Yeah, I believe he did not see rook g6 coming. That's been a difference compared to prior years. He's missing more moves this time now. People are speculating about your name, and they keep misspelling my name. That's one thing that never happens to me in Sweden. They get the Gustafsson part
yeah,
right.
they get it right with 2S.
Yep.
So takes? Takes.
Take what?
On a4.
Alright, let's do it. Queen takes.
Now rook d4 I want to play.
I understand your intentions.
b5. Now I need to attack. Now your queen is completely cut off.
Doesn't matter. This rook covers the stuff. The queen does the business.
Okay, bishop f4.
But what you want?
Yeah, not clear somehow. Now I will take.
Did I blunder? Did I blunder? I think I blundered.
Why? Takes. Now I just want to play. Queen g3, knight e8.
Ooh, that's barely hanging in there. Maybe queen a2 was a bit much.
A bit much again. Oh yeah, you can maybe on a3 try to trade queens.
Oh, well, that's very...
Huh?
Takes.
Queen a3, rook c3 maybe. Makes a lot of sense. He played bishop d4 in the game. He's playing
d4.
Iranian style, right? Just play for activity.
Levon style normally works.
Yes, that's the difference. No, we will see. I'm not sure at all how bad it is.
Now, according to supercomputer Sese, Magnus is -1.
This is around the game going on, right?
The only game going on?
Kind of.
Well, there is MVL Kramnik.
Yeah, but he will think for half an hour more. So.
And also here, they are move 25. Both are low on time.
And that's what I meant. And this is clearly the action.
This is a bar fight. Bare knuckle boxing. Who do you think wins a boxing fight between Magnus and Kayakin? I think Kayakin is deceptively strong.
Probably I think Magnus he's very strong, yeah.
I think Kayakin is quite strong.
He's the favorite, yeah. But do you think he will keep his pawn?
Bishop c2, rook c2, queen a4, let's start.
Aha, like this.
Trying to tie up the rooks.
But now, I mean, you need... What do you need with white? To take control of the e-file, or but...
You need some trickery, but this is too much of a threat.
Some sorcery. Queen f5, followed by bishop takes g7, but... I mean... Not enough, yeah? Knight e8. Now at e8 I always want to put pressure. Rook e1.
You just want to double here, yeah?
Yeah.
But can I...
Yeah, but bishop f8, knight d6.
Finally, my dreams are coming true.
Aye.
All my pieces defending, knight goes to d6.
Aye.
It's a beautiful life.
Yeah.
Seems like black has, at the very least, enough defensive resources.
No, but more than enough, I think.
What did Magnus do?
Rook cc1.
Rook cc1. Fair enough.
He wants to play rook e1 next.
He's really gone all in again with the c4 d5.
c4 d5 is definitely all in. c4. Still, he had the possibility to take back on c4, right?
Nils was saying Karana is the best boxer. He'll turn sideways and no one can see him. I don't think it works.
I don't think it works that way. Yeah.
Fabiano, he has a full head of hair, for example.
That's right. Is it a threat to take twice on g7?
I'd like to move.
Yeah, but if you're...
We'll cover it one way or another.
That's true, but if it's my move, I would have taken, right?
Let's see. We played this move.
Yes.
And you take twice.
And lift the rook somehow.
Bring the ruckus.
What do you think?
Looks dangerous, but some defensive resources still, I guess.
You don't think it's enough, yeah?
don't have the slightest clue, but my instinct would be to play either knight e8 or bishop f8.
Bishop
So
f8,
just cover
d6
stuff.
maybe, yeah.
Not Gayakin though. That's my boy. Just queen takes
He took
a2.
on a2, yeah.
Ain't worry about nothing.
Such a guy, yeah.
Whoa.
Very
greedy.
materialistic, very greedy. Now it will be excellent. Excellent. Fight.
Wow, that is greedy even for my
Really,
standards.
because you don't need the pawn, yeah? You need only one.
Yeah, the queen could still go back. Not anymore. Wow.
Knight d8, bishop f8, knight d6.
Oh.
Was very solid, yeah.
Yeah, in general.
Bishop takes, no, queen takes a2. It's a great move.
Beautiful.
Though.
That's the nicest move I've ever seen.
It's excellent.
It's just, yeah, the pure greed.
It's a pure greed of it.
Give me that random pawn. I'm willing to have you attack my king and misplace my queen just for another pawn to be 2 pawns up. I
But
love
then
it.
again, yeah, I mean, okay, I guess you have, my question will be answered now. What happens if you take? Because what else? Yeah.
That is true. So takes,
Yeah.
takes.
Takes, yes.
Okay, we can give some checks.
We can give some checks also. Maybe one check to see where you go, yeah?
What love this?
But king, I thought, now if check, I will go to f8.
That's true. So you could even do. No, you can't do this.
No, but queen b, yeah, queen b2 covering the diagonal maybe.
I suppose check.
Checkmate. Yeah. Rook d4, queen b2.
Two.
You're kind of having background issues, right?
Ah.
Queen a1, queen f6 I want to play. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't work. Rook g4. But queen e5 I can play.
What?
I mean, queen a1, rook d1, queen e5 looks quite solid.
Black's got 99 problems, but back rank gained 1.
But g3, I don't know, g3, rook e4, play, yeah? I mean, this is bad for white, objectively. But
Black has to be better, no? The pieces are nicely
yeah, but it's
coordinated.
also not so easy to play, I think.
Here. Well, yeah.
I mean, rook e4, rook h4,
Come to play.
rook somewhere. Meanwhile, Vlad, did he calculate all the way to a draw?
I don't know.
Unlikely, yeah?
Probably they're just making moves. They don't have a lot of time, but they made it to move 40.
So they have a lot of time.
So they have some time.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter so much. Let's see.
Queen a2. It's a lovely move.
It's an excellent move. No, but you must take, right? I mean, you could threat because knight 98 next move. It's too much. What else?
Can you take once and then try to do something?
Rook
Not
d4,
really.
yeah?
Yeah, I was curious. Queen c3. But I don't really see it working. Queen c3, just rook g6.
Even take.
Yeah.
98. But okay.
Hanging around. Still looks dangerous with the queen c5. Boom, boom.
Yeah. So what if you take? We should have a look. What happens if you just take twice?
I'm not going to go into details. There's a lot of questions on stuff we did when we worked for Magnus. But one thing I should say, it is clear the Marshal Pratt never got a chance to show up. I'm not sure if he was intending to play the Marshal, but he was clearly intending to play e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6. So a lot of work was done on that.
Yes.
Bishop takes g7.
Okay, and he took back. Let's see. Now they made a couple of moves, right? I mean, all these captures is very good for time management.
Yeah, that helps, but still, not a lot of time left. Both.
But if you give a
Down to
check,
5
you
minutes.
have to go to f8 immediately, right?
But you instinctively want to get out of the long diagonal.
That's
no?
that's true. That's true. Then queen d7,
98 again. No?
98. It's always this. But
Very
rookie
solid.
rookie one.
Now, queen d2. There must be some ways I can bother you.
No, but queen. I mean, my idea was to take on e8, take on d6.
Okay, bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c. Ah, it's hanging now. Yeah, it's not nice. Not nice at all. I need to be able to lift one rook. That's the key issue.
Like physically?
Yes, physically. No, but then I should not play this stupid check.
Which check?
No, this
Queen
stupid
D4,
queen
yeah?
d7. No, queen d7. Queen d7. He played actually queen g4.
This is on the board. King
Yes.
f8 blitzed out as well.
Yes. That's it. Now you need to lift the rook, I guess. Rook
Sure.
c3 maybe.
Let's go full screen. It's more exciting.
Queen h4.
What has he done? Queen h4.
Queen h4.
Queen is trying to maybe go here. Give a little check on h6.
Give a little check on h6 and then rook e1. Yeah. Okay. So, but 98 is always the move.
98 is always there. And bishop c5
No, but
is also an option now.
d6 is protected.
That's true. Maybe he just wants to take on h7 as well.
Maybe.
This little pawn.
But it's a strange. It's a strange way trying to get that pawn.
Drama, baby. You can tell stakes is high. Kayakin is as focused as it gets.
Right.
What's your position when you're focusing? Do you hold your head like that?
Yeah, something similar to that. Yes.
I normally like sit like this and pretend I'm very smart.
And thinking, yeah. But that you do in the opening phase when you when you're trying
Yeah,
to
there
hide
you
the fact.
pretend to try to remember things and trying to hide that you've never seen this position.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's true.
Or just
Man,
Just-
yeah, I think I normally do this.
this looks very.
Yeah, it looks scary.
But 98 will be played, I guess.
Would you take other moves into account in this position?
Rook e8 maybe.
King E8 probably not.
No.
Rook E8 looks strange.
Rook e8. Look, I'm 98 is the move. He played queen,
Queen
b2.
B2. Also logical, trying to bring the queen back. But hang on, he's allowing this check.
Yeah, king e7.
He can't go here because this is
Yes.
hanging. So you have to go king e7 into the line of fire.
Ring of
Rook E1,
fire.
King d7.
What happened? He took on c4.
Okay.
Interesting.
Also logical. Queen g7, rook g4. He's trying to lift one rook.
But maybe you can put the king now on h8, right? When you have the long diagonal. Somehow I have a feeling this queen h6. King e7, rook takes c4 was stronger.
I don't have a clue, but it is exciting.
I mean, it depends on where you believe the killing zone is.
What's the killing zone?
The killing zone is the zone in which the king should be in order to get mated.
But shouldn't it avoid the killing zone then?
Yeah, but that's why white should force the king to the killing zone.
How do you do that?
You gave this check on h6, forcing it to the center.
Ah,
Where you have
gotcha.
both rooks and the pawn and everything.
Now 98 has been played. And looks like Kayakin is doing a very sensible thing in time trouble. He's trying to put his pieces on squares where they're not hanging,
Yes,
where they defend each other.
makes sense. Now we need to bring next rook e1 or rook e4, rook e1.
Bring all the rooks.
Invite all your rooks to the party.
Also
But
introducing
also-
some ideas of Queen h6 for rook e8.
Yes, but it's disgusting to have this back rank mate all the time.
That is very disgusting.
But let's see, it's beginning to... yeah. How are they looking? Body language expert.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert. I do have a diploma from BLU that many people
He
pass
looks a bit
checkpoints.
nervous, no?
Magnus looks a little tense, but so would anybody with 2.5 minutes.
Queen h.
Zero down, rookie one play.
Rook e1. Why are they
He
writing? Can you tell
looks
me why they are
irritated.
writing the move?
Because they have forgotten that you're not forced to write the moves. if you're
Maybe.
below 5 minutes.
Because
without
it's
it.
really... it takes some time, yeah? If you have 2 minutes?
I think he didn't write though, he just made it.
Maybe. Makes sense.
So he keeps track of when they get to move 40. Kayakin has not written a move since preschool.
Uh-huh.
We're being told to check Anish game. This is too exciting. We'll get back to the gear stir in a minute. Queen f6. Hang on. Rook e8. Ah, there's a countermate.
Rook e8, rook e8.
Well,
Aye,
we
aye,
gotta
aye,
show
aye,
that.
aye.
Rook e8 does not work, or I'm guessing it doesn't because of rook e8.
Just as I said, yeah, it was disgusting to have this mate on.
I think you found the correct term for it. Queen
Uh,
f6, but we can take here.
He took on h7, yeah?
Yes. Can't fool Mr. Magnus with that. Queen h7 played, and probably queen g7, yeah? Queen g7. It feels like we might get some move repetition, some queen h4, queen f6 business. Would you consider that an option?
I guess. I mean, if black coordinates, it's
I have a feeling Magnus not happy with the draw, but he can also not go too crazy.
No, but he will play. Yeah.
But how?
No, it's very difficult. Okay, queen c2 or something. Yes, you have to go back, right?
He's gonna play queen h4. Oh no,
queen c2.
You're right. You're right.
Well, rook c8 is not something to be taken lightly, I guess.
5 moves till the time control. Kayakin looked like he was about to make a move, then changed his mind and started studying the position again.
What will he make?
I think he's gonna play queen g6 offering an exchange of queens.
Yeah, queen g6 makes a lot of, because then you can repeat.
Or queen f6? I think he played queen f6. Yeah, queen f6.
But then rook c8?
Rook c8. What does he want? Ah, there's a...
Take bishop e7 or what?
Looks quite passive, but what else, yeah? Maybe it's good enough. Everything's covered, and then you push the a-pawn.
Yeah, I guess.
Looks fairly good for black, actually. Back to...
Let's get back. But they are making quite some moves, yeah? Only 5 moves.
Well, they have to. It's only 3 moves. Ah, no, sorry, they didn't play. They didn't play rook c8. My apologies, 5 moves.
No, but also a move like g3 I think is great. Asking some questions,
keeping tension,
keeping
stopping
tension.
the back rank mate.
I think it's great.
It's also a Magnus-y thing to do.
G3, yeah?
Yeah, I would think so.
But okay, now it's less than 1 minute. Which is really little, yeah? To make decisions. He will play g3.
54 seconds for
g3,
Carlsen.
g3.
And 144 for Kayakin.
No, rook g4 it looks very bad.
You don't like it?
Okay.
But he's planning to go queen h7, rook j8, checkmate.
Some, yeah. Could be a move.
It's an interesting move.
Actually, it has
Bishop c5.
contained some threats, yeah.
I like bishop c5, stopping queen h7 business.
g3, rook f4, maybe rook e6.
You're still team g3 all the way, yeah?
Team g3, because g3 is such a great move to play.
Rook e2, I believe.
But it's such a great, I mean, to have the pawn there.
He doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it.
Magnus Carlsen does not like your g3.
He likes always to have to think 10-15 seconds on the back rank mate. every move.
He's moved 37, so
that's it.
Need to make 3 more moves. Oops, sorry, this is the chat. Yes.
Let's go, yeah? Rook d8.
Rook d8.
Then queen h7, I'm mated, yeah?
Are there any threats, White has?
Yeah, queen h7, I think.
Yep. Queen h6, stopping queen h7. Is he allowing something else?
I don't think so.
Kayakin, he's very tough.
He's allowing g3, I mean, but okay, which was difficult to stop.
The problem is, White is still down material. Like the black pieces coordinate quite well.
Another problem for White is that he doesn't want to draw, even though he's worse.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, even though the logical continuation would be draw, yeah? I mean, some repetition.
Right.
Queen c2 is really...
He's going to play queen f5. Oh no, what has he done? Sorry. Not queen c1, obviously.
He played g3
he played
finally.
g3, finally you move.
But possibly too late.
Who knows?
We will see.
One big question is, why can't we take this pawn?
Yeah, but then... not even...
Kayakin, after queen takes a2, by going queen a3, he could become an all-time pawn.
What happened? Knight f6, rook h4, queen g7.
Rook h4, queen g7, and
queen
one
f5.
more move to make. King g2 played, Carlsen made the time control. Kayakin has to make one move. And he will. King g2, no direct threats, parrying, queen takes
yeah, rook d8 or rook e8 will be rook d8.
Rook somewhere.
Rook d8, I think.
Rook d8 looks like the calm move to make.
5 seconds.
4 seconds, but he's made the move. Queen to g5. And let's take a look at the position.
Also let the players take a look.
Yes.
They probably don't know, yeah?
Drama.
Big drama.
Big drama in little Stavanger. Queen g5, rook h8, king g7. That's his point.
Aye. Is that his point? Or he just made a random move?
No, I'm pretty sure that's his point. You think he wanted knight g8?
No, probably not.
It's possible.
It's possible. I mean, it's possible also that he had
I don't think he blundered his rook and got lucky.
No, I haven't. Okay. But king g2,
No.
I mean, why? Yeah, you could have gone to h2 if you wanted to avoid. But okay, it's difficult. Yeah.
He avoided queen g3.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even see it. It was a threat.
Alright, so we've made the time control. Probably, objectively, Kayakin is still better, even though the computer...
Yeah,
plus 0.45 for
yeah.
Carlsen according to the supercomputer now. So Magnus is better now according to the computer? Why? Queen g5 does not find engine's approval, apparently. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. And it will continue to be exciting for quite a while.
And computers say equal, apparently. In the Geary game, Anish is a pawn up, but this is a fortress. No, I think I've seen a very similar, that is the correct pronunciation.
Similar.
And you want to take and then go g5.
Yes. So you have to play f5.
Do you?
No, f5 e4. That's not possible.
That was not
Sorry.
winning it.
But then what if you take back with the king on e4? On f4 I will play knight e5 and g5.
Yes.
And we can agree. This is the
This
no,
is a
yeah,
draw.
but maybe g3 as you were pointing out.
Yeah. I think even here g5.
Even here g5.
5 does not win.
No, but you have to here wait. h4, king takes f4.
Yeah, it's a
But
draw.
yeah, it's a draw. Yeah, I understand. But what can you do? No, but okay.
One last.
No, g3.
This
One last try. What?
Okay, the problem is you don't have to go g5.
There's
if you
no.
do,
It's the giant. You want to win this now? Fight. You can dominate the knight.
run.
You can dominate the knight.
It's very hard to dislodge the king.
Yeah, but you can dominate the knight maybe. Let's say you put the knight on b8. I play bishop b5. It's very dangerous.
Yes, but I might not put the knight there.
Okay, but maybe you put it on d8 instead.
Yeah, looks like it should be a draw.
Actually, you can play e4 probably also. Yeah? E4 knight f5. The draw. How did it? What was it? Should we go back and see how it was, or?
Nah,
No point. It will be draw.
there will not be blood.
You're more interested in the future than the past.
I try to live in the present. I don't care about what moves they will make or what moves they have made. All I care about is the position on the board.
That's true. Makes sense.
It also helps.
It's very good.
With this approach, you never have to analyze. Okay. This game is also still ongoing.
He's been calculating for quite a while now, right?
Stop all this calculating.
Now it's interesting calculations for him. He's calculating whether there might be a win.
I think it's a draw.
I think it's a win.
Okay.
Not that it matters too much. But
Let's not elaborate and instead go here. MC1 cam.
so,
Ay caramba. I prefer when they just have to make a move every 10 seconds.
Yeah,
like
that's
we
nice.
should have this, like, someone announces every 10 seconds. In German it's called Ansageblitz.
Ansageblitz.
Black, white,
Yeah, it's nice.
black.
And what if you don't make a move? You simply
lose.
lose. You simply lose.
Yeah, I think it would be back game.
But yeah, I mean, somehow some chances, yeah. I still think it cannot be worse.
But they're not. He's not planning to make a move anytime soon. He's gonna
Yeah,
stare at
maybe
this
we
position
should
for a while.
Could possibly get a short break, maybe, while they are thinking for long.
But Magnus standing up. Are you allowed to stand up when it's your move? What is he doing? Ah, he's just leaning in. It feels like you can watch his hair grow in real time. I'm looking at this.
You think it's growing? Yeah?
Yeah. Or maybe it's just dirt on the screen. I think it was just a spot on the screen. My apologies. And it's also interesting that Magnus does not get his own name tag.
He doesn't?
Just Sagi Kayaki, no? And we're back. No name tag for the world champion. Maybe he said, you know what? Too much distraction. I want to fly under the radar a bit. Get rid of my name tag so people don't recognize me on the streets anymore. I'll put on glasses, grow a crazy haircut, no more name tags. Let's see if that helps. So Giri Karana, we expect to draw, even though Giri, of course, earned an extra pawn and has all the right in the world.
Actually, King H5, you stop G5.
Ah, do you though?
Well, do I? What if I do? Maybe I do. Yeah, it's still very drawish.
I have a plan. Boom. Kind
Boom
of
shakalaka.
Probably still a draw.
I mean, also G5 is not strictly necessary.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
But I like it.
Might be a draw, but I'm not sure at all.
In other news, Levon Aronian against Vishy Anand has finished peacefully. People are arguing if Levon was better. I'm not so sure. I'm aware. The computer said he was better, but with the tournament situation and him not seeing a clear way forward, it's an understandable decision, to my mind. To my chicken mind, that he went for this move repetition. Nothing much happened in Nakamura Wesley, so just a correct draw. Magnus Carlsen is still staring at the position, contemplating moves like Queen C3, hoping for knight D5, and then Rook H8 check. And Monsieur Maxime is trying to win his 2 versus 2 double Rook endgame against Kramnik. I believe he will not be able to do it. We shall go on a little breather and then come back to tell you all about it. Thanks, Nils Grandelius.
See you soon.
See you guys in a minute. Which cam do you want us to leave you with? Probably the Magnus cam, right?
Probably.
And we're back. We made it past the time control in this, what's the tough word, penultimate round of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. Still 3 games going. And Nils, Grandelius, you can choose which you would like to see first.
Vachier Lagrave against Kramnik, I guess.
Let's do it. Do you have opinions on the position on the board?
Yes, I think White should be winning. His pawns are faster.
That's a strong take.
The king b7, I guess.
Hot take. Poor Vladdy. MVL, one of the best calculators in the business, and that makes him a fantastic endgame player as well. Sometimes
Especially
people
in
think
such positions, yeah.
these tactical guys are not good at endgames, but this is pretty much tactics, calculating very precisely.
Yes.
And he's going to be dangerous.
And very systematic also in such a position.
How do we systematically win this?
No, I mean, like you have to calculate one line and then
Yeah,
the
no,
next
I
and keep
understand.
in track.
He has very good habits calculating.
Yes. Okay, king b7 is the most natural.
Yes, let's do it.
I guess his idea is rook e4 and come from the side.
Can I stop that?
Let's
push.
Let's push, yeah.
Pushed.
Because if you give a lot of checks, I will go to a8 and then rook b8, I guess.
Black really hasn't made a lot of progress with his counterplay. Like h3 is slow,
I mean,
and g5 exposes his king.
g5, then you will probably be mated, yeah. Check and
All of a sudden you have to worry about stuff like
getting
this.
checkmate. But also, yeah. So if not g5, but I mean, you're kind of many tempis ahead, yeah.
Yeah, this
Many
does not look
tempi
good.
ahead. Yeah. Okay, king b7. It's a race and you're far behind. It's normally not a good sign.
Unless you're the porpoise.
What's that?
It's the dude. It's the turtle that defeated the rabbit.
But white spawns are not only faster but also steadier, I guess.
Fair enough.
Rook g3, rook f4 now. Yeah.
Oh, are we fighting in the chat? No fighting. Let's all enjoy these lovely games together.
Yes. There is no point in fighting.
Go.
So rook g3 followed by h3, is that an idea? Because then you also stop a7.
Rook g3. Yes. Followed by h3. I get out the way, you go here.
Yes.
I go forward.
Now you threaten a7 because you have rook a6, I guess.
Yes. Love can build a bridge. Or a rook.
Okay, so I have to stop rook ga3.
Oof, but if you need both rooks, that's probably bad news for you, no?
It is, yeah, but but you need one of the pawns, and I stop both.
That's true.
I play h2
Now
next.
I have to checkmate you. Maybe I can't checkmate you.
Rook.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
It doesn't matter, yeah, after a lengthy continuation.
After lengthy contemplation.
Yes. Rook c7 or rook c5? That's the question.
I don't understand anything.
Actually, rook c5, rook h5, just pick up the pawn, yeah? Or rook g5, deliver mate. Many.
I like it.
Okay,
Also keeping this pawn protected, which is nice.
You're not yet threatened. I mean, you're just very much ahead, right?
He's played a different move. Rook f5, intending rook a5.
Possibly, yeah.
More bridge building. Also stopping h3 because of rook h5.
Yes.
Rook a5, sneaky little idea.
But are you sure?
I have never been surer about anything in my entire life.
Also introducing some idea of giving a check.
That too. And we're being told blunder by Fabiano. Let's see if that is really true.
How can it be a blunder?
Has he really blundered?
So let's see how it happened. Takes.
So h4 played expertly. Nicely done.
Yes.
EF, EF.
But do you really think that white is having any chances against passive defense?
I don't know, but does he have any chance against this defense? Is the question.
That's
we
the
have to
question.
address.
Yeah, sorry. Also G5 we were suggesting was very interesting.
Yeah, we looked at G5. And okay, you have to try this, but no, knight f7 seemed quite drawn.
No, I mean it was incredibly drawn. Yeah, G5 is just a draw.
But Fabi played g6, h5, and now g5, giving white a tempo. Now this pawn runs.
Yeah.
Run.
Okay, knight f7.
Dungeon Dragon. King h5, I'm assuming.
Yes. Now knight h8 would be a bit sad.
There's some chances here, maybe, no? Or is this just a fortress?
Can you dominate the knight?
Let's just wait and see.
Knight f7. Okay, you have to play h7, I guess, at some point. Knight h8. Now we need the bishop on the other diagonal. No, not. I mean, the e8, h5. But I mean, in order for you not to have any squares, but it's not realistic. This. Ah, yeah, you got it. Yeah, here bishop e8. I thought.
King
But
G7.
king g7. Yeah, that's
Still a draw.
Is it?
Oh!
Ace? I don't think it's a draw.
This is winning because the knight is done.
Yeah, king f6 probably. Yeah.
Well,
King h6,
stalemate
g4.
check?
No, exactly, because I have g5 check. That's very nice. No stalemate. And this is winning. You just reroute the bishop.
Despacito.
Just reroute the bishop.
How do we reroute?
Bishop b5, let's see. Bishop c4.
And
Yeah. No, the knight. If the knight is trapped, it's lost.
Gotcha.
So let's see again. King g7.
How do we produce this outcome? Some
That's
random
very
moves.
nice.
And we went knight h8. Was knight h8 forced? Yes.
It was, yeah.
Here and bishop e8.
Yeah.
This looks winning, no?
This is winning, yeah.
Is this? Hang on. This is winning, no?
I think it's winning, yeah. It's supposed to be.
It looks quite winning.
But you will get the queen, yeah.
Exactly.
He will not.
He will certainly not get one. Whoa! Let's see if we can.
But then I mean, it must really have been quite an easy draw, right?
Well, g5 instead of g6 was a dead draw, no?
Just a dead draw. Yeah.
I'm gonna cut, so I'm gonna switch off the sound, just so you guys know. So what is our current thinking? I can make the board a little bigger, maybe.
Can you?
I could, possibly.
Ah.
The question is how much bigger without it blocking Anish's suit. Anyway, what do we think? We think Tsuktsung? Tsugi?
What would be the idea? Okay, let's say bishop e4.
Maybe it's just winning. That would be sick.
But how did you get the other line? Knight f7?
h7,
But now I go knight
bishop
h8.
d6.
Now I go knight h8.
Okay, but can't I tsuk you?
Huh?
I wait.
Yeah. No, I'm not in. I mean, somehow.
You either give me the pawn or you allow me the bishop g6 c8 maneuver. And this has to be winning, no? Yeah, this must be
Is
winning.
it?
Yeah, I think so.
Should be, but
Yeah, just tsuktsung.
always took one, yeah. And if you run away with the king?
Hang on. Where do you run?
No, run with the knight, sorry. I mean, if I go out with the knight, let's say.
First I want to find out how do we win this. I'm still confused. Has to be winning, but how
King
do we do
g5.
it?
Some waiting move.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, actually, yeah. King h5, knight h8.
Is this a draw or are we all going nuts? I need my bishop on e8 again, yeah?
But you can... but you can probably... Okay, let's say bishop...
Bishop somewhere, yeah?
Bishop c6.
Ah, yeah, it's just winning.
Should be yes.
So this, and this is the same mechanism.
If you have to take, yeah.
Yeah, but king f8, king h6 looks good.
Yeah,
no?
no, yeah. Okay, but if you... And then you have to go out with the knight, yeah? And then I'm just lost, or what?
Yeah.
Are you? Are you sure?
When we what?
Bishop g6, let's say I have to play knight e5 or something.
Ah, okay.
Yep, now I will take.
Now you can take, And if bishop e4, you can go back. So it's not so simple. Ah. Oof, it's all way more complicated.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Huh? They are still fighting.
Do we have table bases? Omkarch is saying board, triple exclaim. Can you guys see? First of all, this is a board. I can understand if you're saying it's too small, but I would not agree that there's no board.
For your information, the h-pawn and the bishop of wrong color is a draw. Did you know?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I did know that. We are quite aware of that phenomenon. That's why you can't
play g4, yeah.
Go all the way up.
Yes.
So maybe it's just a draw, yeah?
Yeah, it could be, yeah. Maybe he knows, actually. Not impossible.
Draw according to table base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anish found the drawing move. No, probably was drawn all along.
But yeah, I mean, did he already understand that h7 and then you have to...
But maybe it's...
Look, trick! Look,
trick?
Look.
Trick and Morty.
Yes. Vachier Lagrave, MBL, Kramnik. King g6. Rook a5.
Hold your horses.
Rook a5.
Let's make them bigger. Rook a5 was your trick?
Yes. And if you take now on b4, I will take on a4.
Okay. I'm starting to see the trickery.
Check. The sorcery and this check.
The magic.
But actually, in that case, I can also take on h4, right? It's a bit ridiculous, but in the starting position. Can't I? King g6? I mean, just take on h4.
Yeah, you're saying king g6 is just a blunder, right? Takes and king b5 and resigns. Yep.
Game over.
Whoa, what a setback for Kramnik.
Yeah, after such an opening as well.
This is how close fortunes are in such a tournament. Maxime was -2, Kramnik was +1. Maxime wins this game. He's -1, Kramnik's 50%.
Yeah. He took, yeah.
He did take on h4, as you do. And it's game.
Probably Kramnik resigned. Very unnecessary loss for Kramnik, has to be said.
Feels like, even though, yeah, he was outplayed from...
he was outplayed from a good position, but also because... But he was better. He actually should maybe play on.
What to say? But yeah, you don't
his
have
main
a lot of
His main problem today was that he played worse than his opponent.
I have that problem a lot.
not any strategy issues.
No, I agree with that.
I mean, he simply... Maxime played well. a5 and then knight on a4, sacrificing all the pawns.
Maybe Kramnik relaxed because the opening was better than he could have imagined.
Yes, but still.
He was pressing with black. But yeah, this...
I mean, here he was pressing, but it was not very clear at all, yeah?
No, because I'm sure he must have underestimated this counterplay, and this idea is very nice. Rook f2, rook f3.
Yeah, Maxime played well. Probably an inside c6 was also very unnecessary.
Sometimes it's also very unfair chess, like you get this position. Feels like you've done everything right, you're pawn up with black, and you might be in big trouble already. Alright, it does seem like Kramnik can resign here, because rook h4.
It's most likely he will, yeah.
Is not very exciting. And this is Anish. I'm not sure we can trust engines here. We can trust table bases, but the computer even saying +5.
Yeah, but
it's not
+30.
Enough, yeah? I'm not sure I trust it. Anish is trying to figure something out. And it's very odd Fabi would allow all this. Even if he knows it's a draw, he had much easier draws earlier.
Yes, play g5 instead of g6, yeah, and shake hands.
And speaking of shake hands, I missed it.
We missed it. We were waiting for a couple of minutes. The only important second we missed. Yeah.
That game has ended. Congratulations, MVL. First victory in this tournament, moves up to +1, -1. Kramnik is back to 50%. And in the other standings, I follow closely. Let's see if the game is already in here. Oops, sorry. Not yet.
Not yet.
But yeah, Kramnik loses a bit of ground. Probably is going to fall behind Wesley so after today.
Yes, Wesley played a solid game.
Very solid.
Held easily.
That's the chat. That's something.
Yes.
Games and standings. No games found for that position, which is understandable. And yeah, in the tournament, Levan Aronian, after a draw that some people were critical of, has 5.5 out of 8. Hikaru Nakamura got absolutely nothing against Wesley, has 5 out of 8. Geary, if he were to win his position all of a sudden in contention, Wesley 50%, 8 draws, solidly down. Kramnik back to 50%, but more bloodshed. MVL up to -1. Kayaki -1 currently. Corona -1. Then the local player having a tough time, as often is in these fields. 2.5 out of 7 for the Norwegian representative. Let's have a look how the Norwegian is doing.
Yes.
Currently. That might be a Norwegian, but not the Norwegian we were referring to.
He played Queen C3, and Karakin is calculating heavily. Can you be greedy? Take with check.
You would like to, but it opens the diagonal.
Oh, I have to play knight g8. It's going to be...
Oof,
I'm not going to survive.
You don't want to.
Yes, queen h8, rook g4.
Despacito.
Yeah.
And he has played bishop d6, keeping his pieces.
Keeping his pieces tight.
On a tighter leash. But all of a sudden, is this a blunder?
Is this a blunder?
Let's figure this out. Point is, you can give a check.
Yes.
You have to go knight g8. Now we have this plan.
Yes, a very strong plan.
Looks like a pretty good plan, no?
f5?
Queen d5 for
queen d5 maybe.
Queen f3.
Rook e8 is a threat.
And all kinds of things are hanging
Actually,
on this diagonal.
rook takes g8 is also a big threat.
Rook g4 is also a threat.
Actually,
There's
rook g4.
too many threats.
Too many threats. Rook g4 wins the rook and the knight.
Anything.
Wins everything.
Anything goes. So rook e4.
Let's see.
Is there a defense?
Well, after rook g4.
I don't want to play this.
Sorry? Yeah, despite giving a pawn with check.
Yes.
Ay. Let's see, yeah?
I'm reading +4 in the chat, so bishop d6 apparently a blunder by Sagi Kayaki.
Big blunder.
Mistake, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, if it turns the assessment from equal to +4, then we can call it a blunder at this level. What else is there? Queen g7.
Queen c6 maybe.
But rook g8 works. I was
Queen
trying
G8?
to figure this out.
Queen
g8. Okay, this is tricky. Queen f6.
Not that
This
easy,
is not
yeah?
so easy.
Queen g6, queen h8, queen g8, queen h6, and then take.
FYI, you probably noticed already, we switched on the engine here to figure out what the H is going on.
You switched it on.
I switched it on. Let's show.
Let's see, yeah?
Okay, this I understand, but the line was not obvious. So
Let's
+4.
see.
Boom.
Okay, rook e4, what else? But really, f5 looks ridiculous. It's rook e6.
Exposes the king greatly and doesn't seem to you too much.
I mean, okay, you stopped, but that's it, yeah?
But I have new threats.
More threat. Queen g7? But queen c6. And
Worst case scenario, maybe I can win the rook again, but
you don't want
probably
to.
do better. So, I give it. Queen c6 still wins, no?
Rook f6. Everything, yeah?
I just want to take your pieces. I just want to take your piece.
Looks lost.
Wow. Drama, baby. And Magnus, is he smelling blood? He looks happier than we used to.
Let's see on full
see
screen.
him.
Maybe other full screen.
You don't think this is the maybe this one, no?
This one is interesting.
For later.
For later.
No, we need a better angle.
This one.
Maybe this one. As good as good. He's calculating, that's for sure.
So actually,
Whoa. That would give him a lot of
confidence.
morale.
Do you get a lot of if he wins? Let's say he now doesn't win. It would be a disaster, yeah.
Yeah, that would upset him a bit.
Then he would be completely broken.
But I also felt like today he was tiptoeing the line of acceptable risk, where he was seriously worse at some point.
He was, I think, taking too much risks, no?
Yeah, but it seems like today it's gonna pay off for a change. Very out of character. Once again, much easier said than done sitting here.
Yeah.
Having the engine switched on, but quite out of character for Kayakin to make a mistake after move 40. Normally he's very good.
Yeah, sure. Here he would play some
himself.
normal move, yeah.
Even though, easier said than done. This king is quite exposed.
The position is unpleasant, but to lose it instantly is... After having spent half an hour calculating.
Magnus does this move again, where he gets up and then he sits back down. Probably because he's trying to get back to where he once belonged. That didn't quite work, sorry.
Yeah, well, it wasn't clear what was supposed to work. Yeah. Sometimes it...
Sometimes. I try too hard.
Yeah.
Never over the chessboard.
Exciting, yeah? If he plays rook h8... Knight g8, rook e4. Really? Game over, eh?
Seems like. And it's not impossible to find. Queen d5, queen f3.
Queen d5, queen f3 looks good.
Yeah. It's queen g7. I guess queen g7 was the idea. These lines aren't so easy.
No, but
also not impossible for a world champion.
Exactly, yeah. Far from. Well, our big advantage...
Here, for example, rook j, queen g8. We said queen f6 is tricky, but rook g4 is also winning. Like queen h7, rook h4.
Yeah, sure.
It's all quite spottable.
This one was
Spotify.
It's quite Spotify. Swedish invention, by the way. Were you aware?
Yes, I was aware of that because you've told me many times. Spotify is free.
Aye. Well,
there was some other. Skype
as well, yeah?
So you're saying Sweden is not just
he made
IKEA?
A move. Did he?
Gave the check.
He gave the check. Yes. He gave the confident check.
Looking happy. Kayakin will rush and blitz out knight g8.
Yes.
Then after rook e4, if Magnus finds rook e4, which it looks like he's seen something.
He looks like kind of interested now.
Drinking his Isklar water.
Hang your head in shame. I'm not sure. It was very tricky.
What's that?
It was a very tricky position. Huh?
Yeah, it wasn't so easy.
It wasn't so. Still, it's surprising to.
Here he goes. Yep, he found it. Now Sergei Kayakin is objectively lost.
Oh, people are claiming instant draw.
Instant draw.
Bram
for
van Einat
Corona.
claims.
Let's have a look. Bram tends to know his endgames. Knight d3.
Why? What?
I have no idea.
Kind of a weird statement. Actually, if you sacrifice even here, yeah, will you get
This,
sucked? Then you will get sucked, yeah.
Here you probably lose.
I mean, you need to be able to sacrifice the f pawn twice in order to make a draw. Yeah? Now you need you need another one.
So far, yet so close.
But what else? Yeah, why would it be instant draw?
I'm not sure, but a draw is a draw. Oh yeah, it doesn't look like an instant draw.
Nah, but it's somewhat strange.
And Crane 33, 333, who's, according to Peter Svidler, one of the best what was it? Hearthstone players in the world.
Uh-huh.
He has all the best decks. I'm not quite sure how the game works, but Peter's very much into it, and many other people tell me it's a lot of fun. Okay, I should stop talking about us. Anyway, he's saying that I should promise never to predict anything but 5 draws. Yeah, I figured out there's a bit of a pattern that whenever I predict 5 draws, we get bloodshed.
Yeah, I would say that it's very likely. That's what decides the.
First of all, there's that, and secondly, I get a lot of abuse whenever I don't predict 5 draws. So it's a win-win situation.
Win-win, yeah.
Because the fan base of the player who I predict to lose will come after me strong. So 5 draws every day from now
that's
on.
why you simply cannot do otherwise.
There's no other way.
No other way. Otherwise, you will get smashed and demolished.
And our friend Blim Blam, the core block, is saying, Nils, are you going to bring back the dreads anytime soon? We had that question the other day.
We had it yesterday also, yeah.
But you still don't have the dreads.
I still don't have them, no. It takes some time to make. Yeah.
But are you working on it?
Not quite, no. Actually, I might get a haircut.
A haircut?
Yeah, maybe. It's summer now, I heard.
I don't know, it's hard to tell in Germany, but today was a good day. Blim Blam, the core block. It's a character from Rick and Morty.
It is, yeah?
Disliked by Blunderman1, so I hope they don't start a fight in the chat.
Let's hope they don't.
Yeah, that would be very hard to handle. Carlson is wondering where to have dinner, how much to tip the valet. I think that's more of a US reference. They don't have valets in Stavanger.
What is valet?
It's a dude that picks up your car and parks it for you, I believe. Outside of the restaurant. And Sita says, Nils Grandelius, I heard about your chess training regimes in a book by Axel Smith. Did he reveal all your secrets?
No, I don't think so. Well, he wrote about how I used to study openings when I was like 15.
Uh-huh.
Not mentioning that.
Not at all, yeah?
Huh?
Not at all, yeah?
Quite little, but like... But yeah, he didn't mention that I changed most of my methods. Maybe he wasn't aware, in fairness. So...
More compliments for you, Brian Clever says. GM Nils, great job on your first game of the day yesterday.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I heard good things.
Yeah, I saw that I got more likes than you, so...
That's not fair. English normally gets some more views than German. But I also heard it's a good video.
Yeah. No.
Comedy saying Nils has the same speech cadence and some of the same expressions as Geary. Let's compare. Now Geary's not at the board, so it's going to be hard to put them next to each other. But yeah, I throw rocks at blind kids. Says Geary is the people's champ.
People champ, yeah, maybe.
I don't think that's true.
Levon.
Levon is probably more of the people's champ.
Especially in Armenia.
Especially there. But Levon might also become the tournament's champ.
Tournament, that's probably what matters the most.
I don't know. It's also good to be beloved.
Yeah, we will see. How does Sergei's face look at the moment?
It's hard to tell because of the
angle. Lack of angle.
The many filters we're using.
Here he is.
He does not look happy, if you ask me.
He doesn't look too happy. Yeah.
No, it must be tough, because he must have understood it. Okay, the position might be tricky, but he was not in any trouble objectively. Well, now it's just lost, I think.
Yeah.
Or, well, the computer thinks, which matters more. And yeah, he's probably just coming to terms with that, and then sometimes you go mentally through what happened in the game and so on.
You think he realized by now that he's completely dead lost?
I would guess so, because he was intending queen g7, so you realize that doesn't work, then you start looking for different...
Okay, I play bishop c5. You should play.
Okay.
What?
I have a computer running. I can read out T6.
Yeah, but okay, not clear if you would find. Yeah.
No, that's true.
No, but I mean, I'm just saying you will win the knight, and we will have an exchange up. It might continue a bit. Or...
Okay, let me play a natural move after bishop c5. Queen to f3.
Queen to f3. Let's say queen g7.
Mm.
You will now you cannot take or what?
I would like to take. I'm not going to be able to do it.
You take?
Here I don't win.
Here, suffering.
Sorry for the analysis on the tiny board.
Yes.
But yeah, we're just trying to figure out if there's at least a practical chance for Sergei Kayakin.
Because bishop c5, I mean d6 is not. I thought that like rook g4 was the most natural move. After bishop c5.
Yeah, this is the computer solution, but it's not.
Yeah, no, rook g4 I think is what will be played.
You think it will be played?
No, I don't know. It takes king h2.
Maybe play.
I mean queen f3. I was thinking maybe it's kind of you're pushing all the
And
pawns.
you want to make it a race.
Takes king e7. Takes.
Probably losing the race though.
I mean I'm losing the race, but at least I took
least
part.
it's a race.
Yeah.
So you like the hair?
Before?
Gabetti is asking, Jan, can you explain, as if to a beginner, yes truly, why Magnus is winning? Yeah, this is the most human line that we're currently looking at, where you lose the knight, but it becomes a bit of a race. The computer gives other fancier solutions, and I would guess this is just winning actually. The rook can jump behind the pawns now. Well, I'm pushing this guy.
I mean, I should just be much ahead, yeah.
Yeah, seems good. Anyway, after rook e4, which is the position currently on board, the problem for black is his king. If he takes on d5, queen f3, the geometry works against him. There's all kinds of threats. So it's very much a move-by-move situation, and sometimes you have a line that works, sometimes you don't.
Here you don't.
Here you just don't, yeah? Sometimes it's really chance, as stupid as it sounds. Even though, of course, he's made mistakes, like his pieces get uncoordinated, so you can tell there are cracks in the black position now. But that there's no defense, sometimes it's a bit unlucky as well.
Yeah.
Oh, we're reading out from the Axel Smith book and Nils's chess training. Young Nils. Nils and I started to train when he was 12. In April 2008, I gave him the task of creating a small opening file for the Berlin with d3, bishop c5, bishop c6. Before he showed me the opening file, he played it against me and got an advantage. Oh.
Smart, yeah.
What's that trick in d3, bishop c5, bishop c6?
I don't know. I don't think it was very impressive.
And Blim Blam the car block is apologizing that he missed yesterday. What are you doing, Blim Blam? We've talked about this before. It's not an excuse to have a life or a job or family.
That's right.
You're a bitter disappointment to the entire community. How dare you?
I have to agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, also Niels' first day. It's very disrespectful towards Niels.
Yes, that's right. First day of doing commentary here.
And you're not here.
Yes.
Okay. What else is there? Is there still drama in the Giri Caruana?
Well, whatever. I mean, why didn't he play in G5? It was so strange not to play here.
And Blim Blam, the core block, says an excuse that you might accept. He said 9 a.m. starts here. Impossible to be awake.
No, but okay, you can actually join after some hours, no?
So after you wake up, like at 12, you could join.
Yeah, you can have coffee until 1 and then you can join, yeah?
That sounds true. You will get
Just
the best part, the ramblings after 4 hours.
Yeah, just after move 40. The most interesting things. But okay, are they repeating? They are not. He's fighting.
Why would they repeat?
No, okay.
I don't think white is in big trouble here, ever. Even though I can easily construct some ways to lose this position.
By now he realized that h7 will always be a dead draw, yeah?
Let's say you go knight f8, g4, knight e6. And you have to find the only move.
Yeah, that's right.
But this is good news for white.
But the only move draws, yeah, still.
Yeah.
Is it possible to go wrong? Boguslavski. What is 3c5 against Boguslavski?
What's Boguslavski?
No idea.
Me neither.
Boguslavski. What is even? Is it even a Boleslavski? I know.
I know all kinds of opening names.
Bogoljubov.
But the Boguslavski I've never heard of.
Some kind of mix, yeah? Between Bogoljubov and Boleslavski.
I played... now I know what he's talking about. I played a guy called Boguslavski in the German Cup. I played not 3 but 4c5. My apologies, I'm slow. I would not say I prepared it. It's not a very good line between you and me. But I knew about that move and I thought it had decent surprise value for one game. But no, I didn't prepare it for that particular game. It's e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, bishop f5, h4, and I played c5. Which is a little...
shaky, yeah?
A little shady.
I thought it was a bit shady.
No, he was right about Boguslavski, I'm sorry. I just thought, yeah, it's an opening night. Well, it was my opponent. I don't like it when that happens. When I go full condescending and then it turns out I'm the stupid one.
It's an unpleasant feeling, definitely.
Because my default mode is condescending, but normally I want to be right at this.
Of course.
Rook e4.
Yeah. He spent some time now. Looks like maybe he missed this idea.
Yeah, he's lost.
Dead lost.
Gone, baby, gone.
But Giri will enjoy himself for quite a while. Which game do you think will finish earlier?
The Giri game.
Earlier?
Yes.
Wow.
Or Kayakin could just resign. No, but he's not gonna resign.
He's a big fighter.
Yeah, and he's gonna... Well, it's not obviously a loss. He just start looking for a move here. It can be very frustrating. You calculate one line, then the next line, and then one line again, and that's just nothing.
And then you do it again and again, and then you have 5 minutes. You make a move.
Not fun.
Other moves lose. Ay.
Play, baby, play.
Table base says knight e5 is a draw.
I'm assuming that's in this game.
That would mean that knight f8 loses, yeah? Do I understand?
But why?
h7?
But this knight is so dumb. Bishop f5, huh? Just
Yes, knight is trapped.
dominating the dude.
Knight is trapped. So why does other moves lose? Lose.
I don't know.
The
The other moves look kind of stupid.
That's incredibly.
Knight c5, no, yeah.
Bishop f5.
Distance 4, dominating the knight.
Maybe.
If you take, we get a new queen.
Yes.
How do you get new queens in Sweden? Just by birthright?
Yes. Oh, well, you can marry, then you become queen if you marry the king, I guess.
So the king is a bloodline and the queen is always married? Or if the next heir is female,
I don't know, but I mean, our next heir at the moment is a lady.
Okay, then you can't marry.
Sorry? You can marry and then become the king, I guess, or
So
not.
that's what I mean.
No, or you simply can't. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you in trouble with the Swedish authorities.
I don't think you have to know.
I'm not so sure.
Giri decided to play h7, thereby making your statement very likely, yeah?
What was my statement?
That this game will finish earlier than the other.
Yeah.
Because now really there isn't a lot to do, yeah?
And Schellingford says, since I cannot be here tomorrow, how dare you? We've had this discussion earlier. But anyway, I'll thank Jan and Nils for insightful and entertaining commentary. Flattery normally works, so thank you, Schellingford.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Still, tomorrow?
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's see, yeah.
IR Baboon is wondering, are royal same-sex marriages legal in Sweden? Probably not a topic that has come up so far, yeah?
Not yet, no. And I don't know. I would assume so, yeah. But I'm not sure. Let's see.
What else is there to say? Let's look at some chess lines. Here, rook d8, for example. If rook g4, you take, and maybe I don't even need queen f3.
Which also
I
wins.
can just get out the way.
Get out the way.
Move. My problem with these shows is I'm never sure if I'm supposed to curse or not. What's your feeling on it?
Do you need to?
Should it be a family show?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Then again, on a family show, you should be allowed from time to time.
Yeah, I feel like it should be at least like PG-13, where you get one F-bomb per movie.
Something like that, yeah. Something. Shouldn't be exaggerated, but...
But do you curse? Like,
Rarely.
I haven't seen you curse very
No.
much. You're very soft-spoken normally.
I guess, yeah. Why to curse? Yeah, there's normally no big reason.
No, sometimes you want to add some incentive to your point, or
Why? Not that I do it in other ways, I simply don't do it.
Dissatisfaction, your mild dissatisfaction with a certain topic. Or you can curse yourself out if you make a bad chess move. Like,
maybe.
silly me.
Silly me, yeah. I sometimes I think to myself, silly me.
And I'm pretty sure
Look, queen
those are
g7.
exactly the thoughts that Sage Kayakin was
He's thinking to himself, silly me. Yeah?
harboring, because queen g7 was played and met with rook takes g8 check at tempo.
Quickly.
Magnus, no more mysteries for him in this position.
Do you think he will play rook g4 or queen f6?
I think queen f6 by now. So
By now,
because he's
yeah.
had time to calculate all this. Rook g4 is his
Yeah.
first instinct, but if queen f6 is more devastating, why not? Because rook g4, of course you're winning, but you never know, like something could theoretically still go wrong here. Even though it's quite winning.
I mean, yeah, because you would attack.
Well, if you go queen f6,
It resides.
then yeah, there's no more coordination.
Here
Maybe
even
you can even
even
go
d6,
d6,
yeah.
but let's say this
I mean, okay.
here. The pawn
d6,
is just
d7.
running.
It's a running pawn.
I'm being told that midsummer is 24th of June in Sweden.
Yeah, it's normally on a Friday, so I guess it's this.
It's a Friday.
It's next Friday, 8 days.
Well, the Saturday is the 24th.
Is it?
I know dates.
Then I guess midsummer is 24th. Then I guess it's not on a Friday,
Yeah,
it's on a
23rd.
Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
I throw rocks at blind kids wonders where Pramod is. I have no idea, and I'm slightly worried. If someone could call Pramod, make sure everything's alright, would be greatly appreciated. Or maybe he's finally been blocked from the chat for life for liking the Mentalist too much. This is another option. So rook g8 on the board, king g8, rook g4 seals
But
the
I
deal.
think it will be a very close call now, right? Who will finish first? Because the other one is incredibly dead draw.
Yeah, here you can resign, and I think that is what
He did,
Kayakin
yeah?
has done after
Wow.
rook g8.
So he
has
finally
called it a
resigned.
day. Oops. Darkness. Yeah. First win in the tournament for Magnus Carlsen, so as usual he gets his one victory per tournament. At least he has not gone winless since 2007 in an event. And yeah, that was an uneven game where he took great risks. Was worse certainly in the time trial, and the end was rewarded.
Though somewhat strange, he rewarded on move 41 rather than in time trouble.
Exactly, and that's not typical for kayaking, because normally,
He likes to spend
extremely
his time.
good at keeping his composure and not making mistakes later. But it goes to show the position. With the computer it's easy, but not so easy over the board. When you
Definitely not. Many threats.
Staring at stuff. And Queen G7 really is not the first move that comes to mind.
No, it's a strange move. Yeah. I mean, the Queen G5 was the bad move. Yeah. You had this Queen on G7 protecting. And
that's true. This was move 40 where he was probably sort of panicking.
Yeah, but still, Rook D8 something.
Yeah, and given time to calculate, you can probably take the pawn.
Yeah, but this is
very
understandable.
Opening all kinds of floodgates,
but Rook D8 something was very. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a natural move.
Yeah.
Invite everyone to the party.
Exactly.
But the party's over now. Magnus Carlsen wins his first game of the event. And that means in the standings department moves up to join Vichy Anand and MVL on -1, while Sergei Kayakin moves to sole last place on -2.
So that is Kayakin is on sole last.
Yep. Levin Aronian cruising. Hikaru Nakamura also excellent event. Anish Giri probably won't win.
Should we have a look?
Yep.
At the excitement, but they are going back and forth.
Back and forth. The problem for White is he would really like to put Bishop on E8 when he's, well, depending on circumstances, when he would be winning, dominating the knight. But he's not going to be able to do it. For example, say King G5, Knight F7, King H5, Knight H8, Bishop F5, Knight F7, Bishop G6. Here, if Knight H8, Bishop E8, we would have achieved our aim.
Yes.
And we would win. Glorious victory, because this knight can never go anymore. And let's say here, this wins. No? Oh, did I bungle it? Hang on. I'm so good at bungling these things. We have to be a little more precise.
Yes, and now King F6, yeah.
This is the line we had earlier.
Yes, which...
and the bishop cuts off the king.
Yes.
And the horse falls. One horse head in the bed. Not a pleasant thing. But instead, if we keep going down that line, after bishop G6, black will always play knight to E5. Now bishop E8 is a lot less effective because this knight is just
out, yeah.
Out. Well, if you go back, the knight also goes back, and the dance continues.
And if you go to, you can never really go. Problem is you can only defend H7 from G6 on this diagonal, and that square will always be covered.
Now the problem is, just generally speaking,
this
that we can take here. Probably knight H8 also draws. Does it? I'm not sure about that statement.
Why not?
But yeah, should also draw.
Because, I mean...
Yeah. But just in general terms, this is a pretty decent solution.
Yes.
Let us have one last look at the facial stylings of gentlemen Giri and Caruana, who once dropped 16 games in a row. Then Fabi won one.
Hey, you like this story, yeah? That they drew 16 in a row.
Yes.
It's a good story.
I'm also not sure if it's true, but I'll just
it's a solid,
speak it into existence.
It's very solid, yeah.
They also used to have the same coach, Vladimir Chuchalov.
That's right, as well.
And they have similar habits of like keeping their head in a 120-degree angle towards the board, being cool, calm, and collected. But Fabi, of course, is aware this is quite drawish.
He should be, but still. Is he aware that he should absolutely not get this position at all?
Well, maybe he's just trying to build up his defensive prowess.
I mean, that's why he didn't play.
I don't know. I'm very confused by Fabi, because he's such a good calculator and so well prepared, but he's been lacking punch a bit recently. And yeah, with black, of course, you make your choices in the opening. He's been holding his Queen's Gambit accepted and Petrov, so you can't really blame him for that.
He never lost, yeah? Did he lose a game in this tournament? He lost with white against Anand.
He lost the strange white game to Vichy, draw the other games.
Yes.
Smugs 2006 is wondering if Geary wins, does that get him in the top 10 again? He won't win, so he will probably stay in the 11th spot. But, in my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter, but in Magnus Carlsen's opinion, Geary does belong in the top 10.
That's right.
He's too strong a player not to be there, and he will be back. So, Nils.
Yes.
No, that's all I had. So, Nils.
Aha, you mean at this position?
I should probably put the current position on the board and ask you, do you see any last trickery? Any cunning ideas?
Let's see. If you put king on e7 from that side, you will wait with knight f7 and it will change nothing.
I might go knight g5, but... It's the same old story.
Yeah. And also knight h8 here. So you cannot go from that side and you cannot go from the other side.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I guess it's drawish. He made a move. King e5. He will try on the e7 side. Huh?
Yeah, but what is he trying? Come on, Anish. You're playing a 2800 player.
With 15 minutes on the clock.
Stop messing around.
Yeah.
What are we missing with the chatsters? Not much. Who is there? We need a voice of reason in the chat. All right. I got nothing. Let's discuss Swedish culture. So, I know a lot about Swedish culture. Oh.
Because you're a 16th Swedish, or?
I won 16 Swedish and I've read all the Snabba Cash books.
Ah, you read all the Snabba Cash books.
Mm-hmm.
Not even I did that.
What else do I know? I watched a movie called Till Summons. Have you seen that?
No.
It's about hippies in the 70s. It's a comedy.
Is it a new movie?
I think it's a classic of Swedish cinema from the early 2000s, maybe?
No, I am not aware of the movie. Probably you watch more Swedish movies than me.
Probably. I also watched the Brun series. Very good television.
That's excellent. Half Danish.
Yeah, it's a half Danish show. It's very, very enjoyable.
Yes. Agreed. Generally, we are quite strong in crime series.
I agree. What else is there? That's all I know.
Yeah, that's about it, yeah.
That's all there is?
I don't know.
Spotify I'm aware of, Skype.
Yeah.
IKEA, alcohol prices. I like the city of Gothenburg.
Why? Because
it's a nice city.
It's a nice city.
Yes.
With a fish church.
I haven't been there. I've been to the movies in Gothenburg.
They have a fish church.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nice.
What do they do in the fish church?
They sell fish.
Oh, they sell fish?
Yes.
I don't know. I prefer to think of others as well.
Yeah, that's maybe... Well,
especially in a church, to be selfish.
So let's see now. He repeated once, yeah, and then he played on with bishop b1, very cunning. He's playing on time, forcing Fabi to go to the increment part.
Lord Fleshout is bringing up an important question. He's asking, have you seen It Comes at Night? It's getting okay reviews and I'm considering it. I'm in the same stage as you, Lord Fleshout. I read some review, it said it's good, and said that sometimes it's just as scary what is left unseen on the screen. Sorry, apologies for my terrible English. But I don't know, that turned me off a bit. I want to see the scary monsters. If I make it all the way to the movie and then they just scare me with there's some noise and I don't know what's there, don't care. Show me the monster. Spend your CGI budget, so I probably won't watch it. I want to see Wonder Woman. I heard it's a good movie.
Wonder Woman?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, it was an interesting round today. Even though this game will end peacefully, there was quite some
But
quite some
he will push for a while now.
Push what?
I don't know, push his G-pawn. I saw that he just collected another score sheet, meaning that he intends to play more than 60 moves. Mm-hmm.
Fiskbollar. Is that fish bowls?
Yes, yeah.
Sounds good. Is that a Swedish specialty?
Yeah, Swedish specialty.
Oh, discussing Swedish stuff. Yeah, I have seen all all parts of the Giri with the dragon tattoo, the Swedish original.
Giri with the dragon tattoo.
Yes. It's called the Giri with the dragon tattoo. It's a 3-part series. Later there was this Hollywood remake, but the Swedish movies are much better.
Swedish movies were quite good, yeah?
Yes, with Lisbeth Salander.
Yes.
I forgot what the actress was called, but she was very good.
Yeah, sure.
The one who played the Giri.
I have no idea who played Giri.
Danger Mo enjoyed Wonder Woman. Bendix Persk, I share your sentiments. He says, Grandelius, you laugh a lot, and that makes me upset given the fact that I'm a serious German.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Could you turn it down a little bit?
Turn
Just
the... Yeah, I will try to laugh a bit less.
Thank you. GM Aryan is asking, Jan, have you beat 2750 plus player? Not when they were 2750 plus. I beat Naka and Fabi, but when they were not 2750
Younger,
plus.
yeah?
You gotta beat them when they're young. And Nomi Rapace, that's right.
Yes.
Have you beat 2750 plus players?
Actually not. I beat some guys, but they were not 2750.
Yeah, I also beat some guys, but they were much lower rated. Like 2450.
No, but some guys that actually in some moments were... like Elyanov, for example, was. But not when I played him, no.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, let's not do any Giri trolling today. He's got another good position. I don't think he was ever winning today, but he made Fabi, or is still making Fabi, work very hard for his draw.
But he's not working so hard anymore, right? Like he's not even at the board.
Running around, but Anish is working very hard.
He's very wise, he's tiring himself.
Blim Blam the core block asks, have you guys played Ivanchuk? Yeah, I made a draw. I think I only made one draw. But normally I block out any losses from my memory palace instantly. So I can only recall the one draw. Have you played Chucky?
Never.
Ovietska saying, if you like the Swedish Bron, you have to see Beck. I think popular opinion is that Bron is a much better show than Beck.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think there's no real discussion there.
There are some old Becks that are not so bad.
Fair enough.
Before the main guy took over.
The Beck guy?
I mean this Peter Haber, the actor.
Oh, speaking of Sweden, I'm familiar with Stellan Skarsgård. Oh no,
Yes.
but he's Danish, right? Or is he
Swedish.
I'm also familiar with the son Alexander Skarsgård.
He played Tarzan, yeah?
He played Tarzan, and more importantly, he played Eric in True Blood.
He played Eric in True Blood.
Yes.
But his father is more famous, or?
Stellan.
I'm not sure.
Used to be more famous.
He used to be quite famous. Yeah, Stellan.
Yes. He used to be a hippie. He was walking around naked at home.
He
all
was,
the time.
How
So
do
his
you know?
kids are a bit traumatized. I don't know. I like to spend my time on gathering useless information on celebrities. Nils Rose asking, who was the nicest top player after the game in the analysis that you played? You mean when analyzing the game afterwards? The thing is, they're all very nice when they win the game.
Yes.
So normally if you lose, then...
And we haven't
and
tried
I tend
it.
to deliver. But nowadays there's not that much analyzing going on after games. Actually.
No, you go
there's
to
a
the
short
press...
chat after the game maybe, but that's it.
You go to the press conference.
You speak for yourself. I go to my room and cry. No press conferences in my tournaments. Champion is asking, is this you, Nils?
It is me, indeed.
Let's bring up your name and title. There you go. Grandmaster. How do you feel about the Grandmaster title? Do you think that should be Super Grandmaster title?
I don't know. No idea. No opinion.
No opinions. I generally don't have many opinions. People tend to have opinions.
But you don't.
I normally don't care so much. Gift is asking, Jan, have you played Vichy? Yeah, I think I have 0 out of 1 against Vichy. I lost one
Game in the Bundesliga.
traumatic Sunday morning in the Bundesliga. He was very nice in the post-game analysis.
He was, yeah.
Yes.
Obviously. So what else?
That's all there is. Anish is still racking his brains looking for a Zugzwang. Do you think it's weird that I mispronounced Zugzwang even though I know the correct pronunciation to cater to the English audience?
How is the correct German?
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. And you
But
say
in English you say Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Or I think that's what people...
This sounds quite similar, huh?
Zug. Bram van Einatten is leaving. Bye, Bram.
Bye, bye.
How dare you? First of all, not to show up yesterday. No, that wasn't Bram, that was Blim Blam, right? My
Blim
apologies.
blam, blim blam. Blim blam, blam.
GM Aryan is wondering, Nils, is your aim to become world champion?
My aim is to become a bit stronger.
I think that's a good attitude. Daily or like monthly or yearly?
Yes, something like monthly. Quite
It's hard to become stronger on a daily basis.
Yeah. Like kind of floatingly, like generally better.
Should not be an exact line, but it's like the trend has to be good.
No, with TV4. But did he make a move?
I don't think there's any fresh moves. Knight h8 maybe.
Do you think he might forget about the time?
I think they might both have fallen asleep. Look, there's no movement.
No, but according to the clock, he has 45 seconds. He played a move. All that drama gone.
Chess player 007 is asking, Jan, for which team have you played in Switzerland? I haven't played in Switzerland for a long time. I used to play for Niederrohdorf. Is that? I think that's where I used to play in very old days. And some team called, was it Baden? I can't remember things. But I haven't played in Switzerland for a while. If you are a very rich Swiss club that is looking for a slightly overpriced aging Grandmaster.
Who likes to make quick...
No,
Nope,
not
nope,
true.
Nope.
Nowadays I'm a big fighter in my 15
you are.
games per year. Because normally I play Patzes in Bundesliga on the low board. That's not true. But normally I'm a big favorite.
Yeah.
Or in Thailand Open. Where, there I'm quite peaceful, but sometimes I have to win some games or two. Chess analyst asks, Jan, what correspondence database do you recommend? I'm not an expert on the topic. I don't know. Like, I have some. I think it's called correspondence database. I think I have a friend that updated it with games that you can, I think, download from this ICCF site. But I'm really not an expert on the topic. I'm sure there are people that have much nicer bases and know much more about it. Dr. Boki is saying, Jan, would you play in the German national team? You're number 2 in Germany. I believe I'm number 3 with my massive rating of 2640 currently. I don't know. I haven't been asked since 2012, so I haven't really had to spend any mental energy on that topic. If they ask me, I'll consider, of course. But I haven't been asked for a long, long time. Nils, did you try Surströmmingen?
Yes.
What's that?
It's an incredibly smelly fish.
Okay.
Herring.
Herring. Nils, do you have Indian GM friends?
Yes. Nowadays, in every tournament you play, there are like lots of Indians.
Yes.
And of course, you get to know them and become friends, befriend them. So it's yes, of course. It's a bit different. 10 years ago, there wasn't Indians in all tournaments. Yeah? Nowadays, doesn't matter where you go, there are always a couple at least.
I only play Thailand Open. There's normally lots of Indians.
Yes,
it's only a 3-hour flight.
Yes.
So that also answers Artur Navrovsky's question. When I come back to top 100, I have to pick out a lot of points in that Thailand Open. It's getting tougher all the time. I'm going to play another tournament. I'll play Bad Vise, so it's 2 tournaments. So there you go.
So this year you're pushing it, yeah?
This year I'm making a hard push towards the 25-game barrier.
Yeah.
Dr. Lay is wondering, how much does Baden-Baden pay Vichy and Levon for playing in Bundesliga? I do not know, and if I knew, I would not share that information.
Yes.
Jan, can you give us odds for Magnus losing number 1 ranking at any point this year? Well, he won today, so that increases his chances of sticking there quite a bit. Let's update. But odds...
Now, 12 points, almost 13, yeah.
I don't know. I'm bad at odds. I would say it's clearly less than even money, like maybe 20% chance.
That he loses it?
Yeah, something like that. But I have no idea. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not sure how many games they are still playing. And I have no idea how he plans to play. I still think Magnus in good shape is the strongest player in the world and should keep his number 1 spot. But of course,
agreed, yeah.
Can't force to be in good shape. Nick Tophelia asked why the Thailand Open, Jan. It's by far my favorite tournament. It's fantastic weather, fantastic organization, fantastic food, fantastic country. There's nothing to dislike. I can only recommend. If you guys only want to play 1 tournament per year, or maybe you want to play tons of tournaments, then include the Thailand Open in your list of tournaments. I don't know many people that don't like that tournament. That doesn't go for strong professionals, because I need to keep having a chance. It's tough enough that Nigel keeps winning this. There's no money to be made, guys. Don't go there. But if you're a chess tourist like me,
exactly,
it's a fantastic tournament.
Nice. He found the repetition.
They are repeating?
No, Giri will play on.
I'm sure Giri could lose all his material if he wanted and then shake hands.
Yes. But he seems very, very interested.
Yeah, he does not seem like he's putting up an act and then they're going to make a draw. He's studying some stuff, which if we were smarter and more motivated, we would probably be able to find some idea, but I don't really see it.
Yeah? Why?
Maybe not. There's a question about Giri struggling with conversions in this tournament. It's not only in this tournament, it always happens at this level, but you could also argue his opening preparation is probably like 2900 level, and then his middle gameplay is 2800, and his conversion technique is like 2700, so it looks quite weak compared to the average level, but he's still a pretty good chess player. But yeah, that is obviously the one weakness in his game. He does not manage to convert all the good positions he has. It's hard to speculate if it's a psychological thing, a chess thing, a bit of both. I can sort of relate because I am, of course, at a much lower level. Always very interested in opening theory, and as a scientist, normally, well, whatever, as a quote-unquote researcher, your interest somehow ends when you have achieved your goal. Like, okay, yes. I'm 0.50 here, I'm happy, I've done my work. But that kind of work doesn't teach you how to convert these 0-50. And if that's where you do most of your work, like I've been doing, then it's natural that you get a lot of good positions, but you don't convert them on a high clip. Does that make sense?
Makes sense, yeah.
I think, yeah, it makes
You're
sense.
normally is best at what you do most, yeah?
Hmm?
Giri should play against until the 50-move rule. What do you think? Should he continue some 20 more moves?
I don't know. If he can spot some idea, like some potential Zugzwang, we currently can't see any idea, and if it's just moving the knight around until it's bishop g6 and then play knight e5, it's not so interesting for any involved party.
Yeah, that's true, probably, yeah.
So I don't know, if you can come up with some idea, by all means, go for it. We currently can't.
What could it be?
He's threatening to move something.
Checking his short score sheet, whether it's...
If he can still move around for 50 moves, then play g3, then do it all
King
over
G3.
again.
King
Boom.
G3.
And I'm getting some tips about installing the syzygy table bases for Stockfish. Yes, I've never bothered to install these table bases on any of my machines. That goes about the same stuff we were talking earlier. For opening analysis, normally you don't need them. I don't really care about any other part. But yeah, thanks for the hint. I will try to get some syzygy. Syzygy is also, that's a character in Unreal Tournament, is that correct? I think so. It's probably based on something. Let me Google syzygy. So Nils, what's your next tournament?
The Nordic Zonal.
Can you qualify for something there?
Yes, for the World Cup. We do have a spot.
The Nordic Zonal, but you're allowed to play in the European and in the Nordic?
Yes, we are.
Isn't that
both.
like cheating?
It's a bit like cheating, but what to do, yeah?
Well,
I was forced to play.
shut that
Shut that option.
option.
Yeah, but then what? It wouldn't be good for me, right?
I understand.
Yes, so wasn't it a very dumb suggestion to shut it?
Okay, fair enough.
It was great, I thought, to have this zonal.
It's just rigged. GM Aryan says, Niels, which books have you read? Because Jan doesn't like books. But
We
I think you
discussed
can
it
read
yesterday,
books
yeah?
independently of my like or dislike for books.
But you actually like books, you said yesterday.
No, I said that off air. My public persona, it's a very different person.
I'm sorry,
He
I'm
hates
sorry.
books. He has never read a book in his life.
Aye.
I'm joking. But it's true. I'm not sure if we're talking chess books. I haven't been reading many chess books. I've read I keep repeating this. I've read the two Gelfand books. I thought those were good. I read the Kasparov books. And I've seen the occasional Avruch opening book, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Do you have any hot chess book recommendations?
What chess book? No. The stuff I'm reading is probably not so interesting.
Boring chess books.
Yeah, I'm reading boring chess books normally.
You like tournament books and stuff, right?
Tournament books is nice, yeah. But there was. Dvoretsky's latest book was the one who came out after his death. The Art of Maneuvering.
I haven't seen it yet.
It was great. Lots of exercises which you can solve. I went through them. It was nice. Very nice. Apart from that, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I should get it. That was a big shock for me because Dvoretsky was here, literally, I believe, 2 months before he passed away. And we were recording video series,
Yes.
from which I actually learned a lot because it was rook and game technique.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I knew he was sick, but I didn't know how bad it was. And then to hear that he passed away 2 months after was very shocking. But yeah, we've all learned lots from reading Mark Dvoretsky's books.
Of course.
When I was young in the 90s, or younger, there was no internet, so this was really the main source for getting high quality information, all the Dvoretsky and Yusupov books. Fantastic stuff. And I think even nowadays, I'm sure you've read them all, right?
Yeah, not all of them.
But
No. I'm not very... I didn't read all of them, but I read most of them, I would say.
Giri has mentioned that he keeps Dvoretsky's endgame manual under his pillow at all times. That's the one I struggle with the most, like endgames. They don't make sense to me. Knight to h8.
Knight h8. So now this is just moving around in circles doesn't make too much sense because it's clear that Fabi finally understood how to defend. With knight h8, knight f7, those moves can be played quite fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, going back and forth.
I'm out of coffee. I'm out of topics. Out of things to say. Anish is out of ideas too.
Yes. But
we will not yet get out of here.
No, he's down to less than 7 minutes.
But it's move 61, so he's getting 30 seconds per move from now.
But he's already used up his 15 minutes.
Let's go full Anish.
Do you think he understood there's no chances?
Yeah, we must be looking for something. I'm really not quite sure what that could be, because I can't even think of a single idea.
You're taking your time in order to get your opponent to be lured in a false sense of security, but...
Yeah, that's fine, but in order to lure him into a false sense of security, you must have some idea.
There must be one idea,
you can just shake hands and go prepare for the next game.
Because really, if there's not possible to blunder, right? Doesn't look possible. Also, you should
Mr. Porky is saying maybe Geary is cheating and has an engine in his shoe. He's not, but your theory is that the engine, since it gives +5, he feels like he must find something. There is nothing there, yeah? Yeah, engines are not very helpful in this position. Table bases are, but engines will just say whatever, +3, +4, +5. Doesn't matter. It's a dead draw. Or so it looks to me. Geary is playing the version of bishop c2.
Ah, and see, because he was on b1. So now on c2, what is the point?
And Marius Chereches is asking, Jan, is the win for Geary easy to spot? From our view, with engine sounds clear, but at table is more difficult. It doesn't sound clear to me at all. I think it's a dead draw.
Yeah, it's a dead draw.
So don't listen to your engine.
The engine is... doesn't understand the concept of fortresses.
The engine does not understand the concept of doing nothing, which I'm a bit of a self-taught expert.
Look, he played bishop d1.
Very nice.
With the trick, if you take the pawn, I play bishop h5.
Yep, that is what you want. To dominate the horsey.
But I'm pretty sure Fabi is not thinking about...
Well, but you have to stop bishop h5 at least, so...
Why?
Well, if you make any move like king f6, this also wins, I guess, yeah?
This wins, yeah. Okay, but you have to play knight f7.
Yeah, or... knight g6, probably, no? But at least it's an idea to approach it from this angle. But this is good, no?
No, king g5 you play, but there's still knight.
Same thing. Same. Now, yeah, if bishop c2, I return to my castle. And if you go bishop h5, I'll take the pawn. And my chances. Maybe he's thinking about something like this, if you could ever get something here. But you really can't.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Mr. Blunderman, you sound convinced, so are you interested in a little wager? You bet on your engine, I bet on a draw.
Yeah, that would be an interesting bet.
That could maybe settle this debate the easiest.
Yes, let's make bet.
King to g5.
He played king g5.
Putting pressure.
Putting a lot of pressure. May I suggest knight e5?
You may suggest so. Imagine, after I locked in the bet and then he goes knight h8. That'd be shocking.
Yeah.
But knight e5 played, bishop c2, and we're back to square. Not to square one, but to square c2. There's just nothing to do.
Blunderman wasn't quite convinced, but now he is, yeah? Why would you, as black in such a situation, check your score sheet in order to understand whether it's a free fall?
He's checking when he can claim stuff. But you can't claim anytime soon.
Sorry?
The last capture was on move 52.
No, he's claiming for repetition.
Move 67. Ah, okay.
Should we?
Just to go home, yeah?
Should we investigate? I mean, if you make a false claim, it will take an additional 10-15 minutes.
Fuchsia is saying, Nils, did they tell you in advance how boring this drop is?
No.
I think I was quite specific about that.
You were?
Wasn't I?
I
told you something. After 4 hours, there's normally some boring endgame going on. We have to talk nonsense.
That's right, but not for such a long time.
Okay. You're not new to chess tournaments. You know how long these games last normally.
I know. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah? If I got completely bored, but let's check if he's right.
Please check. Is he claiming a draw? There's action. Okay.
Action, full screen.
He's claiming a draw. And Anish says, no way, Jose. Jose Fabi.
But Anish doesn't have to be involved, yeah? But in a month he would have to be. They are changing this rule.
Which rule?
If you are claiming.
And they agree a draw. Or not agree, but it looks like the claim is accepted.
I mean, if you claim a draw, your opponent has to be there for the reconstruction of the game. From the 1st of July, I think.
Hang on, I didn't understand that. If you agree a draw?
No, if you try to claim a draw.
Yes.
And you have to go through the game.
Oh, yeah.
Then your opponent has to be there.
Okay.
But not yet, but he will when they change the rules.
I haven't done that often. Normally the arbiter goes to a separate board and tries to goes through the score sheet.
Yeah, but now both players have to be there.
Ugh, sounds tough.
They are changing it.
I see. Just to make it more unpleasant to claim draws.
Yes.
But it's more unpleasant for the opponent, not for you.
Yeah, now they want to claim, I guess. I don't know.
We will never know. Anyway, that game is over. This position was a dead draw. That's why Anish is not particularly upset about the threefold repetition. There was no way to win this. Fabiano found a way to end this a bit more quickly. Let's briefly wrap up today's happenings, or sum up, maybe a more accurate term. In the game, Nakamura, Wesley, so really nothing happened. Some theoretical debate, slightly new idea, or old idea, last seen in a game by Stolberg. That's not true. It was played in the 90s, but not very common. But Wesley reacted well. Queen d4, b6. Black is fine. And a draw was agreed at. The most action-packed game of the day, of course, the game between Carlsen and Kayakin. I'll leave it to you to explain all the subtleties.
All the subtleties.
You have 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, they got a normal position. Probably knight a6 is slightly passive. He could have equalized
knight
by
c6
force.
we thought was forcing egalite.
Forcing equalization, but okay, knight a6. Here he accepted slightly worse position. Not too much happened for a while. Until this point. Here maybe already white was kind of slightly better possibly, but then he decided to go for this very ambitious move, c4, sacrificing a pawn, just to play on. But it doesn't seem entirely sound, I thought.
No, it looked like he was steaming a bit and really trying to make something happen where there was nothing.
Where there really wasn't enough to do, yeah.
Queen takes a2, my favorite move of the game.
Yeah,
extremely greedy move.
Extremely greedy move, and probably... I mean, it seems to hold, but...
Yeah, but objectively probably not the best.
Probably not the best.
It was better if he
Yes. So this, and now, I mean, some stuff happened. Queen h6 was probably better, but...
Both sides down to like 3 minutes here.
Yes.
Here, rook e8, cute little trick, rook e8. Queen f6, rook e1.
Checkmate.
Booyah.
So instead, he took Queen g7. Here probably white can repeat if he wants to. Like Queen f5, Queen f6, Queen h, something like this, or...
He didn't want to.
He didn't want to, he wanted to win. So he went Queen c2. This was all quite messy. It seems like black is a bit better, or maybe just unclear. And then they reached the position after 40 moves, where white is in fact slightly better. And after thinking for a very long time, Kaikin collapsed with bishop d6.
Yep, ending the game.
Yes, missing check and rook e4 followed by rook g4. Yes, winning. After queen g7 is cute tactic, rook takes g8. Winning the queen.
Yep, let's show the final line after
Thanks.
queen g8. Queen f6 is most precise, let's say bishop c5.
Bishop c5, rook g4, and you will win the queen. This. I guess.
Now you have to go d6 here, actually.
You have to go d6 first.
Threatening queen e7, checkmate.
Yeah.
And
right.
there's no way out. The pawn runs.
And if you play queen g6, then you can triangulate with the queen, and finally the bishop drops off.
It's a nice.
And the queen. So something he missed here, not clear what, but instead he simply resigned after rook takes g8.
In other news, MVL won his first game against Vladimir Kramnik. The two sides blitzed right into this position, which looks fine for black, comparing their home analysis. And we thought Kramnik was even better somewhere around here. But MVL started defending very well. Kramnik maybe overestimated his position a little bit, because after this very strong maneuver by MVL, rook f2, rook f3, all of a sudden white started being in the driver's seat a little bit.
Yes.
And here it turns out that the white play, grabbing the pawn and pushing the a-pawn, is much stronger than the black play. And possibly the position was a theoretical draw somewhere, but it was never easy.
Never easy, and not even clear, I would say, if it is a dead draw or not.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Maybe winning, maybe lost.
And MVL went on to win quite convincingly with this final trick, rook h4, if rook h4, king b5 check.
Yes.
Then you take, and you queen. The Aronian Anna game was an interesting, I don't even know, theoretical debate or battle of ideas. I don't understand these positions, these close Catalans. Looked like Levon was getting some small pull, but then he probably could not see a way to improve his position, and also he was quite comfortable with his tournament position after Hikaru Nakamura drew his game, that he decided to go for this cute move repetition. Black can't take because queen c2 check, so they repeated moves. Maybe there was something else to be done, maybe knight e5 a move earlier. Who knows? Over to you and Mr. Geary.
Mr. Geary, yeah, okay. So they played again Queen's Gambit accepted that Fabi played yesterday.
Fabi.
Same ending.
Stop it already.
Quite boring from Fabi, I would say. Here he decided to play this slightly rare move b3. And some normal developing moves. Black is all the time somewhere between slightly worse and equal. Knight c4, bishop a6, knight c2. This was surprising as we thought.
Very deep, yeah.
We
knight
thought
d3 looked much more natural.
Knight d3 looked much more natural to try to collect the bishop. But he played knight c2, knight d5, rook ft1, knight b4. He took. No, he didn't take. We were thinking that maybe takes is quite promising.
Yeah.
a3, takes, knight f6, rook c1. And here he went for a quite an interesting decision to give up the bishop pair. He could have moved the bishop maybe, but he took in order to get some activity. Rook c2, rook a8, king f1. But the problem is that white will always be better if you trade all the rooks, which is the logical continuation of the position. Here, f6 surprised us a bit. After this, white is a bit better. He decided to keep the rooks. This we didn't really see. I guess white is a bit better all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
And they transposed to some kind of ending where...
Forced the issue, went for this.
Yes. Here, interestingly, he didn't go for the rook ending, but rather the...
But the rook ending is very dangerous.
The rook ending is very dangerous with the scattered pawn structure. Maybe... So rook b7, much more solid choice. King g4, e5, king h4. Takes, and here we really don't understand why he didn't go g5, after which you can take, and I mean, it's incredibly dead draw.
Yeah, they got something similar in the game where white had h and g pawn.
Yes.
But it's easier to do with two g pawns.
Yeah, because now suddenly there was h6 and it was not that. I mean, it was still drawn, but not as easy. Yeah?
You had to pay some attention.
So really, he wasted at least 1 hour by not playing g5 here.
Of everybody's valuable sleeping time.
Exactly, especially mine. After this, it looked dangerous, but it turns out to be a draw as well, which he held convincingly. And that's it, yeah?
That's all there is. Tomorrow, there will be more in the final round of the tournament. There shall be the following games. Grandmaster Vladimir Kramnik is playing Grandmaster Anish Giri with the white pieces. Sergei Kiryakin, MVL, Caruana Nakamura. Then Wesley So, Levon Aronian. Those 2 games, of course, very relevant for the final outcome.
Yes.
And with Vishy Anand versus Magnus Carlsen. Those 2 might know each other, having played 2 World Championship matches. So, yes. Levon Aronian, of course, a favorite to win the event, but black against Wesley, so never an easy assignment. Same can be said for Nakamura with black against Caruana. Does anybody else still have a chance? The +1 guys, I mean the tournament score, like Anish Giri, should Levon lose, could still join the fight.
Yes.
That's it for today. Thank you guys for watching. If you are not a premium member already, consider going premium so you can watch all these exciting shows live and discuss all the exciting questions with us in the Chess24 chat. Thanks to the existing premium members for hanging out, keeping us company, asking relevant questions. Thanks to Nils for not sweating as much as me in these warm studio lights.
Yes. Bye-bye.